You entertain LeBron James and the Lakers. Cavs come to the contest with a 4-game winning streak. Cavs now a season-high 8 games over the 500 mark. It's snowing this morning, but spring will be here eventually. The Guardians announcing that the equipment truck's going to leave for Goodyear on Thursday. Meanwhile, pitchers and catchers report for spring training February 9th. First workout set for February 11th. Guardians start Cactus League play split squad games on February 21st. Don't miss the 92.3 The Fan off-season special tonight from 7 to 9. Get the latest on the Browns right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Okay, we're 17 days into this thing. You've interviewed Jim twice, okay? He's interviewed with another place. You're bringing in other ones. You're just going to settle on Jim, and then you're going to tell everybody he was your number one choice all along? Is that what you're going to do? Now, if I was Jim Schwartz, I wouldn't give a damn. Maybe I was the one the players wanted all along. Because I do believe that they really, really, really respect Jim. I think that he treats them sternly. I think they respond to that on defense. I think that he treats them with excitement. I think they respond to that on defense. I think that you have a lot of guys on that defense that he empowers them to lead themselves.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Now?
Wow. The circus is in town.
There was something going on there. Not sure what that was.
Sounded like the circus.
Maybe it's indicative of what's going on in town. Just keep snowing. That's bad. Just keep searching. That's bad. Is it bad? Just keep searching?
Unless you're... the searching stuff feels bad right now. It's not going to when it's all said and done. But right now it feels bad. It feels awkward. It feels ugly. It feels unorganized. It feels bridesmaid over and over and over again kind of feeling. But I don't know that that's necessarily true. I think we are just in the moment.
In the moment.
Yes.
That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. This would be Baskin and Phelps. We would be on 92.3 The Fan. As
and
the Browns,
YouTube.
And YouTube, yeah. You look good today, by the way. Nice quarter zip.
Thank you.
A dress shirt underneath it. You got a job interview?
Oh, no, it's just a golf shirt.
You got a job interview or something?
Did you want me to wear a T-shirt? I could have wore a T-shirt if you wanted.
I'm wearing one.
All right, well, good for you, man.
And a sweatshirt. It's
Looks
cold
great
out.
on YouTube.
It's cold out. Here's the deal. Jim Schwartz is the new head coach of the Cleveland Browns.
He is?
Unless Nate Scheelhaase is the new head coach of the Cleveland Browns.
He is?
But there's still a chance Todd Monken could still be the head coach of the Cleveland Browns. And you never know. Anthony Lynn might be the head coach of the Cleveland Browns.
What about Clint Kubiak?
I don't think Clint Kubiak's involved. They haven't talked to him.
Well, I mean, don't they have to wait 2 weeks to talk to him? Or no, they talked to him this week.
He didn't talk to Scheelhaase. They didn't wait to talk to him. You had to wait till his first interview, they already had it when he was, still getting ready for a game.
Okay.
Might explain why the Rams didn't win.
Oh, maybe. That might be one.
That might have been
That's
it.
a great point.
The way things sit right now, you see stories out there. Mary Kay Cabot is going to join us at 11 o'clock, has one. Pro Football Talk has one. NFL.com. Starting to feel like Jim Schwartz is gaining momentum here in this search.
Yeah, until you talk to someone else, and then all of a sudden he's not.
Nate Scheelhaase is gaining momentum in the search.
In Buffalo.
Maybe. Is it telling at all that Nate Scheelhaase is in a great big interview with the Browns? They fly out to Los Angeles, which, by the way, really good idea because the Chamber of Commerce weather isn't here right now.
Amen.
So that was a good idea, even though the guy went to Illinois. It's okay. Is it bad? Is it indicative? Is it any indicator at all that while he's interviewing with the Browns, the Bills put in a request, and then he doesn't take a Browns job if it was offered, or the Browns don't offer it, and he interviews with the Bills last night? Is that anything?
I think it's ridiculous if you have to lock someone in your building and won't let them leave.
I think it was his building, so he could have locked them out. really.
Well, I just think
Could have called security.
he'd be a fool not to take the interview with the Bills. He'd be a fool not to.
I would agree completely.
Especially when you have Josh Allen on the roster.
It's not indicative of anything of the Browns in that case then.
No, it's not. It's okay. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Maybe we'll get something done. There's no greater place to be on earth than wanted, especially if you're wanted by two entities that want to hire you. It's the greatest feeling of all time, and it's nothing but downhill after you take the gig. It doesn't matter where you take it.
Remember we used to end our show years ago with somebody saying, "Peace, I gave him the deuces"?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah,
That was linebacker Bart Scott,
I remember.
who said he was in the bathroom in Berea on a free agent visit with the Browns when his agent got a phone call and said, "Ravens want you back." Peace. I gave him the deuces.
See you later. Peace.
He left, accepted the gig while he was talking to the Browns. Wonder if Nate Shieldhouse got a text during the interview. Bills want to talk to you. Woohoo!
How could you not as an offensive
I don't know.
coordinator? I mean, if
I would think so.
they are offering Josh Allen. We are offering
a Pro Bowl quarterback.
Great. I think it's just, and they're also in a new stadium, right? Next year, a lot of hoopla, a lot of good feelings going on in Buffalo next year.
A lot of things.
Why
situation
would you not take the interview if you were him? That's the bigger.
I would think you would.
Take it. Yes.
If you're Jim Schwartz and you're sitting here and you're thinking, anybody else you want to talk to? You want to string this out anymore? If I'm Jim and I have options, and he probably does, there are teams looking for defensive coordinators, including the San Francisco 49ers.
Is there any chance Jim Schwartz might like it here, knowing that he's got Denzel Ward, knowing that he's got Myles Garrett, knowing this might be one of the best defensive coordinator positions in the league?
Andy,
Jeff?
quit channeling your inner Phelps.
Or maybe he likes living here.
Andy,
maybe he thinks the fans have treated him well.
You're channeling
maybe the defense has played well.
You're channeling your inner Phelps. Oh, there it is.
I think you guys are all ridiculous thinking that Jim Schwartz might, for the same reason he may want to stay.
You sound like me.
Yeah, I know. Maybe for the same reason Bart Scott wanted to go back to the Ravens.
I could understand all that, but it's this.
It's easy for us to sit out here on the outside and go, well, they dissed him. They didn't give him the job.
Well, no, it's
easy for us to say that. And then what are you going to go to another team and take the same job? Why? Why?
To me, it's this. Jim, at this point in his career, and he has stepped away once, because of health, and then got his health back together. Apparently, according to reports, had a thyroid issue. His quote was, "My thyroid went kaput." As Terry Pluto wrote today.
That's why they invented Synthroid.
So he's back and doing just great, obviously. And I could see where he might think, fellas, I gave you one of the best defenses in the league in 3 years. You interviewed me twice. You strung this along. And now you're bringing in Cubby over here, who's never even been a coordinator. Thank you. I've enjoyed my time here. I'm going to take Kyle's call right now. And Kyle Shanahan's going to give him a call and stammer around and say, how much? Cost of living's more here. How much you need? Okay, fine. Come on in. That could be. Or other teams that might need a defensive coordinator. It just might be a pride thing or what? If I'm gonna coach another 4 or 5 years in the league and then go off to Happy Town in Florida and enjoy retirement or whatever he's gonna do, maybe he'd like to do it working for a coach that he might be more familiar with, somebody who hires him. Maybe, Andy, maybe not. Maybe he would return.
Or maybe he could be here with a new head coach that is looking for guidance and will let him run the defense entirely any way he wants to.
And a new head coach who is fearless leader said to me today, said, if you're Shieldhouse and you get this job over Schwartz and they tell you they want him as the defensive coordinator and he's willing to stay, how do I know that guy's going to have my back? And this isn't to say anything bad about Jim because he's never shown this, but what is he going to have your back all the time, or is he going to be? You need to
have that conversation before you decide to stay. That's all.
Yeah, is there anything divisive there? I don't know.
I could make the same argument for Sandy Alomar, guy who probably should have been a manager somewhere in Major League Baseball right now, but is dedicated to the game, loves the team, loves the guys that he's coaching, and would rather be a coach than a manager at this point, especially the way, things run in Major League Baseball. I don't think Sandy could have ever reached his true potential as a manager either because of analytics and because of all those things that are going on. And
apparently, Jim would rather be a head coach, though, because he's interviewed for the gig twice.
Well, why wouldn't you interview? I mean, you're always why you'd be a fool not to interview. I don't understand why we all believe that if you
you
get
just
passed
said Sandy
over.
doesn't want to be a manager. Jim clearly wants to be a head
but
coach,
I'm not
or he wouldn't
saying,
have interviewed for
but
the job
if
twice.
a team went up to Sandy and said, "We want you to be our manager," I don't think he'd say no.
Well,
I think he'd do it, and I think he'd be a great manager.
which clearly is why Jim Schwartz interviewed for the job twice. He'd like to be a head coach again. He wants another chance at it.
Okay. Look, if he doesn't get it, it's not the end of the world. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's not the end of his world. But it might be the end of the
and by the way,
Browns'
Jeff, I want
defense.
Jim Schwartz to be the head coach of this team.
Do you?
I want him to.
I want them to hire the next Sean McVay. But I don't know that anybody they're talking to will be the next Sean McVay.
Yeah, I want a guy. I don't care who you are. I want a guy who's going to win. Can you get me Vince Lombardi?
Exactly right.
You want Paul Brown? I want the next Paul Brown. How's that sound? What I think here, though, is that we're overthinking this entire situation. We're hanging on every move. Everyone's reporting every tiny little thing that's going on.
Well, that's what.
Take
going
a deep
on.
breath, everybody. Let's see what happens here. The funny part is the whole Jim Schwartz thing is, and as Dan said this on our call this morning, it's a Hallmark movie. Explain it. Explain how this is a Hallmark movie, because it could very well be one.
Well, Andy, as you know, we come from a small farming town,
That's right.
especially when you get about 50 miles outside of it, but that's not important right now.
That's true.
Come from a small farming town where you had someone who was here for a long time who treated you well and took care of the farm the way that you wanted them to. And you decided to leave for the big city. You hop on your airplane,
Oh, man.
go talk to a lot of different people, tall, handsome, less handsome,
Short,
older,
ugly.
younger, short,
Handsome.
Meet a lot of different people, see a lot of different things that
Tall,
the world
ugly.
can offer.
Yes.
You look at all of your different options while you're working in that big corporate firm uptown there.
Oh, the big one.
And think to yourself, maybe Mr. Wright truly was right back on the farm where I left him.
That's right. Helping out his family who desperately needed him. Otherwise, they were going to get foreclosed on.
Just planting those rutabagas.
It's true.
Rutabagas as far as the eye could see.
And your best friend that was working at the downtown candy store,
They were right all along.
she convinced you made a mistake.
That love is truly right where you left it.
The Schwartz is truly with me now. Thank you.
You guys done?
We're just laying it out the way it is.
I've never been done, and I'm not going to start now.
Okay.
Here's the other thing I don't want to hear. I heard it on the morning show. No offense to Anthony, I love him, but I mean,
not what you said before the show.
No, but I will say it to his face, so I don't care. Why does this have to split the fan base again? Oh, old people want Schwartz. Young people want Shieldhouse. They want anyone other than Schwartz because Schwartz represents the old. Can we stop? Can we get a coach that can come in here and win? Why does this have to be age related? Right? Why? I hate this. Oh man, it's all
Andy,
age related.
You've got a call here.
Oh, who's calling?
I'm not
on
sure.
your rotary dial.
Who is it?
Stop with the ageism here. If somebody knows what they're doing and they can get the job done and they can be the leader of men, hire them.
The leader of men. Ask the Steelers.
That's what they just did.
Ask the Giants.
I haven't really heard from my Steeler friends lately ripping the move. I haven't heard anything about that.
Haven't
Maybe
you?
they're staying away from me.
Ask the Broncos. Ask the Patriots. Ask Jim Schwartz. Does he really want the job? And what are your concerns if Jim Schwartz gets the job? Coming up, Mary Kay Cabot at 11 o'clock. Our buddy Jake Chapman, voice of the Orlando Magic, former producer of Baskin & Phelps, joining us at 1 o'clock as the Cavaliers beating up on the Magic last night because Donovan Mitchell had one of those nutso nights again. I hate those nights. As wonderful as they are, I hate them. We'll explain all that coming up. Jim Schwartz, is he your new head coach? Is he? Is he not? What are the concerns if he is? It's Baskin & Phelps right here on The Fan.
Bad accent.
Thursday, meanwhile, pitchers and catchers report for spring training February 9th. First workout February 11th. Guardians begin Cactus League play split squad games on February 21st. Don't miss the 92.3 The Fan offseason special tonight, 7 to 9 o'clock at the latest in the Browns right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Mary Kay Cabot will give us the latest on everything going on with the coaching search at 11 o'clock when she joins us, plaindealercleveland.com. Talk a little Cavs coming up later on the show. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy is Andy Baskin. By the way,
Yeah.
you're going to have to delay the press conference when they hire somebody. It's
Why?
just too nasty to bring everybody into town. Too nasty.
You have to wait till the weather gets better?
It's going to warm up. They can introduce the guy in April. It'll be great.
Jeff, this is perfect weather.
It'll
This
be
is
great.
AFC Championship weather
Is it?
at the House of Playoffs or the House of No Playoffs.
When they get the dome, it'll be nice. It'll be easier for everybody.
It's true. Maybe we could
be
host the neutral site AFC Championship or NFC Championship.
It'll be easier. Jim Schwartz, defensive coordinator of the Browns, started his NFL career as a coaching intern in Cleveland here with the Bill Belichick Browns back in the day. And among Jim's duties back in the day, he was a pro and college personnel assistant, kind of worked primarily with the defensive side of the ball, breaking down film. The names that they were given, these guys who were the young fellas kind of breaking in at the time, the coaching staff called the guys Slappy. So they were Slappies back in the day. So Jim could go from being a Slappy to being head coach of the Cleveland Browns, which is like Mangini-like.
It's very Eric Mangini. Yeah.
Very Mangini-like. Eric worked in the communications department. Jim apparently working a little more closely with the coaches, but I'm sure, there were some trips to the airport that were, he was Ubering before Uber was a thing. A number to join us is 216-474-0092.
Although I heard you were an Uber once for Bill Cowher. Is that true?
No, I offered to be, and Bill said I better wait.
It's true.
So
that would have been expensive to Strongsville at his old house.
It might have been. Ding! It might have been. Schwartz
I don't know. I haven't checked on it. Did somebody cut the grass?
I would have, though, if he'd have come here. Schwartz is 59, and he, of course, was the head coach of the Detroit Lions for 5 seasons. And this gap, he left the Lions in 2013. He was hired at the age of 43 in Detroit. If he is hired by the Browns, and our friends at AI have let us down on this a little bit, because you type in specific parameters. I believe it would be one of the longest tenures in between where you weren't a head coach before you get your second or another head coaching opportunity. Ted Marchibroda had a similar type of run
When he went to the Ravens? When he
went to the Colts. After being with the Baltimore Colts, he went to the Indy Colts. And it was a similar double-digit year thing. And at least according to all the things I've been able to find.
Wait, wouldn't it have been the other way? Wouldn't it have been...
He was the head coach of the Baltimore Colts.
Right, and then became the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens.
And in between the Indianapolis Colts, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. And he had a number of years off. And that was interesting. He was hired in 1992 to be the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts after leaving the Baltimore Colts in 1979. So it's 13 years. And in between, he did, Ted Marchibroda type of things, quarterback coach, offensive coordinator for a couple of teams. And Jim Schwartz has done a similar type of thing. I personally don't think the time off is any issue. I don't think anything about Jim Schwartz is an issue. I don't think being 59 years old is an issue. I don't think there are any issues. The only issue would be wrapping your head around, all right, we're promoting from within the guy who is the defensive coordinator on a team that won 8 games the last 2 years, and we think that's the right thing to do. Not blaming him for the eight wins. Not blaming anybody. They blamed Kevin Stefanski. He'll be introduced today right around noon as head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. It's Kevin Stefanski Day in Atlanta.
Oh, man. Will they play the press conference live there, you think?
Yeah, there they will. Here we won't, but we will hear some goodies if he drops a few nuggets. So we'll hear some of Kevin coming up later on.
Are you prepared for your press conference?
No, don't go there.
Why not?
Because I'm trying to do something else.
All right, go ahead. Sorry, Coach. You okay? You can be all right?
Andy, passing on this press conference is the true moment I have been looking forward.
Okay, Jeff wants to get back to what he's doing. Don't do this. Keep going. Sorry.
Go ahead, Dan.
Tell us a little bit about this new job. How will you be different in Atlanta than you were in
Everyone
Cleveland?
on YouTube right now just saw Jeff's face.
I just put my hands up. I work with these two guys. Try and establish a topic. You try and get things going. And Baskin, all of a sudden, did you see a pigeon fly down Euclid today?
Why, there was one?
It was beautiful.
This is such the vibe of I swear to God, I'll turn this car around.
Are you prepared for this job in Atlanta?
Okay, here we go.
Andy, I've come to find the best version of preparation is to really just get inside of those rooms and execute our game plan to the best of the ability that we, the coaching staff, can put forward and really get to know these guys and how they're able to interact not only with us as coaches, but with us as players.
Is because you're the head coach and head starts with H? That would be preparation H, correct?
Andy, it's more of a collective unit that goes about this. We run all of the things that we do through all of our coaches down to the janitorial staff to make sure that everything is properly.
Wow, did you just correct the coach in the middle of a press conference?
I did.
Woo! You're about to get tossed, man. Environmental
Jeff,
services.
please put your hand up moving forward when you would like to make a correction. We don't want to interrupt other people's days.
That's funny. That's funny.
All right, well, good luck, Coach. We're listening. I don't know if we're rooting for you, but we're listening.
We're real excited for what's ahead.
Okay, good.
Okay. If Jim Schwartz is named head coach of this team, Andy, should you be concerned about anything? I do have some concerns.
What are they going to do with the offensive coordinator position? That's my question. And have they been interviewing offensive coordinators all the way through? That's why I'm saying, like, let's just chill on what's going on with this head coaching job, because we don't know what we don't know. We don't know if they've been talking to guys to get them to be the offensive coordinator. Do we know if they're interviewing for head coach? Do we really know where they're going with this process? So I'm looking forward to seeing as it plays out, because you realize, once again, like Dan said earlier on, it's a Hallmark movie if you hire Jim Schwartz. There he was. And by the way, the first line of the press conference is, we looked around for a head coach, and we knew right from the beginning that the best head coach was already right under our noses, and he was already in the building. But we felt we needed to do our due diligence for the fans of Cleveland. But when it comes back to it again, if Jim Schwartz gets this job, Jim Schwartz will have always been their main and first and foremost candidate.
Yeah, which we know is nonsense, but that's okay. It doesn't mean he wasn't a highly thought of candidate, but if he was your first and only, you had to satisfy the Rooney Rule, and other than that, you could have just hired the guy. The concern I would have is truly on the offensive side of the ball. What would he do? And I think it's interesting. When he was head coach of the Lions, he had the same offensive coordinator, the same defensive coordinator for his entire run there. Scott Linehan was the offensive coordinator, the former Rams head coach, who, by the way, is still coaching, was a senior offensive assistant for the New Orleans Saints this last year. Would that mean, hey, Scott, dude, what do you think of Cleveland? Would he go back and bring in anybody from his past? His defensive coordinator was Gunther Cunningham, and he was the DC for all 5 years, longtime Kansas City coach, head coach for 2 years. Does Jim look into his past and bring in somebody? Does he go young coordinator who's trying to figure things out, for the first time? Gunther Cunningham is no longer with us, so he wouldn't be hired as a DC. Would you promote from within? Would you promote from within? You could.
Would you?
Band of the safeties coaches interviewed for for gigs.
Yeah, I'm just.
He could be your new defensive coordinator if you promote from within.
If you're not bringing any new voices, though, what have you really done? You've just
that's the
eliminated.
thought,
You've just
yeah.
kind of said, I don't.
You'd have to bring in a new offensive coach.
100%.
But I wonder.
You must.
I wonder, would you go young whippersnapper? You've interviewed several, or would you go back to the well? Would you hire a longtime guy? Doug Peterson's available.
Sure.
Doug was quarterback, of the Browns. Doug was head coach of the Eagles when Jim was there and won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm all for
They
it.
could flip gigs.
Yeah.
You'd take Doug Peterson as
Yeah,
your
wouldn't
DC?
you? Would you?
Or Girosi? I think he'd be an interesting choice. I've always liked Doug Peterson.
Doug. I liked him when he was
Yeah.
a quarterback even.
I think he's got a really good offensive mind. I really do.
I'm okay with it. I just, again, do you
want, forgive me, do you want an older coaching staff?
define older?
Guys who have been around and done that? Or do you want the young whippersnapper who you think's on his way up? I mean, Grant Udinski in Jacksonville, say anything anybody wants, clearly decided in his situation that staying in Jacksonville with a raise as an OC was better than becoming the head coach of the Browns. I can't argue with that if I'm him. He's only 30 years old.
Or, I mean, is there a chance that maybe the Browns said, hey, I don't think we're going to hire you? Is there a possibility on that?
Sure.
That the Browns could have turned around and said, hey,
Sure.
we appreciate the interview. We think you have a bright future, but you're not the guy we're looking for this job. So they gave him the opportunity to bow out. I don't know if that's true. I'm just throwing it out as an option.
I think it's a nice thought. Maybe it's true. I doubt it.
Maybe.
My thought is he went back to Jacksonville and said, hi. And they said, big raise. Thank you. Love Trevor. We did good things. Loved what I did in Minnesota last year. Brown's situation doesn't feel quite right to me. Can I still interview for the Bills job? Yep, go ahead. So he's still up for the Bills job. If he's still being considered for the Bills job and the Browns told him no thanks, I'd be concerned. So my thought would be, and it's not a bad thing, you said it earlier, Andy, what would you rather do? Would you rather go coach Josh Allen or would you rather, coach whatever it is here at quarterback? Josh Allen.
Of course, Josh.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a no-brainer. We'll see. It's just I'm curious as to what kind of an offensive staff Jim would put together. Also, I wonder what his philosophy is on offense. And I say that having talked about a week or so ago, when Jim was in Detroit, they were pass happy. He had a young quarterback, a gentleman by the name of Matthew Stafford, who was with Jim Schwartz for the first 5 years of his career. And in his third year, Matthew Stafford led the NFL in pass attempts with 663. And in his fourth year, threw 727 passes. Second most ever in the NFL.
Well, they were in long yardage situations, so he had to throw the ball.
Well, he had Calvin Johnson. So in other words, when Jim was there, he had a young quarterback who they were trying to, bring along. But he was the number one overall pick in the draft, and they turned him loose, thrown to one of the best wide receivers that ever played the game. So
would you have done the same?
I don't know that I'd have thrown it 727 times, but that's okay. I just wonder if I'm Jim and I get this gig and I'm looking at what we have at quarterback here, I'm not throwing it 727 times. I'm going to have to refine my offensive thinking.
Especially knowing
think.
you have one, if not two, running backs right now.
Well, I would assume that you're not going to turn him loose like he turned Matthew Stafford loose. And seriously, the only guy who threw more passes in a season was Brady, 1 year, ever. 727 passes. That's slinging it. Is that a concern, Browns fans? If Jim Schwartz gets the gig, he's going to have to hire an OC. What do you think he wants to do on offense? I would be a little concerned if he's going to be pass happy, but as a defensive coordinator, I'll give you my thought on that next. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, schedule.
Thursday. All pitchers and catchers report for spring training February 9th. The first workout February 11th. Guardians begin with Cactus League play split squad games on February 21st. Don't miss the 92.3 The Fan offseason special time from 7 to 9. Get the latest on the Browns right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
$11 Mary Kay Cabot's going to join us. Her thoughts on all the latest in the Browns coaching search. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin. We're talking about Jim Schwartz because, as Mary Kay has written, as others have thrown out as well after Mary Kay did, momentum. Jim Schwartz gaining momentum in the coaching search.
Dun, dun, dun,
this is a guy who was last a head coach in 2013. So it'd be like a 13-year gap. He's 59 years old. Truly put together a very good defense here in Cleveland, had good pieces. They kept adding to it, and it's worked. Now, what happens if he becomes the head coach? Do you have concerns? Do you have concerns?
I do have concerns. I'm concerned about the offense no matter who the new head coach becomes. In my world, I only see two viable sources on that offense right now to come back next year, and I'm hoping that one is healthy, and that's Quinshon Judkins. Otherwise, Harold Fannin is about the only guy I can believe in going into next season. I don't believe in any of the wide receivers. I have no idea what's going on at quarterback. We have no idea what's going on in the offensive line. So if you're going to be concerned, you should be concerned for any man that would take this job or woman that would take the head coach's job for the Browns.
I don't think
going
they've
into next year.
any ladies yet.
Who knows? Maybe they have, and we just don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Give it time.
I'm just saying, I don't expect the unexpected sometimes with this team too, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can't argue with that.
Right?
Bob's in Bay Village. Bob, welcome to the show.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, guys. I'm often reflecting on the great scene from Bull Durham where Crash Davis, Kevin Costner's character, is listening to Nuke LaLoosh, and he talking to a reporter, and he goes, "This is utterly effing hopeless." And as a Cleveland McCarthy, and they yawn and like Pittsburgh, what are they doing? But as a Cleveland fan, when my team is out of it after week 4, I'll take any coach who can at least have my team competitive after weeks, 6. I mean, isn't that the old expression, you've got to crawl before you can walk? Let's just get a coach that knows what the hell's he doing. You ask if there's any reservations about Schwartz. I have a lot of them. Yes, I think he's a decent defensive coordinator, but all the negative attributes that Kevin Stefanski had, and we don't need to regurgitate all of them, but, the lack of discipline, no coherent game day strategy. The last game of the season, guys, I watched the defense score twice, and we both had unsportsmanlike conduct penalties on us. After the first one, a riot act should have been read. If the next guy cost our team 15 yards for something so juvenile and unprofessional, get on the bus. Isn't that a direct reflection of how much the players either have or lack respect for Schwartz? Because they should have been scared, to do something like that. I'd love also to know.
Do you really believe that? I want to be honest with you.
Sure.
I mean, you've been taught that. I've been taught that too. Okay, and I believe that that's the way it should be, but I don't think it is. I think we live in a different world where these guys. I mean, look, the league encourages guys to go on defense after they make a great play to act like it's the first great play they've ever made before in their entire lives.
Just don't taunt.
And the league loves that. And so I don't know how to feel because Bob, I agree with what you're saying, that when someone takes a personal foul and they do it multiple times, that it's a reflection on the entire defense and the coach and the head coach too. But I just don't know that we live in that world anymore. I don't know if it's good for the game either. I'm not trying to argue with you. I just don't know if we live in that world anymore.
No, and I don't take it as argumentative at all. You bring up a good point. And we also have to remember, now I know obviously any coach doesn't have the pads on. They can only coach. But this team did get shredded by a very inept Tennessee team. So, I mean, it's not like, he walks on water. The other thing I was going to say, guys, was I know he's had 2 interviews. I'd love to be in on those interviews to see What is his assessment of Shedeur Sanders? What is his overall offensive vision? We've seen most of the prime offensive coordinators either take head coaching jobs or say that they're going to stay. So if Schwartz gets hired, obviously his most important pick is going to be who is going to run his offense. You just alluded to it too, Andy, about Judkins better come back healthy. There's no guarantee. But again, obviously I think going into this year, guys, to wrap this up, it seems to me that this year, quarterback-wise, is going to be a bridge year. I mean, Mendoza's the only kid, in my humble opinion, that's worth drafting. He's obviously not in our realm. So you're either going into the season with Shedeur, or you're going to have to pick up a journeyman veteran quarterback to compete with him a la Kenny Pickett. I know it's not going to be Pickett. So really, the emphasis is going to have to be on offense.
Well, you would certainly think so, Bob. And Bob, thank you. Good thoughts. You would certainly think so. Jim Schwartz has coached a long time on the defensive side of the ball. If looking into his past has anything to do with what might happen in his future, who knows? Dan, you ready to scream? When he was in Buffalo,
I've gone this far.
When he was in Buffalo as a defensive coordinator, after he left the Lions as head coach, he was the DC. The offensive coordinator was Nathaniel Hackett. You want to scream? No,
if
apparently
your
not.
Solutions to the offense are Doug Peterson and Nathaniel Hackett, your offense is going nowhere in a
His
hurry.
head coach that year was Doug Marrone. Doug Marrone with an offensive background. I mean, and who knows? I would think he would go young coordinator, except here's the other thought. If you're Jim Schwartz, you want to pin your last chance probably to be a head coach in the NFL on a 30-something-year-old coordinator who's never done it before?
I mean, gents, go watch the Jags when Doug Peterson was calling plays for him, and then watch them with Lee and Cohen.
I get it, Dan, but we're looking at Jim Schwartz. We're not looking at necessarily.
I understand that, but if we're throwing out offensive coordinator candidates, I think there's a couple that we should just throw off to the side and say no.
How'd that Super Bowl work for Doug Peterson?
That was 6 years ago now?
Well,
was it?
Everybody's all
Something
hot
like
in the
that.
biscuit because John Harbaugh won one. Mike McCarthy doesn't get credit for winning his.
Yeah, he does. I give him credit every time.
Oh, okay, good. I'm just saying, if you're Jim, I wonder, you going to go with a guy that you've never worked with before, that you don't know, that Andrew Berry picked for you? Or are you going to go and look into your past? I don't know the answer.
I don't have an answer for it either.
I'm just throwing it out for discussion. And that's if he gets the gig. Let's flip it. If you're Nate Scheelhaus and you get an offer by the Browns to be the head coach, do you want a guy as your defensive coordinator who interviewed twice for the job and you beat out? Who is 45 years old, 25 years younger than you or older than you? I don't know. I just don't know the answer to that.
But wouldn't that be more on Schwartz to say to him, "Hey, you're the man. I'm here to support you. I get it. I want to be the defensive coordinator of the Cleveland Browns.
They make a lot of money.
I will do whatever it takes
it's a great gig.
to help this team win. I understand that this is the way we're going right now. If we work together, we've got a much better shot of winning. Period.
Yeah.
I mean, if you truly love your job, does it matter if you didn't get the gig? And if you're getting paid? And what if they make him the assistant head coach? Does that make a difference? Or is it just a title?
It's just a title. I think those titles are thrown out so that you can hire somebody from another organization.
Or pay them more. Although you can just pay them more anyway.
When Jim was in Philadelphia with Doug Peterson as head coach, the offensive coordinator was a guy named Frank Reich. And Frank's name has been thrown around. In fact, he's supposedly up for an offensive gig with the Jets right now. They plan to keep their offensive coordinator, according to reports, but hire Frank Reich in some kind of a big offensive position, supposedly.
Would that shock you? Hire him, offer the money to come here, put the group, get the gang back together.
I don't know. It's just one of those situations where what would he do? And Andy, I'd be hard pressed not to look into my past or into my contact list and bring in a guy I know and that I'm really comfortable with and that I can completely trust to be my offensive coordinator if I'm Schwartz. And if I'm Shieldhouse, I'd love to have a guy like Schwartz because I wouldn't have to worry about the defense. But would you have to worry about a guy that you beat out for the job who interviewed twice, who's been around like crazy, maybe not being, this is not about Jim, this is about human nature, not being maybe as supportive as he could be. I don't know. That's just human nature. It has nothing to do with Jim. It's just that situation. You know, a guy who I've had dealings with and I always thought was a great guy and a great coach was Wade Phillips. And Wade's still coaching in the UFL, doing things. Great defensive coordinator. As a head coach, he was okay. But as a defensive coordinator, man, and he was able to swallow his ego and go be a defensive coordinator for people. That was no issue. And I wonder if in the same situation, Jim would be able to do that.
I thought you brought up an interesting point there in Philly because I was just looking back at the 2019 season. From Philly, the defensive coordinator was Jim Schwartz. And the vice president of football operations was
Andrew Berry.
Yeah, and so
yeah, they have a little history.
Yeah, and then also Doug Peterson was the head coach. So
yeah,
I don't know. I just kind of look at that, and
Andrew has a Super Bowl ring.
Yeah, ooh. Then the safety coach was Tim Houck, who was here before. I just threw that out there. But I just looking at that group together. Why wouldn't, if you were Andrew, wouldn't you feel comfortable with him too? I mean, you felt comfortable with him here in the Browns. You understand what you guys felt like.
I take that back. Andrew wasn't with him when they won the Super Bowl. My mistake.
But he was there in 2019.
Yeah.
And so, when you look at that group together, if you're Andrew, I don't know, I'd feel comfortable with Jim Schwartz.
Well, it's probably not a coincidence that Jim's the defensive coordinator and he had a history with Andrew.
But even more comfortable that if you wanted to make him the head coach, I mean, there are no surprises there. They've been together so long. And you want to win. I mean, Andrew's job's on the line too. I mean, he barely made it, right?
Yeah.
So he's got to hire guys that are going to help him keep his job too.
I would agree with that. Nick's driving around town. Hello, Nick.
Hey, Nick.
Hey, guys. Good morning. And yeah, driving is not a lot of fun, so stay inside if you can. But I think part of the issue that, they're having right now, I don't know if they're forcing Jim Schwartz on candidates or if they're strongly suggesting Jim Schwartz on candidates, but it becomes really problematic. And I think for someone looking to become a head coach, a potential sign of things in the future, if you're telling your head coach that they don't have total autonomy in picking their own staff.
Agreed,
This
Jim.
is nothing against Jim Schwartz. Jim Schwartz is a good coach, but again, to tell someone coming in, hey, you're our head coach, but we don't trust you enough to pick your own staff, it's not good. And I think it's part of the issue why they don't have a head coach yet. Thanks,
there's always, and thank you, there's always collaboration on that, with bringing in assistants and everything else. But if you're Shieldhouse, maybe you've got a buddy who you've always wanted to make your defensive coordinator who's coaching somewhere and you think he's a brilliant guy, and Nick's point, who knows if that's what's going on, but we've had 3 coaches bow out of this thing for good reasons. I would think Jesse Minter got the word he was going to get hired in Baltimore. Okay, got it. Mike McDaniel. That's an interesting one. If he just bowed out of the Browns gig, okay, then you would think he just didn't want to come to the Browns because of the situation here. But he also bowed out of the Bills. Maybe he got word they didn't want him. Who knows? And then Grant Udinski going back to be the OC in Jacksonville with maybe still being up for the head coach in Buffalo. Are they trying to tell the coach, we want this guy on the staff, we want that guy on the staff? I don't know. Mary Kay Cabot covers the Browns for the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. We'll get her thoughts on that and a whole lot more. She joins us next right here on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I think it's finally time to disband the NFL Pro Bowl.
on February 21st. Don't miss the 92.3 The Fan off-season special tonight, 7 to 9. Get the latest on the Browns right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Coming up at noon today, Kevin Stefanski will be introduced as the new head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. At least that's the timetable.
1 hour away. What will he say? He'll say
know.
nothing negative about the Browns.
If he says anything, we'll have it for you. We'll go back and listen to it.
Just first want to thank all my, the good people.
Stop.
Cleveland. Yeah.
Let's go to the Make It Right, Call
We'll get
Kyle
it
Wright
fixed.
hotline. She covers the Browns for the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. She misses Kevin Stefanski press conferences already. She's Mary Kay Cabot. Hello, Mary Kay.
Hi, Mary Kay.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
We couldn't be finer. Thank you very much. Story you've got out there. Jim Schwartz gaining momentum in Browns coaching search. Is it that, or are the other guys losing steam? What's going on?
Well, I just tweeted a minute ago, and I've been trying to capture over the last few days that they're in decision-making mode right now. They went out there to L.A. They did their interview with Nate Scheelhaase. They're back here in Cleveland now, and they're working through their options. And at this point, pretty much everyone is still in it. No one has been ruled out of it as of yet. And that includes Todd Monken, which I tweeted yesterday afternoon. He's flown under the radar, but he's still in the mix. So I do think that there is a world in which Todd Monken and Jim Schwartz could come as a package deal and be paired together.
Which guy is the head coach, though?
I think in that scenario, you would go Todd Monken, because I'm pretty sure that Todd Monken would go take the Giants OC job if he doesn't get this head job. He's got some loyalty to John Harbaugh, and then he would have an opportunity to go work with Jackson Dart, and I think that's the way that he would go. But, I can't say that for sure. It's very, very difficult, obviously, to get any information on what really actually is going on in this search. You get the little things that you can come by here and there. But anyways, so I do think that, that is a possible option, but I'm also hearing that, that Nate is still in it. So, I just don't think we can rule anything out right at the moment.
I'm trying to put this the right way. Do you think that the offensive coordinator is coming from this pool, if that's the way they go? Does that make, or offensive or defense, I guess, but do you think the offensive coordinator is coming from the, or do you think the coordinator will come from this pool that they're talking about too?
I don't know about that. I don't know. If Jim gets the head coach job, then I think Todd goes to New York, and Jim will be trying to hire an offensive coordinator from somewhere. So not sure how that's going to work out, but that's what would be the next thing. Now, maybe they try to hire one of these guys that they've interviewed as their next coordinator, but I'm just not sure if that will happen.
Mary Kay, coordinator jobs are coveted in the NFL. They're also lucrative. That said, if you're Jim Schwartz, you've interviewed twice, and the Browns come to you and say, hey, we like this 35-year-old young man from the Rams, or we like this guy who's the same age as you, who's never been a head coach in the NFL. Could you stick around to be the DC? We'll make it worth your while. Do you think that would appeal to him, or do you think he'd say, you know what, guys, I'm going to go check out other teams? And I know he's under contract, but still.
Yeah. I mean, Jim is under contract. So he's under contract and I believe paid very well through 2026. And he's coaching Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward and Grant Delpit, and he's got this defense humming along. And I don't see any reason why he would want to go be a defensive coordinator somewhere else when he has a really amazing situation here. Now, I suppose if he just didn't like the way things went down, he might do that. But I think he's got a really nice situation here. He's treated very well. They like him very, very much. So my guess is that he would stick around. And I have heard that if Todd gets the job, that he absolutely was open to keeping Jim Schwartz. But I've heard that about other candidates as well. So I'm pretty sure that Nate would do the same, and I think Anthony Lynn would do the same. So, I think he has right now an option to stick around either as head coach or as coordinator, and then they just have to decide how they want to put the puzzle pieces together. But you guys, if you have been following along, I think I'm pretty much the only one that has been trying to tell everybody for the last 5 or 6 days that Todd Monken is still very much in the mix. And you can go back and look at my X timeline, and you can see that even 5 days ago, I wrote a story saying as they head into these interviews with the two young guys, the second interviews with the two young guys, Todd and Jim are still very much in the mix. And then it went on and on. Yesterday, I said the same thing about Todd Monken. And then, then Jim seemed to be gaining some momentum here, too, as of last night from a couple things that I heard. So everyone is still in it at this point. The Browns are trying to figure out how this is going to work and what the best situation is for them and for everyone. And maybe we'll hear something by today, and maybe we won't.
Mary Kate, what have we learned about Jimmy Haslam throughout this search compared to other searches before? Like, clearly we heard early on, when he was first beginning as an owner and he was working with Joe Banner and Mike Lombardi, that search that ended up with Mike Pettin didn't seem to go the way he wanted it. Can you kind of get a feel for Jimmy Haslam and how this search compares to other searches they've done?
No, I mean, this is an in-house search, and they are using Tom Telesco to help them, and that was the former Colts GM who gave Andrew Berry his start in football, and the former Chargers GM. So he's helping with the search, and I think that he hired Anthony Lynn to be the Chargers head coach. So he was instrumental in Anthony Lynn getting this interview for the Browns head coaching job. But it's an in-house search, and Andrew's driving the bus on the search. But, of course, ownership is involved. And when you're spending that much money on your coach, ownership should be involved. And as far as the essays and the homework and all that kind of stuff, well, they did that in the last search, the one that produced Kevin Stefanski, and they were pretty happy with the results that they got from that. So even though every other team doesn't do that, or maybe some teams do it, and, I don't know if many teams do that, but even if it's a little unorthodox and it's just something that the Cleveland Browns do, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to gather as much information as you can about someone who's going to be governing your how many ever billion-dollar franchise.
Grant Udinsky says, I'm taking myself out of the mix here. Is that okay? Did he catch wind that he wasn't going to get the job? Did he think that's not the job for me, but I can still talk to Buffalo and get a raise in Jacksonville? How'd that play out, you think?
Don't know yet. Don't know how that went, and we will, I'm sure, as the next how many ever months go by. And as I've said before, you start to get agents and general managers and reporters and alcohol flowing in certain places over the next month, then a lot of things will start to come out, and we'll hear more and more about how things went down with some of these interviews and these searches and things like that. At this moment, I don't know, because he still is in it for the Buffalo's job, the Bills' job. And so maybe it had something to do with the quarterback. I don't really know, to be honest with you. Or maybe he got the sense that he was not in their top three. So I don't know the answer to that yet, but we can't assume that every time someone pulls out of a search, it's because they did not want this job.
Sure.
Sometimes they know they're not getting this job.
How much do you think the quarterback situation is playing into this? Like, I'm sure that question's got to be going back and forth in every interview. What do you think?
Well, I think it is playing a role. It is playing a role because if you have a chance to work with a Josh Allen, or you have a chance to work with maybe Deshaun or maybe Shedeur, and you know you have a certain thing with a really good quarterback like a Lamar Jackson or someone like that, then I do think it's playing a role. It would have to play a role. It's the most important position in all of sports. So obviously it's playing a role, but the thing that I'm sure the Browns are selling their quarterback situation on is the fact that they are letting the coach have a say in it, and they are going to put their resources there, and they are committed to finding the best quarterback they possibly can. If it comes this year, so be it. If it doesn't, they are on a mission to find their quarterback of the future, and they will not stop until they find that guy.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us, PlainDealerCleveland.com. She's been all over the coaching search for the Browns. Mary Kay, are you confident? Do you feel that it's definitely narrowed down to the four guys who seem to be still standing right now? Monken, Schwartz, Shieldhouse, Anthony Lynn? Or could this thing, could they hit reboot and go talk to a couple of other guys?
You know, I don't get the sense that they're going to open it back up, but you never know. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. Again, I get the sense that they will hire one of these guys, because I've always gotten the sense that while they explored the younger candidates, that they always felt that they had Todd Monken and Jim Schwartz at the ready to take this job and take this team to the next level. So I would think, my guess is that they will go with one of these guys that they've already interviewed, and that we're not going to get a surprise candidate.
I think the timetable is interesting. Does it say anything that 6 teams have hired, 4 teams are still looking, and the Bills jumping into this late? But the teams, if you stack the jobs just from a perspective of, all right, which ones look like the most attractive jobs, the jobs that don't are still looking for head coaches right now. The Browns, the Raiders, the Cardinals, Titans found their head coach, and that was one of those jobs at the bottom of the heap. Does it surprise you at all?
No, not really. It doesn't really surprise me, because the Browns are doing things a little differently than other teams. They were trying some different things, and it almost seems like some of the guys that they got really interested in, then other teams came calling after that. Even the interview between the Bills and Nate Shieldhouse last night. So sometimes these things take a little bit of time, and you never know how they're going to play out. So once again, I think they always felt like that they had 2 really good options for themselves in Jim Schwartz and Todd Monken, but they wanted to explore all of these other younger sort of rising stars and different sorts of candidates.
Mary Kay, last thing. Anybody they haven't talked to who you're surprised that they haven't reached out to, who you would have?
Still there?
Mary Kay left us. She got another call. Mary Kay, if you're there.
Sorry,
I'm
here.
You okay?
I'm sorry about that. Yes, I accidentally hit mute. It's been a long 3 weeks.
Anybody they haven't talked to you who you thought, boy, I'm surprised they haven't talked to him?
Well, there were a couple of guys in that category. I guess I thought that they would probably talk to Brian Flores. So he's one that I thought they would talk to. And then early on, I had heard that maybe they would talk to Mike McCarthy. I wasn't overly surprised that they didn't, but, he's another name that I had heard initially. Robert Saleh was one that I thought that they would talk to. He was a strong candidate in their last search. So yeah, there were a couple guys I thought that would be on the list that weren't, and we'll see how this goes.
We will be following you, PlainDealerCleveland.com, up there on the X, as you'll be all over the coaching search, and can't wait to see what you have. Thank you, Mary Kay.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Mary Kay.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Anybody you're surprised that they haven't talked to? 216-474-0092.
Yeah, I'll tell you when we come back.
All right. That and concerns. If Jim Schwartz is the guy, is he the last man standing, or is he the guy who should have had this gig all along? It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
the latest on the Browns right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps, Coaching Search Central. And we're all over it right here on Baskin and Phelps. Mary Kay Cabot, PlainDealerCleveland.com just joined us. Andy, is there anybody that you're surprised they haven't talked to?
To be honest, Clint Kubiak, I know they talked to him last time.
Yeah, me too.
You know, they talked to him the last time there was an offensive coordinator job opening. But, again, I think this is one of those, if Kevin's not going to be there, I don't want to be there. Kind of because those guys were close. So that might be the hindrance on Kubiak is because of Kevin. I'd say the only reason why why wouldn't you? I watched Seattle's offense the other day. I'd interview him.
Yeah, I'd interview him. I wonder at this point, and it's just taken a while. Other teams have hired. Other teams are still, they're still looking for guys. Kubiak to the Raiders seems like it might have some legs to it.
Yeah.
But I just.
So why? Did you hear Tom Brady talking about him?
Well, I just wonder if candidates are looking at this situation and thinking a number of things. I think there are a number of factors they could be thinking. Why'd you fire a guy who's pretty respected by all of us, and Kevin Stefanski? Maybe that's an issue. Why did you fire the coach but not the GM who put the team together? And now I have to deal with him. That might be an issue. Ownership has shown patience with one guy as a head coach, and he lasted 6 years. Will I get enough time to turn that together? And your offense is not good. And I wonder how all those factors might sit with candidates. Number to join us, 216-474-0092. Dan's in Cleveland. Hello, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
we can,
sir.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I just left the Cleveland VA a little bit ago. But anyway, I was driving.
Thank you for your service. Thank you.
Hey, my pleasure. That's why I was just sitting here listening to you guys. First of all, what a cluster, huh? I won't say the last word.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's radio.
Yeah. But wait a minute now. As far as hiring a head coach and people, taking their name out of the mix, there's only 32 of these jobs in the world. So I'm just thinking to myself, there's no guarantee that some of these candidates will ever get another opportunity to be a head coach or be a head coach. So that, pulling your name out strikes me as odd as thinking that, this isn't the best situation for me.
Wait, can I turn the tables on you, though?
Go ahead.
What if the Browns told them they're not going to hire them or they're going to go in a different direction and gave them the chance to pull out first?
Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm thinking too. Now, as far as Jim Schwartz, why I originally called, do you think he's already a little offended by this whole process? I mean, we're gonna hire you, Jim, because basically, we couldn't hire anybody else. I don't know if that's true or not. Nobody knows what's going on behind the scenes.
It doesn't feel like Mike Pettin, though. Mike Pettin felt that way. This doesn't feel that way.
And
he's been in the mix the whole time. You know?
Another factor here, for whatever reason, the Rooney Rule requirement wasn't met until yesterday. So, Dan, even if they wanted to hire him, they couldn't have.
Right. And I'm sure there's talk behind the scenes going on if that's the case. When I saw other defensive coordinators up there in the mix for being hired, that's when I thought to myself, wow, Jim Schwartz maybe take some type of offense to that. You're going to hire somebody else, another defensive coordinator to be the head coach. But this whole process now, to me, it's gone on a long time. And as far as anybody, candidates, I can't think of anybody else that they should have interviewed that they haven't. It's just that, we'll see who's left,
And there, Dan, and thank you, Dan. That's part of the issue here. Arizona's still looking. We'll see what they have. And the Raiders are still looking. Is Kubiak their guy? Dan is readying the microphone to make some kind of a little announcement here.
No announcement.
Oh, okay.
No, nothing like that.
All right, very good.
Just was going to bring up the point. I think we need to start burying there's only 32 of these jobs. I think that phrase needs to go.
One thing that about those
hard part about it is it's true though. How do you?
But is there really only 32 of these jobs when they
open up
them turn over every year?
That's exactly right.
Well,
I mean, there are going to be 5 teams that are looking for a coach next year.
How many guys are getting second chances? How many guys are being looped through? I guess that it's not about saying that's 1 of 32. It's saying your odds of getting a head coaching job in the NFL are super slim. Can we say that? They are.
I mean,
they are super slim.
If you're a coordinator and you're inside of those circles and all of that stuff at that point, you're
right.
But
part of it is
you got.
I mean, you got to look at it as you might be a great coordinator. Let's say you're a great offensive coordinator, but your offensive line is brutal. Your quarterback isn't something, and you're on a team that's losing. You get branded for the players that are playing on for you. Right? Oh, well, what kind of an offensive coordinator can he be? His quarterback didn't throw for more than 200 yards. His receivers dropped more passes. You know what I'm saying? The odds get slimmer and slimmer when you start doing stuff like that.
Let me throw this at
so
you.
not only do you have to be a hot coordinator from a hot team, it's the only way you're getting a chance.
I got a guy in Atlanta who's going to have a press conference in 30 minutes who got hired quite quickly
who people realize that he fell under some of the circumstances that I just explained.
Right.
How often does that happen? How many Browns coaches have we seen the league come after losing their job here? I'll wait. I'll wait. It just doesn't happen.
Well, I mean, should you be having second thoughts? If you're Jimmy Haslam?
If Jimmy's not happy with the process, if Jimmy doesn't feel that they've upgraded at head coach, then yeah, he should be upset. But he knew this when he let him go.
I just think we need.
Everybody knew that that Kevin was going to have opportunities somewhere else.
Let me bury 1 of 32. That's all I'm
all right, you can bury it. You can bury it.
But Dan, there's a thought there.
I give you 5 gigs that'll open next year.
Hold on, it's this though. It's 1 of 32 to me. If you're a guy like Todd Monken, if you're a guy like Jim Schwartz,
correct.
If you're a guy like Mike McCarthy, and
he's on 3 of 32, and the way he's going, he might end up at 6.
Marty Schottenheimer had 4 or 5, and that worked out pretty well. Didn't win a Super Bowl, but he's a pretty good coach. It's that. It's if I want another chance at this, I better take it. If you're Grant Udinski and you just turned 30 years old, and you're the hot coordinator 2 years in a row, your teams go 3-13 or 14-3 or whatever it is in Minnesota, and then what was Jacksonville? Were they 14-3 or 13-4? Whatever they were really good. And you're the hot young coordinator. With him, Dan, I think your thought you can bury it's 1 of 32, absolutely, because he's going to, even if Jacksonville flounders this coming year, he's going to get another head coaching opportunity. But the older guys who have been around, been kicked around the league a little bit, those are the guys who, well, if I want to be a head coach, I better take this gig, and then I better make that work. I do think that's the case in those.
Since 1995, if I'm correct, the Browns have only had one other head coach who's become a head coach again after leaving here.
Romeo
Crennel for, 1 year,
Houston.
1.5 years? And that was it.
Yep.
Romeo's the only guy that's you got to go all the way back. So
Didn't Butch go to North Carolina? Don't think that matters, though.
No. I was talking about NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not easy.
Chris is in Chicago. Chris, welcome.
Guys, great show as usual. Indulge me for 2 seconds. This is my dream coaching staff and front office.
Okay.
Let me go. Okay. Offensive coordinator, we've got Josh McDaniels.
Okay.
He's not going anywhere. He's already been got a gig.
Okay, no, come on. This is all.
Let him dream.
I'm indulging. Go ahead.
Can a man dream?
Go.
All right. Defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon. You have head coach Mike Vrabel. You've got general manager Jason Garrett and president of football operations John Gruden, all Northeast Ohioans. Wouldn't that be awesome?
That'd be swell.
Who are we forgetting?
Never
It's
happened.
be somebody.
All right. I know. All right. So, dumb question. You can put.
So wait, is
Brian Hoyer
Telesco then your GM? Because you went to Carroll?
No, I had Jason Garrett, but you can put
You had Jason as your GM. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Oh,
Okay.
There's so many great names.
Assistant GM.
All right. What about?
Greg
I might have
Roman?
missed it. I didn't really.
Brandon
I
Staley.
didn't hear
Brandon
much.
Staley, yeah.
I didn't. Okay, wait. Stop. I didn't hear much of Mary Kay's thing. What's going on with McDermott? Not just with the Browns, but in general, because you really haven't heard his name. Any thoughts
Word
there?
is that he's going to sit out a year. Is the only thing I've seen, Chris. And I thought the same thing as you, and I actually looked it up, like, what's going on? Because his name's not been tied to any gigs.
At all,
until Jimmy Haslam gets super frustrated with the search right now, and he says, "Hey, how would you like a Deshaun Watson contract?" Sure, I'm in.
Hey, wouldn't you applaud?
Yeah,
I would applaud too.
Yeah.
I'd applaud.
Sure. I would applaud.
All right, Chris.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
By the way, how's the weather in Chicago compared to here right now? Did you guys get hammered?
I live in the north side by the lake, north suburbs by the lake. We got 7 of lake effect snow. It's but it's been cold, but 18 and sunny right now. So
You get the sun.
Sunny. I
Let us
remember
know.
those days. Chris,
Sunny.
thanks, buddy.
Sing with Cher. Didn't we do a joke about them yesterday?
Bobby's in Brunswick, home of the Blue Devils.
Bobby.
Hey, guys. Why is Jimmy Haslam slapping Jim Schwartz? Right in the face. He's been the coach there for, 2-3 years? They know who he is. To interview him, I think, is, if he's filling out essays, that's ridiculous.
Hopefully his from when he got hired in is still good.
So, yeah.
It doesn't have an expiration date on it.
No, they put it in the vault.
Okay. Well, if they've got a new consultant, they may have new questions that he may have to answer.
Valid.
But that's my whole thing is, the Rooney Rule, get that thing taken care of. I mean, I don't know. It's just a big slap in the face to him. The other comment that I had on this, and I'm not a Nate Shieldhouse fan. I've never heard of him until a month ago, so no, I don't want him as my head coach. But the amount of college coaches, every single year you'd hear about college coaches, jumping up or taking interviews. I haven't heard of one single college coach even being interviewed by any NFL team.
Who wants to
let alone
take
the
a pay cut? Why would you take a pay cut?
Are you kidding me? Who's taking a pay cut jumping from college to the pros?
Give me a minute. I'll give you a list. How's that sound? Just give me a couple minutes.
Okay, text me.
All right, I'll text you.
But
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised by that they're just. I heard Mario Cristobal kind of getting floated around out there.
Yeah.
Cignetti,
of
Indiana
course.
coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cignetti, but that's not going to happen. I think he got a $14 million bonus in his contract because he won the national championship plus an additional.
All right, just so you know, the average NFL head coach ranges from $3 million to $10 million a year. What I just look up, Ryan Day makes $12 million a year. So there's one. I'll give you one. So if you're making, you've got guys that are making relatively. If you're a high-end college football coach, Kevin O'Donnell's making $13 million a year. It's about the same. Ben Johnson's making $13 million a year. Kyle Shanahan's making $14 million a year.
Dan Menigan making $13 million.
That's true. So the high-end college football coaches are right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going. So, how much is Shieldhouse making if he's a coach in college right now?
He's not. He's with the Rams, but I'll bet he's making. I have no idea. I'll guess like $700,000.
Yeah, he was
Passing
talking about
game coordinator.
I'm not wrong.
Second year in the NFL.
I'm not wrong. He was talking about college coaches that are jumping up.
No, right. He just mentioned Shieldhouse. Just mentioned Shieldhouse there. Coming up a little later on, we're going to talk some Cavs with the voice of the Magic, Jake Chapman, as the Cavs playing the Magic.
Oh, Jake.
Yeah. We're going to keep you all over everything there is to do with this coaching search. Anything happens, you're going to hear it here. But our baseball team, the truck is leaving.
It is?
And Jose Ramirez's gear is going to be on it for a long time.
Wow.
Next on Baskin and Phelps.
And tonight, number 5 Nebraska in Ann Arbor to face number 3 Michigan. Cornhuskers just one of 3 unbeaten teams left in Division I basketball, along with Arizona and Miami of Ohio. The Wolverines come in at 18-1. Don't miss the 92.3 The Fan off-season special tonight, 7 to 9. Get the latest on the Browns right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Well, we're not allowed to talk about Jose Ramirez and his contract extension, apparently. The NFL has done it to us again. Joe Brady being promoted from offensive coordinator to head coach of the Buffalo Bills. Jeff just said it. Just happened. Just getting out there. This is a guy, and Andy, I'm going to draw parallels here. He's been interviewed by a couple of other teams, went through 2 interviews with the Raiders. Highly thought of young offensive coordinator. He's only 36 years old. Josh Allen likes the guy. Was with the Carolina Panthers. The situation in Buffalo, to me, was almost a mirror of what happened here in Cleveland, where the owner decided to stick with the general manager and fire a coach who had been successful. McDermott's certainly much more successful than Kevin Stefanski was here, but they couldn't get over the hump in Buffalo. Why? Well, they determined it was Sean McDermott, and others might tell you it's the roster. Here in Cleveland, they decided that 8 wins in 2 years was on Kevin Stefanski, not on Andrew Berry and the roster. But they promote from within, which shows that they were happy with some of the things going on in Buffalo. Could the Browns end up doing the same thing? Hey, we got rid of the head coach. We're just moving another guy up. So we're going to have a lot of continuity. Things stay the same. And that's what's going to happen in Buffalo now with Joe Brady.
How much does Josh Allen make a difference in this?
As far as what? The similarity of the jobs?
The hire.
Well, Joe Brady's worked with Josh Allen. I would think that Josh Allen might have said, I like him.
Why did I think that Josh Allen was in on the meetings? Yeah,
he was in the meetings.
Supposedly with all of them.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. If your quarterback wants him to be the head coach, doesn't that seem like a slam dunk?
No. Who's running the organization?
Have you checked the NBA lately?
It's a different league.
I mean, I don't know if it's that much different. They're
Different
both
league.
They're professional sports, and if your superstar wants a guy to be a head coach, he's going to be a head coach. I'm sorry. I've or at least have a 90% stay knowing that the owner who wants said superstar who's bringing money in to be happy.
If said superstar is under contract and highly paid and happy enough, he can make it work with somebody else. But yeah, Josh Allen, I'm sure, said, I'd love to have Joe Brady as the coach if we're not going to have Sean.
Yeah, I just think,
we don't have to worry about that here.
No.
Unless you're
Myles Garrett.
Unless your star Myles Garrett says.
Unless Myles says, if Myles Garrett walks in there and says Jim Schwartz has done a great job, I want him to be the head coach.
Quarterback is different than defensive line, but I get it.
I agree. It's a different feel, but
I get it.
Who's selling the jerseys? Who's making your franchise valuable? As an owner, it's not a bad business move to listen to say, if Josh Allen wants a guy to be ahead. I'm not saying that that's the way it went down, but we know that he was in the meetings. That we do know for a fact. So where does this put Shieldhouse?
Well, he's not going to Buffalo as the head coach. Would going to Buffalo as offensive coordinator be a job promotion for a young guy who's the passing game coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams under Sean McVay?
Yes.
In title, yes, it would.
Yeah.
Would it position him better? Yeah, it probably would.
Puts him in a position also to start calling plays.
Maybe. But Joe Brady did that. I can't imagine Joe Brady not calling plays as the head coach.
What if the Browns gave him the shot to call plays if you were, if you want to be the offensive coordinator here?
Yeah, there's a difference, though.
Well, you're going to be working with, clay. You're going to be trying to mold something.
Right.
Yeah.
Rather than working with a already made car.
With a statue, yeah. Yeah, I know. I don't disagree. I just wonder what does this do for Shieldhouse as far as the Browns' job now? And, did the Bills sneak in last night to have the interview with him to make him the offensive coordinator, knowing that that they were going to promote from within? And what's this leave us now? 3 jobs left? Us, Arizona, Las Vegas.
Yep. That's it.
It's funny because the thought was the Browns would know who their head coach would be by noon today. You're 14 minutes away, and the Bills now know who their coach is by noon today.
There are reports that Shieldhouse has also had some contact with the Raiders. We'll see. Aiden is in the Valley. Hello, Aiden.
Hey, Aiden.
Hey, it's actually David. How you guys doing?
Hi, David.
What's up, man?
Sorry.
It's not the best way for writing, but hey, every day is a good day. I just want to tell you something about the coaching search. I remember when we hired Mangini, he had been embarrassed by Belichick when he was on the Jets. When we played the Patriots, he had circled that day the moment he got hired. We had 2 separate game plans for the first half and second half, and he was so ready like the playoffs that we were beating them. It was his game that he had passion for.
Hey, man, call back. Well, your phone line's it's breaking up. So there's problems in the Valley.
Not good. Too deep in the Valley.
Too deep in the Valley. It's not that he was. I think what he was saying was okay. I was trying to figure it out, but it was just too muffled. Sorry, man.
James is in Akron with a better phone. Hello, James.
We hope. James.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Couple of things I want to say. I think Kapansky lost his job because he stayed with Gabriel too long.
Maybe.
And I think he hurt Gabriel because the majority of the people around here don't think Gabriel can be a quarterback. I think he wasn't handling the pressure well. And I think that was a problem there, and it's not fair to the kid because I think Gabriel Kapansky was probably involved with the choosing of him, and he probably wanted to make it work. Well, you coach, you gotta, if it's not working, you got to go to something else. And it wasn't working. We stayed 7 games. And let's just say Sanders came in and he wasn't working. He would have got Sanders out of there.
He probably wouldn't have gone to Shedeur had there not been a concussion with Dylan Gabriel.
Hey, he took Flacco out of there.
You're absolutely right.
Did take Flacco out when it wasn't going well.
Well, Flacco, I disagree with the Flacco deal from the very beginning. I didn't think Flacco, we should have even gotten Flacco if we weren't going to use him. I think that where the Browns we were looking for future as opposed to right now. Now we're in a situation we're forced to go with right now. So they have to win this year. And, people keep talking about we can wait till the new stadium. No, the Browns can't wait till the new stadium.
Why not?
Because
I don't want them to, but why not?
Well, here's my reasoning behind it. Okay, I've been watching the Browns. I watched Browns with Jim Brown, so I'm old.
Good. You're not old. You're not old. Stop it. You got a strong resume.
Your experience.
That's what you need to tell your friends. That doesn't make you old.
Well, I got a long resume there.
Okay.
But I've been watching the Browns, and the Browns did the same thing for like the last 3 years in a row. And they were hoping, I think they were hoping that what's-his-name was going to be able to play. He wasn't able to play.
Watson.
So I think he was damaged goods when we got him.
Probably.
And I think that was why Houston got rid of him. But anyway, I think back to the issue, I think Browns fans are tired, and they're not going to continue to wait. So the problem for the Browns is going to be deeper than that. They got to win this year. They need to make the playoffs this year.
And what if they don't? What if they don't? Browns fans are resilient, man.
If they don't,
I was on the air this morning with a station from Florida, and they were saying how the Browns fans are some of the best fans in the country because they put up with this each and every year to have hope in the offseason to head towards the draft.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, was there not a waiting list to get tickets? Is there still a waiting list to get tickets? It's like, I mean, we keep saying this, but
year. Not this year. You better check it. The Browns are not doing well selling tickets this year.
Okay.
They're hoping that Shedeur Sanders fans all over the Colorado and that place are going to come here and buy a ticket. They're not coming here to buy a ticket.
Oh, they can go to the Pro Bowl and see him. James, thank you, buddy. Appreciate the phone call.
Appreciate it.
They can go watch him in the Pro Bowl.
I remember doing commercials for these guys. The Browns wait list. Season tickets are once again sold out at First Energy. Oh, that was prior to the 2020 season.
Okay, riddle me this one, boys.
Yes.
The Buffalo Bills got rid of McDermott, who was a defensive-minded coach. They promote from within, offensive-minded coach. Obviously, had their Rooney Rule requirements satisfied. The Browns fire their head coach, who's going to have his press conference in Atlanta here in about 8 minutes. We'll hear excerpts if Kevin says anything that we find somewhat riveting, which I'm sure we will.
We'll get it fixed.
Coming up,
we got that fixed.
Coming up in just a little bit. And the Browns now have fulfilled the Rooney Rule requirement. Shouldn't you just hire somebody, Andy?
No, you better hire the right person.
No,
it's not just a matter of hiring.
At this point, do you have the right person? If not, then throw the doors wide open and go find yourself a coach right now. You know, I mean, seriously, if you're Jimmy Haslam right now, okay, you're down the road here, you're hanging out. You know what it's like? Remember in Animal House, opening scene?
Done.
Flounder and Pinto walk into the house.
Chi Omega, or not Chi Omega? That's a real sorority.
Yeah,
that's a sorority.
Into the snooty guy's house.
Yeah,
It's just the Omega House, isn't it?
Omega House.
And they walk over, and then they get escorted over to the table.
And meet these guys over and over again.
Yeah, they get escorted back over to the table, and here are these guys. The Browns are sitting at that table right now. They weren't hanging out with the cool kids. Cool kids have their coaches.
Oh, so you'll get along quite well.
7 teams have hired their coaches. Get back over here with these guys.
I think it was you the other day.
And that's where this is right now. So my thought is this. You tell me.
Mm-hmm.
If you're the Browns, your choices right now appear to be Anthony Lynn, Todd Monken, Nate Scheelhaus, and Jim Schwartz.
Okay.
Would you put it past Jimmy Haslam to say, get me Sean McDermott's number?
Absolutely not. I
Hold on.
totally think you would. Yeah.
Get me John Gruden's number.
We already have
John, what's it going to take? I want you. $75 million for 5 years. You want the job? Let's go.
Don't Monty Williams this, please. Don't Monty Williams this.
I'm just telling you. Would you put it past him? If they're
Monty
not,
Williams it.
if I mean they're way down this road. If you're sitting here with one of 3 teams to hire a coach, unless they're giddy about Nate Scheelhaus and make it worth his while to leave Sean McVay and a path toward a great head coaching job, you know, he could pull a Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson said no thanks to everybody and then waited a year and steps into an offense in Chicago that has Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, Luther Burden, Loveland, a tight end. They're DeAndre Swift. They're loaded. They redid their offensive line. Boom, they're ready to go. Scheelhaus could do the same thing. Without question, could do the same thing. Maybe Udinsky's doing the same thing. He didn't get the Buffalo gig, did he? That means he either the Browns told him he wasn't getting this job, or he said, I'd rather be the OC and wait than be the head coach in Cleveland. And we've seen our owner be impulsive before. Couldn't you see him picking up the phone? Hey, Sean, I know you want to sit out a year. How would you like to be the highest paid head coach in the National Football League? Because that can happen right here. You like orange?
Here's a tie.
It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This is Nick Kostos with an
leading the Browns. Cavaliers have the day off after taking down the Magic over at Rocket Arena 114-98. They'll be welcoming in the Lakers tomorrow in the annual homecoming of LeBron James. Don't miss the Browns' off-season special tonight, 7 to 9, with Jake Volnick, Daryl Ryder, and Coach Lance Reisland, right here on 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Go around the AFC North, Wednesday morning at 8. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
You're Jimmy Haslam. Are you picking up the phone? You making the big call?
Why wouldn't you? Why haven't you done it already?
Maybe they have. Maybe Sean McDermott has said, I'm not interested in coaching, fellas. Thanks. Jimmy's heard that before. Didn't work out real well, but he got his guy. Didn't work out real well.
Yeah, but you're right. He did.
Could John Gruden be the guy?
I'd listen if I were him. I'd listen.
I'd listen.
That, and by the way, when
You
he said
wanna talk to him?
when he got his guy, it doesn't matter if there's lawsuits going on with the NFL.
No,
he did. I mean, that I wouldn't put it past Jimmy Haslam. It might be what's best for the organization too. You just don't know. You know, you can listen to the Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app, or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. That's right, on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10, Baskin and Phelps. That's who we are, from 10 to 2, and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now.
That's great.
Now.
That's great. If I'm Jimmy, if I'm Jimmy and I'm not happy, I mean, there are 10 teams looking for a gig.
Is it Jimmy
looking
or
for
is it
coach?
Jimmy?
There were 10. There are now only 3 left. There are only 3 left.
You're the man that told me about Nick Sirianni last week, about saying that he was one of the last to go in that coaching search. So I'm not panicking. I'm not. I just, you know, if they come back next season, no matter who the coach is, and they win a couple games out of the gate, you're not going to care about the drama of going out there and trying to find a coach. Because really, that's what it's all about, right?
Yeah.
That's what it is all about. Hey, you know what else time it is, Jeff?
Tell me.
It is time for some tickets.
Oh,
right?
good. For what?
Well, you can win a pair of tickets to the 26th Greater Cleveland Sports Awards at Rocket Arena on Thursday, February 5th. And you can get your tickets at clevelandsportsawards.com. You need to enter the word. Ready? Here comes your word. Today is Tuesday. Isn't that correct, Jeff? Tuesday.
I do believe, Andy.
The word is moment. Moment. M-O-M-E-N-T. Moment. M-O-M-E-N-T. You can enter that by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win. Have fun at the Cleveland Sports Awards. Check out more at clevelandsportsawards.com.
Okay, so there's that. If you're Jimmy, are you making the call? Are you happy? You happy with the way this is going? By the way, a little traffic update. I-90 eastbound closed. There are multiple semis that jackknifed in Concord Township.
Ooh, that's not fun.
So if you're on 90 and heading east, get ready.
Multiple. I'm going to OHGO to go see what's going on there.
It's not good.
Can I also take a second and just have one of these revelations while we're here?
Don't be an idiot and speed on the road and drive right up behind people like you're a maniac, because SUVs end up in ditches just like regular cars. And I drive an SUV.
Those are truthful statements.
Thank you.
When it comes to life, how often does ordering things off of TV actually work out?
Why are we getting our coach off of TV?
Yeah. I mean, you're sitting here saying, I want John Gruden. I'm calling John Gruden. I'm calling for this guy. I'm calling for that guy.
I didn't say I wanted him. I'm just
Jason
saying.
Garrett. It's like, how often does it work? About 2 o'clock in the morning when you're sitting there unable to sleep watching the Home Shopping Network, and all of a sudden you're like, hey,
did you like
how that hose gets really small?
Did you like Terry Francona?
How well does it work out when you start ordering stuff off TV?
That spot remover stuff is pretty good.
Hey, that guy's got a boat with a screen door on it, and he's able to sail.
We'll be back to pick you up later.
He doesn't know what that is. No way.
Yeah, he does.
Mr. Microphone.
He's speaking into it right now.
All right, well, I was making sure. I always thought it was fascinating when Chia Pet came out with new, different heads to put the Chia on.
Just be careful ordering things off the TV.
That's wonderful.
Terry Francona work out for you? Yes or no?
So you got one. Let's go down the rest of them.
Let me keep thinking here.
Be careful ordering things off the TV.
The Atlanta
There's got to
Falcons.
be others. Hang on. There's got to be others.
Can I throw one other
Head
thought at you here?
coaches on QVC enter.
Listen.
Oh, I was looking at Home Shopping Network.
There's one other aspect of this that we haven't touched on yet because we've been so consumed with the coaching search that I get it. But you're missing a lot of time here where you could be hiring assistant coaches. And this is just for an example.
Hang on. Can I tell him just a few? Oh, you're not going to like this. Sean Payton, Jimmy Johnson, Matt Patricia.
Wait. Was Jimmy on TV and then went to the Cowboys?
After leaving the Cowboys in '94, Johnson joined Fox Sunday as an analyst.
Right. And he's been there since, right?
Before returning to the NFL later with the Dolphins.
Where it didn't work as well.
Well, I'm just saying.
You're missing time to hire coordinators and coaches and everything else. For whatever it's worth, Kevin Stefanski in Atlanta got hired early. Second guy hired after Harbaugh. He kept his defensive coordinator, Jeff Ulbrich. He brought in Bill Callahan as offensive line coach. He retained his running backs coach in Atlanta. He retained the assistant offensive line coach in Atlanta. He is keeping the senior defensive assistant in Atlanta. He has hired a lady named Jacqueline Roberts, who was the coordinator of coaching logistics for the Cleveland Browns. She is now the manager of coaching operations in Atlanta. Tommy Rees leaves the Browns and goes to Atlanta as OC. Kevin Koger keeps his gig as as a tight end coach. They keep their secondary coach. They have kept their defensive line coach, and they are second in the NFL in sacks. So, they hire Kevin quickly. He retains that guy. He doesn't get out there on the market. They've hired a wide receiver coach from the Miami Dolphins. They've hired Bob Quinn, who the last several years was the senior personnel and coaching executive for the Cleveland Browns. He's the Falcons' senior advisor to the head coach. And they've hired Craig Aukerman, Miami's special teams coordinator, to be their special teams coach. And so that's just an example.
You didn't want Bubba?
That's just an example of, Kevin got hired early, boom, retains coaches that he wanted to keep in Atlanta, and then is able to bring guys together.
Wait, was that special teams coach a retain, or they brought him in from Miami?
They brought him in from Miami.
Yeah. Interesting.
So let's just say Jim Schwartz gets hired. Okay. Jim can quickly say, hey, guys, I'd like to keep everybody on the defensive staff. Or if he didn't like somebody, he can get rid of somebody on the defensive staff. But they're going to have to build an offensive coaching staff, I would think.
Sure. Yeah, they have no choice.
You lost Chad O'Shea, your wide receiver coach.
Yeah.
He goes to Kansas City. You've lost Tommy Rees, your offensive coordinator. So
you knew that going in, though.
Yeah, I know, but it's valuable time.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything.
It's not. You knew it going in, but you didn't think you're going to be 3 weeks down the road, did you?
I don't know. Again, Jeff, I go back to what you said last week about
Nick Sirianni.
About Nick Sirianni, hired. Yeah,
I get that, but I understand. It's just that there are guys, and you never know who's going to end up being good. Let's be honest. You never know. And Philadelphia hired a guy who's ended up being good, and Nick Sirianni, last guy hired during his coaching cycle. Maybe the Browns can do the same. Sammy is in Cleveland. Hello,
Sammy. You guys, I listen to you guys every day.
Thank
I listen to you guys every day. No, listen, I listen to you guys every day religiously.
It's time for a new religion, my friend.
You two have a great show. I love you guys' show, seriously.
Thanks, Sammy.
But my beef about the Browns, I think they got rid of the wrong guy. They should have got rid of the general manager and kept Stefanski, because I feel like the general manager had him by his neck, and they didn't let him pick the players that he wanted. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
And then for him I don't know why Andrew Berry turned around and picked Shedeur in the 5th, 6th, 7th round, whatever round he went in. But, he had two old veterans there that at least get us over through the hump. And maybe we could have got a better quarterback in this coming up draft. But I would leave the defense. The defense is solid. I don't want them to touch the defense. Jim Schwartz should be the head coach. Find you a great offensive coordinator, a great one, pay him, because the man got money. Pay both of them, and have Schwartz the head coach, and get you a great offensive coordinator, and then work from there. That's what I'm saying.
Sammy, call
Yes,
back,
sir.
will you?
Okay, I sure will.
I'll make you a friend of the show. There
we
you go.
appreciate you listening.
Okay, thank you.
There's Sammy in Cleveland. I wonder if there is remorse on the part of ownership that they let Kevin go. I would assume not. Okay, but you did hang on to Andrew Berry. Sammy thought shouldn't have gone that way. Kevin has apparently started his press conference, and Fearless Leader has already made a cut of his opening statement.
Oh, what did he say? What did he say?
Put it in the Y drive, Dan. That's radio talk in the Y drive.
This is a special place. Atlanta's where I wanted to be. I wanted to be here. There was a pull to this job and a pull to this city, and it really started right at the top. It's Arthur Blank and Matt Ryan. Arthur and I share very similar values of how to treat people. He will create an environment and an opportunity to win. And then Matt Ryan. I've known Matt a long time. I've known of Matt a very long time. I know what he's made of. I know what he's about. I know where he's from, literally. But I also know what is important to him. And what's important to Matt is winning. And I know sitting with Matt and sitting with the general manager will be aligned in that vision of putting together a football team where winning is at the forefront of everything we do.
A little peppier than usual. Of course, he hasn't been beaten down for 2 years and played 17 different quarterbacks in the last 3 weeks.
Adam Schefter, ESPN sources, the Titans are now set to hire former Giants head coach Brian Daboll as their offensive coordinator.
Wow. Going to work with Robert Saleh.
Yep.
And see, coordinator's getting hired.
Because he didn't get the Buffalo job.
He didn't get the Buffalo job, nor did he get the Raider job, where he apparently did 2 interviews. Raiders haven't jumped. So that's an experienced crew right there. Robert Saleh and Brian Daboll. And this is what we're talking about. It's nothing wrong. You can end up with a great guy. This just doesn't feel real good.
Wait, so now I mean, do you feel regret because experienced guys are getting jobs now as coordinators?
No.
Whereas with a head coach, you just said 2 days ago, you got to start somewhere. Somewhere's got to be the first time.
No, you know where I
they're
feel
calling
regret,
plays.
Andy? I wouldn't have fired Kevin. That's where I feel regret.
All I know is that sounded like a very refreshed Kevin Stefanski.
Sure did.
And every
pep
word
in his step.
Every word coming out of his mouth was he saying that we weren't focused on winning here?
No. You can't do that.
Dan, am I allowed to do that?
No.
What are you doing?
Play it again, and then
No,
when you
don't
listen
play it
to
We're
it,
not playing Kevin Stefanski
come on.
again.
If you listen, here's what I want you to do.
I don't
this is
put
an
my
exercise.
foot down on many things.
Listen,
He's
listen.
not gonna,
Stop.
everything
Stop.
is a contradiction.
Hang on, I've got the floor. Listen. Here's
Ladies
what
and
I'm saying.
gentlemen,
Go back. Thank
Andy
you.
Baskin.
Thank you. Go back and listen to it and ask yourself: is everything he's saying I didn't have this in Cleveland?
No.
Ask yourself that.
Well, no.
Why?
If you want to live in the world of regret and the world of, woe is us, then you can go ahead
he
and
has
do
an
that.
owner that's focused on winning. Is he saying that his owner wasn't focused on winning here?
He's saying that this guy's focused on winning. What's he going to say?
I wanted to be here.
Well, he wanted to be here, too, for a while until they told him to go home.
I think he wanted to be here until the very end. I think he enjoyed the job.
I think he'd have been
liked
back.
coming. But how long was that cut? 15 seconds of your life? Sorry.
A minute.
Oh, a minute of my life is gone. I can't give it
There's
away.
more stuff coming up.
Order more stuff off the team.
Somebody
Do we
in
have more?
Atlanta, please ask him about Cleveland so that he can say, yeah, you know what? We're looking ahead.
Tommy Reese will call plays from what he has said as well from day one.
Oh. Okay. 216-474-0092 is the number to join us. Well, we'll have more pearls of wisdom from Kevin if Kevin decides he's going to give us any pearls of wisdom. But I just think it's time to either hire a coach for the Browns or make a big move that you haven't made yet in this coaching search. And that's writing the big check to get Sean McDermott. He's out there. He's been successful. You're going to pick up the phone, see if he really wants to, you sure you want to take a year off? Dan doesn't want that. It's living. It's hiring a guy who
Dan
doesn't
won't
want
play
to
a
work.
soundbite again. So what does it really matter what Dan wants anymore?
If you were Jimmy, are you going to just pick one of these 4 guys, or are you going to write the big check and go get the prize out of the market?
Dan wants your microphone to stop working, but that hasn't happened yet.
I can turn yours off too somehow, some way.
It's Baskin and Phelps on the
Get
fan.
a long stick.
Hey everybody, it's
Okay now?
Yeah, I'm better.
Go ahead.
Made me laugh. It's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. That's right. When working on a contract.
That
before
went
they
right
announced
past
it.
Andy. He didn't even
I
catch
heard
it.
what you were saying.
Sean Shieldhouse.
Oh, Sean Shieldhouse. I think I bought carpeting from him once before.
Hey, you didn't buy it from my family store
I
back
didn't.
in the day?
No, not at all. Did you use my dad as an electrician?
Loser.
Did you guys use my dad as no? So we're even. I'm just saying. Shout out to my boys at 38. Saw them last night.
At this point, guys, you've got 3 veteran coaches. I mean, let's just look at their group. You have 3 veteran coaches, all of whom have been a head coach, either at the NFL level or at the college level, and it didn't go real well.
Okay.
Monken was a head coach at Southern Mississippi for 3 years. Anthony Lynn was the head coach of the Chargers, where he had a winning record. And Jim Schwartz, as we know, was coach of the Lions for 5 years. It didn't go real well. He turned it around and then couldn't build on it. And then you've got the Wonder Kid. I don't want to make people.
Is Nate Shieldhouse the Wonder Kid?
Yeah, he's 35. He's a passing game coordinator. 2 years ago, he's hanging out at Iowa State saying, this college stuff is great. At this point, if those are your 4 candidates and you're okay with that group, if I had to pick one of those 4 guys to hire.
Yes.
I'm taking the big swing, and I'm going for Shieldhouse.
I'm hiring Schwartz. So, I mean, I've said that since the beginning.
And he would be my second choice, and I'd be really happy with it. I don't think Jim is a big gamble. I think Shieldhouse is a little bit of a gamble. And it would worry me, except I've been hoping that they would hire their guy who becomes their Mike Tomlin, their guy who becomes their John Harbaugh, who becomes their Sean McVay. And he's the only one of the 4 candidates who meets those qualifications. Young, upcoming. We keep hearing, I hate it when we hear these things. He's an offensive savant. He's a brilliant offensive mind. Okay, good. He's coaching football.
As long as you have the players to
have
execute what you want, then you can be. Dan, I got to ask you a serious question about Jeff here, because as this show has gone on since yesterday, I feel like Jeff is displaying all signs of fear of missing out. Like everything that he's been saying today makes me think that he has this tremendous fear of missing out. Whereas normally
you're going to hire somebody.
This would be role reversal. I normally would be the one who has fear of missing out.
He wants an offensive-minded head coach. He
doesn't want a leader of men? Hey, man, you don't want a leader of men? You're not going to get very far here. Nothing?
I just started
laughing.
I'm not. I don't have a fear of missing out, Andy. What I have a fear of is this: do they have a candidate that they actually like? Do they actually have guys who they think are competent and could be their head coach?
Jeff, I would think all 4 guys are competent. I just don't know if they
could
fit
be
the
a
bill
really
here.
good head coach. I'll be honest. The idea of hiring Anthony Lynn or Todd Monken doesn't do much for me. So to me, it comes down to Shieldhouse or Schwartz. And though I am very, very happy with Jim Schwartz as a defensive coordinator, and I think he could do a fine job as a head coach, hey, if you're down this road, what the hell? Go ahead and hire Shieldhouse and see what you get. The offense stinks. Maybe he can fix it. Because a really good defense and a stinky offense gets you 8 wins in 2 years. It wasn't Kevin. It was the personnel that they have on the offense. That's why this team won 8 games in 2 years. So bring in somebody with a really good offensive mind and let him help you. And then Andrew Berry get better at drafting offensive players. Somehow you survived 8 wins and Kevin didn't. How that happened, God only knows. But if you were going to fire one, you should have fired the other. And if you're going to keep one, you should have kept the other.
I think we all need to calm down here for a second.
No, we don't, Andy.
Yes, we do, Jeff.
No, Andy, we don't need to calm down.
Jeff, I think you need to chill just a little bit here.
Who are you?
They are going to find a coach. I'm not in a big hurry. Please don't hire someone just because you feel like you have to hire that person.
But you want to hire a coach at some point here.
Yeah, I get it. So what?
You're going to have to hire one.
What, are we mad that that our prediction was 28 minutes off? Is that, does it make us look silly? Who cares?
I'm not the least bit mad that they haven't hired one, Andy. I'm just wondering if they done a good job in the search, and do they have viable candidates that they think they're happy with, or are they sitting back and thinking, "Good Lord, let's hire somebody else."
Well, there's two things that I would call fact here.
You can call Sean McDermott right now, write him the biggest check ever.
There are two things that I would call kind of fact here. Kind of fact. 3 guys bowed out before they had a chance to hear whether they were taking the job or not, or whether the Browns told them they weren't going to get the job.
Jesse Minter, Mike McDaniel, Grant Udinski.
Okay, so there's 3 there. Yep. The other thing we have is the report that made the Browns look bad, saying that they were making guys basically fill out an SAT form or something to try to get the job. Whether that's true or not.
100-word essay. What did you do on your summer vacation?
That's exactly right. And Darryl Ryder refuted that, saying that his sources at the Browns said that's just not true, or that the perception of it is not the reality.
The way it came out.
Yeah. So that we know. Maybe the Browns have known what they wanted to do since the beginning, and maybe after they fulfilled what we know publicly about the Rooney Rule, that they are currently in negotiations with someone who wants to sign a deal. Maybe the money's off. Maybe there's something little here that we don't know about that's making them hold back from saying, who the head coach is. We also know that Mary Kay Cabot somehow, some way yesterday found out that Jim Schwartz had some momentum going into last night. What does that mean? I don't know. He had momentum. Well, but she also said she's been saying Todd Monken for weeks. Don't rule him out. Don't rule him out. Don't rule him out. So, just a lot of this is just talk to talk. It's what it feels like. They're going to hire a coach. They're going to do it at some point. Sit back, relax, enjoy the ride, and then make sure that Andrew Berry selects the right guys in the draft and does a good job in free agency, and you might have a chance to get back in this thing last year. If you're looking for inspiration, look at the New England Patriots.
Dave's in Mentor. Hello, David.
Hey, Dave.
Hello, gentlemen. Thank you so much, first of all, for taking my call on a snowy Tuesday. Andy, I got to tell you, I agree with you on a couple of things.
Cool.
Give Schwartz the job. I've been saying that for 3 weeks, and I'm glad you brought up the whole momentum thing as far as Mary Kay is concerned. I was waiting for one of you guys to kind of question her on that quote, if she actually did say that, because I'm like you, what the hell does that mean? Schwartz has the momentum. Schwartz has the momentum. And when she opened up the conversation, the dialogue she was having with you two gentlemen after 11 o'clock today, she never really said anything pertaining to that. So in defense of her, I don't know if she ever made that quote to begin with. The quote is attributed to her. When you go online and you look at NBC Sports and this and that, but what does that mean? What I got from her was a lot of, well, if you put the cake back in the oven, let it sit there just for a few more minutes, maybe sprinkle some cinnamon on it, it might taste better when you pull it out of the oven.
You get those crispy edges on those things, Dave, when you do that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. It's like, and nothing against Mary Kay. Great journalist. She's been doing it for a long time. But I got a lot of kind of, you know what? I really don't know. And I don't know if she does know. Give Schwartz the job. If I'm Jim Schwartz, this is the way I would look at this. You've been kind of pimping around. You put the job out there. You put some feelers out there. You brought some people in. They've told you no. Here I am, a proven commodity. I have the respect of the players. You've seen what I can do. Give me the job. I mean, and you guys have brought this up before. Would you say, knowing that they maybe want somebody younger, somebody different?
Somebody not
Irish
you.
Schwartz,
Somebody not you.
Yeah. Thank you. And working in broadcast, trust me, on the television side for many years, I've been a part of that before. Somebody not you, and being passed over and giving the gig to somebody else. Hire Schwartz.
Keep preaching,
Bring
Dave. Keep preaching.
Been there, David.
Bring Anthony Lynn in as offensive as the coordinator, and be it right there in your house.
Yeah. Dave, thanks
I mean,
for the
right
phone
there.
call.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys.
We appreciate it. David Menner. 216-474-0092 number. Stefanski's speaking in Atlanta. He has a job. He has a staff. He's hiring former Browns people. He's got all kinds of stuff going on. And the Browns are down to their final 4. When do you want them to get down to the final 1? And are you okay if it's one of these 4 guys? Because right now, that's where this is, folks. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan.
LeBron and the Lakers at Rocket Arena. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content along with live streams of our shows each and every weekday from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Kevin Stefanski answering a couple of Cleveland-based things. We're going to hear those in a second here and take your phone calls as well. Baskin and Phelps on The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast.
All right, so Kevin's in Atlanta. He's being introduced as head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. We're just kind of keeping an ear to it. He was asked, and we'll leave the question in. And so go ahead and play this one, Dano. It's about the Browns roster.
Kevin, how much were you involved in personnel decisions in Cleveland, and how involved will you be with personnel decisions with the Falcons? And Matt, you can answer that question too.
Sure, Terrence. It's my job to tell our GM, to tell Matt what I think of a player. It's my job to tell them the fit of the player in our offense, our defense, our special teams. I'm a partner. I want to collaborate and give my opinion. But ultimately, I trust the people in those type of positions to pick the players. As a coach, I want to develop our players. I want to get the absolute best out of our players. And I know Matt and I have talked about that collaboration, how it works really well in buildings and making sure that everybody is aligned on that. But I really, from my perspective, I want to give the fit part of the answer to those type of questions.
Kevin's already found new thought partners. That's nice.
And he knows the media's name right out of the gate.
Well, you had to introduce yourself.
You got to remember the guy's name. I mean, could be thinking about something else.
It's not too tough, Bobby.
Yeah, whatever you say there. Mary.
Kevin never said how much he had it to do in Cleveland. Did you notice that?
No, he didn't answer the question.
No, he didn't answer the question. Yeah.
Good old Kevin.
What
else?
3 wins followed by 5 wins in Cleveland. Apparently, he was asked about his struggles in Cleveland with the Browns. And what's that mean for Falcon fans? Dano?
I think there were a lot of fans that were concerned about the way things ended for you in Cleveland for the last 2 seasons. What can you say to assure them that that isn't your work,
Sure.
that you're capable of doing better?
Sure. I appreciate the question, Ken. I would tell you I've learned from all of my seasons in this football, in this game of football, if you will. Something I've told Matt, there's a quote I love where smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. And I think it's something that's important, as all of us understand. Some of those tough moments are going to make us better. I'm so excited about what we're doing at the Atlanta Falcons in 2026 and what we're going to be about. And I know this, you're going to get the best version of me as we get going here. You're also going to get somebody that's going to grow every single day that I'm in this profession. Somebody that I'm going to push myself. I'm going to have a staff around me that's going to push me. And to our fans, I want them to know that we're going to put our heads down and we're going to work.
Okay. Dan's back there. This is the kind of stuff I thought we were going to get.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. Grow up. Come on.
He was asked about...
He said, I appreciate the question. You have to appreciate the fact that he took that from Cleveland.
Well, he's
down to Atlanta.
Yeah, he's got partners. He's collaborating.
That's
and
his way of saying,
questions.
I think your question is stupid. I can't believe you're baiting me, but I'm going to give you the answer I want to give you.
I'm not going to tell you that I had no offensive talent to work with the last 2 years.
That's right. Go ahead. Give us more boring answers.
We have one more question so far, and it was about Baker Mayfield's comments that he was still waiting on that text from Kevin,
Ooh,
right,
yeah.
apparently, and can't wait to see it twice a year, Coach.
Juicy. Yeah.
Hit it.
Were you surprised by Baker Mayfield's comments about you coming to Atlanta and looking forward to seeing you twice a year?
Yeah, Baker's somebody that I have a ton of respect for as a player and a person. I love rivalries in sports, and obviously Buccaneers-Falcons have a great rivalry. It's something that I'm excited about, but I would not get into the specifics of those type of things other than to say I have a ton of respect for Baker as a player, as a person. That's a great team with a great player.
Well,
high
respect.
Road. High road.
It's got respect.
Took the high road.
R-E-S-P-E-C-T for you, Baker. Come on, man.
High road.
Kevin is not going to play your social media game with you.
Not climbing down into the sewer.
Ton of respect for you and your franchise and your organization.
Good team there.
Will they shake hands after they play?
No.
Bro hug?
Might hurt his shoulder.
Not nice, Jeff. Not a nice man.
Might be accurate.
Any more? Please give me some more.
Give it time.
Any more, Stefanski? Why are you such a bitter man?
Chuck is in Collinwood. Chuck, be careful on the roadway there, my friend.
Hold on, I mean, yeah. Listen, yeah, it's nasty out here.
Yeah.
So, I want to say this. One thing, I would say, the thing why Mike Tomlin won all those games and never had to lose a season, I mean, do you see the demeanor of that man? When you have guys making millions of dollars playing a game that they love, you got to have a tough guy up top. You got to have a guy that's going to sit a guy if you get in your quarterback's face, like Judy did. It's kind of rookie. You got this guy in his face that's not even playing as a Pro Bowl receiver. You know, Kosick had to get in there and break that up. It's just guys was doing anything they want. I mean, y'all just touched on the end of the year, you got guys, 2 back-to-back penalties. I mean, that's a reflection on the coach. The thing I like about Schwartz is when you get up there, just like Stefanski, you just heard, totally the opposite when you talk to Schwartz. He lays down a foundation, he answers your question, and he gives you the nucleus to the answer. His demeanor is of it's kind of like an Army-like demeanor that I know I would respect. And he holds guys accountable because look at that defense over there. Very disciplined individuals. I think at the end of the year, that had nothing to do with him when the guys was getting all the little penalties. I think it was more on, hey, they know what's going on with the coach. Stefanski, one thing that I did like about him, I feel like didn't have a fair shake at him. He had to be the spokesperson for this mess. And he had to go out there and lie every week. And that got away on you. And you could tell that in the press conference, he did have a very good – it was a load-off. And now he get to start over new. And he got a pretty good roster over there. So, I think it was a shot at Cleveland and the owner who wants to work for Jimmy. I mean, it's crazy. He said, hey, these are teams that want to win, and we clearly knew that the plan this year wasn't to win.
These guys, I heard that, but these guys didn't hear that. Same page, Chuck. These guys aren't in the same program as us.
Chuck, thank you. Andy's always looking for the negative, isn't he, Dan?
No, you guys were not listening to what he was actually saying. That's all there is to it.
Well, if you're going to say something about somebody, you can spin it. Well, that means that he's saying this about Cleveland. No, he's not. He was saying that about the Atlanta Falcons.
Obviously it was something that was missing in his life because otherwise he wouldn't have brought it up.
It was missing in his life.
If you want to be grumpy, be grumpy.
I'm being grumpy?
I can't tell you how to think.
I'm being grumpy. I don't want to play any of his press conference. Even though we just spent, how long was he here? 6 years?
Because my goal.
We just spent 6 years of our life with this man.
Because
you can't give him the common decency.
And inform.
Yes.
Not send people into a 20-minute nap.
They were not napping. People want to know what Kevin Stefanski was going to say in this press conference, and they were looking to see if he was going to say something negative about his last experience or that we could gain some inside knowledge of what his experience was like here as we embark on another journey with another coach who will have something to say somewhere down the road.
I wanted to see if Kevin Stefanski,
if you were listening during
Stefanovich.
No, that's Alex.
Was going to go out and say something negative about anyone in a press conference. You've listened to this nonsense for 6 years, and
why would you think he was going to say anything negative?
Say something negative.
Yeah,
we didn't think he was going to say anything negative. That's not his style.
Andy said that. That's what Andy just said.
We were listening between the lines.
Andy was.
This isn't the end of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood where Leo's just out there with the flamethrower. That's not this press conference.
So Andy just.
By the way, would a flamethrower not be great on your driveway right now?
Have you seen people use those, by the way?
No, not yet.
They've floated around all over the place where it's people with like legit flamethrowers flamethrowing the snow.
Does it work?
They claim it does, but I always wonder if it does something bad.
Ruin
just
your
going
driveway?
You think so?
Going from super cold to super warm.
What if you hit a tree or something like that?
Oh, that's a real problem.
Or a gas tank?
Well, that's a gargantuan
That's a
problem.
bad move, too.
Yeah, you turn into a Michael Bay movie pretty quick.
Why can't they make something that you could put down on your driveway that instantly melts everything as it lands?
I don't know. That's
like a
good
bubble
question.
tarp or something like that,
I've
right?
always thought similar, or the idea that we could put something under there that keep a consistent temperature.
We were just talking about coaches. What happened here?
Well,
We got onto
sometimes
flamethrowers. It's more
How
entertaining.
about pipes under the driveway?
Flamethrowers are far more
pipes,
entertaining.
the
than
gas
Kevin
pipes under
Stefanski.
the driveway work. I might know someone that has that. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Interesting. I didn't know these people, but there was this house where I grew up, and it was on a curve up on a hill, and it was like straight down. And I always
Wait, that made no sense what you just said. It was up on a curve, but straight down.
It was on
downhill?
a curve on the road. It was on Bath Road.
Okay.
And I grew up in Northampton Township. And their house was way up on a hill, and it was a curvy asphalt driveway to get down the hill. And I always thought, man, if that thing's not completely melted, you're sliding right off into Bath Road. Anybody who knows the area knows the house I'm talking about.
Did they?
You'd have to ask them.
Oh.
Real quick, while we're on a
hang on, Ben.
While
Ben,
we're
I'm
on a
putting you back
sidetrack,
on hold.
Browns have announced officially that Shedeur Sanders has been named to the Pro Bowl game. Shedeur gave a statement. Thank you, God. I'm beyond excited and extremely grateful for all the love and support from the coaches, players, and fans. This wouldn't be possible without the support behind me. Still plenty of work to do. That is Shedeur Sanders on being named to the Pro Bowl. Go have fun, buddy.
It also wouldn't be possible if the 8 or 9 or 10 or 14 other starting quarterbacks in the AFC were going.
Why can't you give a guy props? Why can't you just say he made it? But you got to sit here and belittle it. You belittled it.
Well, it deserves belittling.
No, it doesn't. They made him a Pro Bowler. Accept
That's great.
Yes.
No, that's fine. They made Tyler Huntley a Pro Bowler.
Did Jeff belittle it? 216-474-0092.
You know you're on YouTube laughing right now.
I don't care.
Fearless leader, put that out. Show Andy. Shows what he is.
Look at you, Grumplestiltskin.
This is why we can't give you a flamethrower for your driveway.
Oh, that would be so sweet.
If it was asphalt, it would melt it.
Oh, that's valid. I didn't think of that part.
That's true, yeah.
Thanks. Ben's in Akron. Ben, sorry I had to put you on hold for that kind of crap.
Sorry, why isn't Clint Kubiak like the top candidate?
Okay, so I thought that too. I said that earlier in the show. The only thing I can think of is, well, you'd think they'd want to talk to him this week when they have the opportunity to, right? And two, he was super tight with Kevin. And they interviewed him before he took the job in Seattle. Remember when he was leaving New Orleans, the Browns had interviewed him before, but he didn't get the gig.
Must not have passed the test.
Oh, that's true too. Abacab works every time.
I mean, I feel like it's working out perfect because, he should be. His resume is better than those other guys, other offensive people that have no experience, and you're gonna get them because everyone else wanted their head coach already. Like what he did with Stroud and Darnold, and okay, you have to wait, but you're waiting for the best guy because no one wanted to wait. So it just doesn't make sense to me.
Unless they know what they're doing. And, Kubiak might be sitting there waiting for the Vegas job, too. There's another possibility there.
Yeah, maybe the Browns, maybe they know what they're doing, and they're just not letting anybody know. And
let us pray, Northeast Ohio, that the Browns know what they're doing. No truer words have ever been spoken on this show.
Ben, well said.
Thank you.
Well said, Ben. Travis is in Maple Heights, home of those Mustangs. What's up, Travis?
Hold on, let me get my car.
Yeah, careful.
Is he wearing a tie?
Hey, how y'all doing today?
What's up, man?
Travis.
What's up, Travis?
No, not too bad. I just called real quick. A lot of people, the Browns, like y'all said, they try to get too cute when it comes to trying to just win. Jim Schwartz, we got Jim Schwartz in our back pocket, a defensive winning coordinator in the Super Bowl for the Eagles. Took the Lions from the basement of the NFL. We all done watched the Lions and know how terrible they was till Jim Schwartz got there. Nobody paid attention to the Lions until Jim Schwartz got there. We go above and beyond for a lot of the certain stuff. Well, I don't want nobody that's not proven. Jim Schwartz proven. If you put him in that position, he in the Super Bowl, he gonna win you a championship. This is proven. This is facts. And
Travis, I love the optimism.
Hey, I get it. It's just here it is, the proof in the pudding. You go get everybody not Sean McVay. Everybody's not. Here it is. You had Mike Vrabel on the staff last year, right or wrong. He going to a Super Bowl this year.
Yes, he is.
It's just here it is. I agree with y'all. Stop trying to outsmart everybody. do what you need to do, because what if Jim Schwartz end up being annoyed a little bit? Here it is. Y'all made me jump through all these hoops. I'm right here. I got the best defense. And then you still got to remember, you got to pacify Myles Garrett. You got to pacify Myles. Yeah. So here it is. When it comes to it, stop with all the antics. After you interview Anthony Lynn for the Rooney Rule hire, you should have made the press conference. We're going with Jim Schwartz. End of story. It's just we try to do too much, and then every year it's always wait till next year. So, no, I appreciate it. It's just here it is. Y'all had a point with stop trying to be the smartest people in the room, and it always backfire on us.
Always.
So I
Travis,
y'all.
Thank you, bud.
Thanks, Travis.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just sitting here and I'm thinking, you got 4 guys. If you can't decide between the 4, then you don't have 4 real good candidates. Or at least one real good candidate.
Think it's Monken?
And maybe you should, I don't know, could be.
Damn.
If I'm Jim Schwartz and they hire Todd Monken, I'm out of here.
All right. I think for the sake of the sanity of the entire city, we need to do what has happened every time we have tried to talk about something else besides the coaching search the last 2 days.
To get it over with?
Try to talk about something else because we know that the breaking news is going to come the minute we try to talk about something else.
We're going to talk Cavaliers, Orlando Magic. Why? Play-by-play man of the Orlando Magic is our buddy Jake Chapman, our former coworker. He was one of the 4 Musketeers. Now there are 3 of us. Chapman, next, right here on Baskin.
They'll be back in action tomorrow night when they take on LeBron and the Lakers at Rocket Arena. The radio play-by-play voice of the Orlando Magic, Jake Chapman, joins Baskin and Phelps next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Catch the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
If anything happens in the Browns coaching search, by golly, you'll hear it right here on 92.3 The Fan, even if that means we have to preempt a guest. And I'm hoping we don't have to do that. Because joining us right now on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, gentleman who used to tell us what to do here, did a fine job of it. He's a Chardon native. He's the play-by-play voice of the Orlando Magic, who just lost 2 straight to the Cavaliers. He's Mr. Jake Chapman. Hello, Jake.
Hello, Jeff. How are you?
I'm good, bud. Everything fine? It was nice of you to come home during a blizzard. Well done.
Yeah, I was somewhat surprised that we made it in. I'll tell you what, the traveling party was very surprised by how many people showed up to the game last night. So shout out to all the Cavaliers fans who braved those elements. People who live in Orlando don't understand how you can drive in that, and I had to slowly explain to them. It's just kind of I don't know if it's in the water. You figure it out when all is said and done. But it's good to hear from you. And I'm now in sunny South Beach, and people are complaining about how cold it is down here. It's like 50 degrees. So
wow, that's just terrible news. Did you become the star on the team bus because you knew how to drive in snow?
I did. I mean, I bragged about it quite a bit. I was explaining to everybody what the Cleveland Metro Parks is and the tie-in with the City Edition uniforms. I gave them the whole Chamber of Commerce speech, and I think they were sick of it after about 5 minutes.
Very nice. Well, we appreciate you taking time to be with us. The Cavs have won 6 of their last 7 games, the last 2 over your Magic. And I would say seemingly just putting things on a little better path. What have you thought of the Cavs this year, in a year where things were, expectations were through the roof, but now that they've won 6 of 7 and maybe moving in the right direction?
Yeah, it feels like they're figuring it out. I can't figure out if they're a better team without Darius Garland, because the numbers would somewhat suggest that that's the case. I realize the defense takes a hit when he's out there, but then, my eye test says that Darius Garland's a good player. And it also says that at this point, year 2 now with Kenny and with that core 4 in place, and now with the emergence of Jalen Tyson, that it should be good enough to defend well enough to win deep into the playoffs. We obviously haven't seen that, so that's just sort of blind faith. But I do think that Garland is impactful enough offensively that you can do some things with that group. And I think Tyson sort of ties it all together. He's obviously a big key. Staying healthy is obviously a huge key, specifically with Donnie breaking down late in seasons. But it feels like they figured something out. I think they're more balanced than they were last year. I think they're a little bit better defensively than they were last year. But we've had these conversations 2 years running now, and I fully understand that every Cavs fan is saying, talk to me in mid-April. Because regular season success only means so much. So we'll have to see. I think it'll be really interesting when he comes back. The other part is just that he can't stay on the floor. And so at some point, we're kind of going through this with a couple guys as well. At some point, you go, do we need to make plans for life without Darius? Just because that seems to be the case too often. So I think it's kind of interesting.
Just take on the East in general. And, Magic are sitting 8 right now. Cavs are sitting 5. For whatever that's worth, it's Cavs are 7 back. They're only 2 back on the Celtics. But what's your take on the East this year?
That's Andy with a really nice greeting
Hi,
for
Andy.
you.
Hey, man.
Yeah, hey, Andy.
Well, I was waiting for you to – that answer you gave him took forever, so I was waiting for you to come up for air. I wanted to give you a second.
I was under the impression it was my responsibility to eat up minutes. I'm sorry about that.
Jake, you have worked
Great
here.
to hear from you.
Oh, it's good to hear from you. How's the family? Everybody's good?
Everything's good. I don't know, Andy.
I'd rather talk about men's hockey with you, to be honest with you, but let's talk about the NBA. Let's
talk offline.
Yes.
I don't know. We'll get a text from Puba, even though it's 6 days
He's closer
away.
to you now in Atlanta than he is to us, so we're okay. Do you imagine what he's saying to Kevin Stefanski now that his press conference is over?
Oh my goodness! How much? I didn't even.
Kevin,
make
do you
that
need some
connection.
water? What can I get for you, Kevin?
Guys, oh man, that's gonna be that's good stuff. That sounds like a really, really good summer topic to dive into with those conversations.
Poobah and Kevin together again? Is that what it is?
I love it.
Put it in your notebook.
Anyway,
put it in your
the
notebook. Oh, man. Ouch.
I don't know about the Pistons.
What's a Kevin Stefanski? Hang on. What?
All right.
Sorry, go ahead.
You want me to talk about the Eastern Conference?
Yes, talk about the Eastern Conference. Tell me what you think.
My life hasn't changed, Jake.
Help us,
Jake. I'll be honest with you. I miss you, man. I miss you every day.
I do too. How do you guys deal with a hurricane and a blizzard, like all at once? That's impressive stuff. I think the Boston Celtics are the best team, or the most balanced team, and they're the team that's been there. And if they get Jason Tatum back, then look out. And I think the Pistons are, they're not going to be like a first-round bounce. I mean, that is a super tough team. I think they're probably a year ahead of schedule, but that doesn't really mean anything anymore. I mean, we've seen in years past Indiana Pacers make a finals run. They were an injury and a half away from winning the championship last year. Granted, that was year 2 that they were able to advance deep. But I don't know. I think the East is absolutely wide open. I think the Cavs for sure are on the right track and very much in the mix. But I would be surprised if it was not one of those 3 teams. I don't think the Knicks necessarily can do it. And until we get healthy and figure out how to defend again, we're not even in the conversation. So, but Boston is, and it didn't really surprise me, that is the most complete team, even without Jason Tatum, which is saying something.
I have liked the Magic for a couple of years, and you just said it. Stay healthy and do some little things you're supposed to do. What's going on? Because I love the Magic roster. It has been beat up, but still, I think the Magic are capable of some big things, Jake.
Well, there's a couple things going on. First off, since the beginning of last season, Jalen Suggs, Paolo Banchero, and Franz Wagner have been on the floor for 17 games together. 6 of them last year, 11 at the beginning of this year, and that, not since the first week of November or something like that. So there hadn't been any building. Everything has been, okay, we're getting through until this guy comes back, and then somebody else goes down. And they've been oblique injuries, okay, 10, 20-game injury, whatever, soft tissue, these type injuries, but they've also been year-ending injuries in the case of Jalen Suggs' knee last year. So that hasn't helped, right? You haven't been able to gain any traction. Aside from that, the travel schedule in January is an excuse. I think it's part of it. But we're the 27th rated defensive team in the month of January, which is wrapping up. And so this is a pretty big sample size here where, you think back to last year, even the year before, the Magic were one of the best defensive teams in the league, period. Top 3 defensive rated night in and night out. And so that's not because of injuries, and travel may play a small role in the schedule, et cetera. But that's something that just needs to change immediately. And that's effort, and it's defense, and it's not scheme, it's not anything. It's just having pride and staying in between your man and the bucket. So that, I think, has been an issue. And then the Achilles heel through all of it, even when you're defending well and even when you're healthy, is the team is not a good three-point shooting team. Hasn't been. Last year it was putrid. This year they're taking less threes, but the Cavs sort of goaded them into taking 39 and 43s the last 2 games, and to pretty crappy results. So the perimeter shooting is still an issue. That's why you made all those traded away all those picks to bring in Desmond Bane. You hope that he would fix it, and he hasn't necessarily fixed it. He's been very good, but there's still a perimeter shooting issue on this team, and I'm not sure that'll be fixed soon.
All right, help me with this one. I know it's just January, but I got in the past. I felt like Orlando was such a bad matchup for the Cavs, and then watching these last 2 games, it's kind of eased my fears. Am I just in a January kind of watching these 2 teams play, and it'll be totally different when they hit the playoffs, or is that reality?
I don't know, Andy. Part of the reason is we don't have Franz Wagner, and so he's the second best player, and what he does is Mobley tends to guard him. Or at least has the last 2 seasons. And so Paolo was great the last 2 games anyways, but Paolo has had a favorable matchup basically every time these 2 teams have seen each other. I think you figured some things out. I think finally you've got the 3-and-D guy, or at the very least the 3 guy that you've been looking for in Tyson. I think he makes a huge difference. I think when healthy, you've got some guys who can defend. Tomlin, I was really impressed with the last couple games. But then, a healthy Dean Wade is a solid cog in a starting lineup because of what he does defensively. I think Lonzo, at the very least, is impactful defensively. So all of a sudden, I think you've got more options. Like I said, I think it's a more balanced team. I think right now it's impossible to even imagine what a 7-game series would look like because I have no idea what our fastball looks like. We haven't seen it but for a couple games this year. And if the Magic don't get back to defending at like a top 10 clip, then we might miss the postseason altogether, or at least we'll be dealing in the play-in tournament for a second straight year. So I think the Cavs should feel like they would have the advantage in that matchup. But right now, we're such a mystery and a giant question mark just because of the health issues that I can't give you a clear answer on that.
Jake Chapman joining us.
But you did waste 113, so good. That was a good answer. Thanks, man.
He's the pride of the Chardon Hilltoppers, and now the play-by-play voice of the Orlando Magic, and getting a tour of the country, going from Orlando to Cleveland, getting a cold, and going back to Florida. So that's really good. J.B. Bickerstaff did a really good job here, and they decided they needed to move on. Kenny Atkinson, great job last year. I think is a good coach, doing a good job. Yet the results aren't there that they're looking for yet. If this team gets into the playoffs, Jake, and doesn't get out of the second round, if you're Dan Gilbert and you're the owner, you got to be looking at the roster at this point, right? It can't be coaching here at this point, is it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, and obviously it depends on how it all pans out. But for 2 straight years, it's felt like a regular season kind of front-running team, and whether or not it was a little bit tougher under JB or, the offensive identity that emerged last year with Kenny, it just hasn't been big enough, it hasn't been defensive enough, and it hasn't been tough enough late in the season. And the injuries, I think, are very important to consider in that when you talk about Allen, when you talk about Mitchell breaking down and what that means at the end of the year. Availability is an ability. And so if you get to the point at the end of the season this year and everybody's breaking down again, then you may have to make the decision, look, the vision may be ideal and it may work in a perfect world with these 4 guys, but the bottom line is 3 years is a long time. And if you get to that point and it isn't clicking, then I think you do have to make some structural changes. Look, Jeff, we've talked for years now about the idea of having 2 bigs, 2 littles, and then what that does. So I think that there's something there. And I do think that people are a little bit premature still with Mobley. Like, just let Evan Mobley be Evan Mobley. He's one of the bbest defensive players in the league, and he's a very good offensive player. He might not be the number 2 option. He might not be, the second best player on the team yet or whatever everybody thinks, is the box he needs to check. But I wouldn't worry about him. I think maybe, you think about what Allen does and whether or not those skill sets are overlapping, and then the same with Garland and Mitchell and how they defend opposing good backcourts. And maybe that's where you would make some changes. But I still think now that the supporting cast is starting to figure itself out, now that Kenny's in year 2, I think you're headed in the right direction. And I think the postseason will obviously be all that really matters. But I think you should be feeling pretty good about it at this point, especially because of what Andy said. The Eastern Conference is absolutely wide open.
All right, so my last question. Oklahoma City, the best team in the NBA, your eyes?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, but the one thing we always forget about is how hard it is to play through the NBA Finals, come back the next fall and do it again, and then do it again. I mean, it's a 2.5-month postseason. So if that team broke down by the end of May, I would not be surprised. So I don't think they're a shoo-in necessarily to win the championship, but for sure they're the most complete team as of right now.
Buddy, always a pleasure. Thank you for joining us, and congratulations on your success once you got the heck away from us.
It's true. Do you still have to bartend? Do you still have to bartend too, or no?
No, but that's a hobby.
Goodbye.
Send my invoice. Have Dan send the invoice, please.
You got it.
You're used to it.
You know the deal.
Zeros.
All right.
Goodbye.
Bye,
Jake Chapman, play-by-play voice of your Orlando Magic, joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He just said a couple of things that were really interesting there. And are they a better team without Darius or not? And if at the end of the season you got to look at some things. The numbers would make you say, really? And should they make you think? We'll share them with you next on Baskin and Phelps.
in action tomorrow night when they take on LeBron and the Lakers at Rocket Arena. Tune into The Fan tonight from 7 to 9 for the Browns off-season special featuring Jake Volnick, Darryl Ryder, and Coach Lance Reisland. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Good to have Jake Chapman with us. Our buddy from the Orlando Magic, play-by-play man, Chardon native, former coworker of ours right here on The Fan.
You know what, Jeff? Check out The Fan off-season special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Darryl Ryder, recapping all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead this offseason in free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's The Fan off-season special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan. Do you want me to continue our off microphone discussion?
Well,
I might as
if
well.
I say no now, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, you will be. So you said every time you get a cold, sometimes you tear up in your eyes a little bit.
Yeah.
So you think it's hereditary?
My dad's eyes used to water. If I'm walking into work and it's really cold, my eyes tear up like crazy.
So I have
if I get a cold, they tear up.
I have the goofiest hereditary.
If I think of you too much, I tear up.
I'm sorry. I feel bad for you. My dad, when he would eat ketchup, would sweat profusely from the top of his head. And about 5 or 6 years ago, I started eating, when I would have ketchup, I have the same problem. I start sweating from the top of my head when I have ketchup.
How can you tell? You have hair.
Well, you feel the sweat. You know what sweat is, right?
I do know what sweat is.
I just want to make sure.
I don't have a big enough memory to remember what hair is.
I start sweating from the top of my head. It's got to be. It's got to be vinegar. Dan, any other weird hereditary traits you want to share with the family here, or it could be tomato too?
Yeah,
I think it's actually. Although I can eat I eat tomato every once in a while. I'm not a big tomato fan, but I actually
tomato soup.
No, maybe it is the tomato. But it was ketchup.
Just here to help, Andy.
Ketchup is like...
I have a degree in communications.
I do. Congratulations. Are you certified to do brain surgery? Why, yes, I have. I have a
degree in
communications from Kent State University, yes. Dan, any hereditary problems you might have?
Yeah, Dan.
I mean, I picked up a seafood allergy from my grandmother. Does that count?
What? So when you see food, you start sneezing?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's the reason I'm the size I am.
Okay.
Clearly, the fit doesn't stop the stuffing.
Do you know anybody else that sweats when they eat ketchup?
No, that makes me think it's an allergic reaction.
My dad had it, and I have it too. And it's so weird.
216.
My kids think I'm a complete nut. I'll take a napkin and pat down the top of my head.
And they have found that you sweat now when you eat ketchup.
That is true.
They always tell you if you sweat when you eat, you should exercise more, but that's beside the point.
Oh, it is an exercise?
It's a whole new topic there.
Eating burns calories, though, doesn't it?
And it does. So does sleeping.
See? I should weigh nothing.
See? That's why I always thought Garfield the cat was badly miscast.
All right,
Too much energy.
I'm reeling you back in.
Okay, Poobah.
Do your eyes tell you anything different than this? And are these numbers significant enough that we could just say something here? The Cavaliers' record is 28-20 right now. Okay? That's 48 games. Darius Garland has played in 26 games. In those 26 games, the Cavs' record is 13-13. Without Darius, the Cavs are 15-7. I think
is that something?
I think those are significant. They're 15-7 without Darius, and 13-13 with him.
Jeff,
Bask and sigh.
I don't know if that's fair, because we've had other numbers with other guys that have been similar to this, haven't we? You've done this exercise before.
Yeah, but
this might be one of your favorite.
This is like an even split. It's 26 games with him and 22 games without him. They're a 500 team with him, and they're about a 667 team without him. I think there's enough sample size there that it makes you think this. I will never say that they're a better team without him because Darius is a really good NBA player. What I'm telling you, though, is that they still haven't figured out how to make it work to its optimal performance level with Donovan and Darius and Evan and Jarrett on the floor together. I would never tell you they're a better team without a top-notch player. Because Darius is top-notch.
Yeah.
He's really good. But they haven't figured it out. This is two coaches. Figuring it out in the regular season is one thing. They haven't made it out of the second round yet. They're 13-13 with him this year and 15-7 without Darius Garland. Dano, you're silent in there.
I'm trying to look at these numbers
How
and
significant
wonder.
are those numbers?
I can't buy it.
I was paying attention. I was trying to refresh you.
Can you factor in other players into the way you're looking at that?
You could probably tweak.
I mean, like Sam Merrill was the first thing I thought of.
You
I was
could
like,
probably tweak anything you want, but the bottom line is this: 13-13 with Darius on the floor and 15-7 without him.
Right, so what are you going to do about it, though?
You're going to bust it up in the offseason if they don't get past the second round.
In the offseason. You're not doing it this year because you're in that second apron.
I'm not going to do it this year.
Unless you're going to take a bath in a trade.
Yeah.
There's just nothing you're going to do.
No.
Which, by the way, the Atlanta Hawks just kind of did. Trading Trae Young because of fit.
Yeah, I guess on surface level, you're right on that one. It's just they didn't do it for the reason you're doing it. They at least were able to take salaries back that can help them. Like, there are players who are coming back that will actually help them as well. The Cavs are in a sad situation where they're going to have to make a move for guys who are cheap, and I don't know how much the cheap is going to help them of who's going to be out there or where you're going to dump that salary to get said cheap player, to get you under that second apron so you can turn around and make another move.
I can't, I can't stomach the thought that would be that they're 500 and they're 15-7 the other way.
I just did the math. I just looked it up. Those are the numbers.
Yeah.
No, they're 13-13 when he plays. That's 500. 15-7, which is pretty significant.
I want to just jump in the pool with you and go, oh, I get it. I understand what you're saying, that if they don't make it past the second round, you're definitely going to bust this thing up. But it's like, the other part of me is it's like, I don't know. I just don't kind of want to believe those numbers. I don't want to believe there's cause and effect on those numbers. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I think there is.
All right, so what are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to try and make it work. I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to blame the coach. J.B. Bickerstaff has his team in first place in the East.
Aren't we past blaming the coach? I thought that kind of went away the last 2 weeks. I heard a little bit of an uproar.
I'm not. I just said I'm not blaming him.
Not you, but I heard more of an uproar. Are you with me on that, Dan, too? That there was more of an uproar a couple weeks ago.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
You win 4 games like they have here. Things can't. I was watching the press conference last night, and things kind of seem to have settled in. I think he's got a good handle on what this team is. So again, I'm like, I can't. I don't want to overreact because last year we were so pumped up that this team was so good during the regular season.
And maybe they can get there again.
But let's do it at the end of the season, not the beginning. I'm not saying lose games, but I'm starting to see more of a mix of the things that I didn't like, that things are starting to play more. I don't know if it's me or if I'm just paying attention to where the shots are coming from. And I like the last couple games, I've not felt like they had to force every shot to be a 3 late. Maybe because they were winning.
You want to make you scratch your head?
Not really.
The winning percentage of 15-7 is 681. Only 2 teams in the NBA have a winning percentage greater than 681. Pistons in the East, Thunder in the West.
So you're saying don't worry about what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is, without Darius, right now on the floor, 15-7, that would be the 3rd best winning percentage in the NBA. I mean, that's 22 games. If Kenny can't figure it out and JB can't figure it out, maybe Kobe Altman needs to figure it out in the offseason. If the Cavs end up falling short of their goal, which is to get to the postseason and make a deep run. thought. Eric is in Cam's Corners. Eric, welcome to the show.
Hey, Eric.
What's up, gentlemen? Thanks for taking my call. I haven't called in a minute. No school, so I can listen to the morning show.
Very nice.
Snow days are crazy. I've been bumping my head on this too, Jeff. On the input output of Darius Garland and like what he means to the franchise. And I think he's a super important player because he does create space and pace. But the defensive liability is something that I think weakens his game. And you've been saying for years the little guard backcourt has been, scratching your head a little bit.
It's a tough way to go, Eric.
It is. And then when you got a 6'6" Jalen Tyson and he's starting to perform well, it's like, what do we have here? And so I think really I really love the way this season has panned out because no season is the same. Last year was a magical carpet ride and didn't end well. But now they're having to win, these games this year with toughness and with fortitude and with grit. And, it's kind of like back to that JB style of how they was winning games. And they fall back into that. So it's a tough call. If you can get, draft picks, if we moving off Garland, if that's the conversation, if you can get draft picks and maybe a really, really good, point guard or swing man, that'll be awesome. Otherwise, I just don't know because they owe him a lot of money still.
Yep.
And it's like, what is his value? So I want to see Darius Garland do well here. But if Jalen Tyson, and I know that the jury's still out on Tyrese Proctor, but he seems to be a pretty good basketball player. If those two develop and they're bigger, the Cavaliers got to definitely make a decision on how they're going to, finish this down of initial experience. And, oh, by the way, Evan Mobley is starting to find his way and going downhill, and he's being very explosive now. So he very well could be your second best player while Spider is in his prime. So I'm glad I'm not Kobe Altman trying to figure this out, guys. But that's my take, and thanks for taking my call.
All right, Eric. There is a big challenge with this, and again, ultimately, what would be the best thing? Be the best thing if they could go, win 68% of their games with Darius on the floor, and then make a deep playoff run. You want to have as much talent as you can, but in the NBA more so than any other sport, man, it has to fit, and it has to work well together. And you've had two really good coaches here who haven't been able to get this crew past the second round of the playoffs. And if they can't get past the second round this year, I don't think Kobe Altman has any choice but to try and tweak the roster and bust it up. I don't think he has a choice.
Yeah, no, they just got to figure out how to do it at the bank.
Exactly.
That's the hardest part of the whole situation.
Well, that's exactly right. And you might find teams that are willing to do that. Might. Maybe. Kind of.
Keep throwing the adjectives
Perhaps.
out. Yes.
But, Andy, I honestly think that, oddly enough, it's a big enough sample size because Darius has basically missed half of the games this season, and they're 500 with him. And they're much better without him record-wise. They just need to figure it out, try and make it work. And if not, then I think there are really big decisions.
Let's just keep our eye on it.
I think there are really big decisions to make down the road. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan. Browns coaching watch underway here in Northeast Ohio.
in games. They'll be back in action tomorrow night when they square off with LeBron and the Lakers at Rocket Arena. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
All the latest in the Browns coaching search right here on 92.3 The Fan. It appears now they're down to 4 candidates.
Is that the news or the press conferences that you're expecting?
That's the news. Okay. That's the news. Right now, you're updated the Browns coaching search.
Do you think they're really trying to decide between 4 guys? Or do you think they have it narrowed down to 1 or 2?
I got to tell you.
They're like finalizing a deal.
In the last 24 hours, I felt like this thing was Scheelhaus. Then I felt like it was Schwartz. Now I feel like it's Monken. And I don't know, if you grab Monken, obviously he's got a good feel for the AFC North. You stop him from going to New York. There's a couple, just little things there that would make him attractive.
You're not going to hire a guy to stop him from going to New York.
No, but it would make Harbaugh's job a little bit harder.
So what?
There's competitive balance. If you think he's, you're gonna. I'm not saying you're gonna do that. If you want him as your head coach, you better want him as your head coach, and these things can't play in. But I do like the understanding of the AFC North. There's no. I wonder if they could do a Monken Schwartz tandem.
Maybe, but I wonder who's the boss and who's the coordinator.
I would think Monken would be the head coach and Schwartz would just keep his gig. If that's what he's under contract. What are you going to do?
What has Todd Monken done? And Todd's a terrific offensive coordinator. What has Todd Monken done to make you think he should get the job over Jim Schwartz? I don't mean you.
I'm not arguing with you on this.
I don't mean you. I mean if you're the Browns. If you hired Todd Monken over Jim Schwartz, what are you thinking? Jim's worked for you for 3 years and he's been phenomenal.
Yeah.
Todd has worked for the opposition for the last 3 years, I think. And
since 23.
Part of his offensive work got John Harbaugh fired. Why would you hire Monken over Schwartz?
I'm starting to get that vibe. I've had 3 different vibes in the last 24 hours, though. You got any penicillin?
Yeah, you can get a shot for that. Seriously, why would you?
I think you can make an argument.
Why would you hire Todd Monken, same age, over Jim Schwartz? They're both 59. That one makes no sense to me. No sense.
You've just slam dunked it for me. He's going to get the gig. It doesn't make any sense. That's why.
It's not like he hasn't, not like he's had quarterback issues.
Quick, say Jose Ramirez so we can find out who the new head coach is.
I was just about to make that joke.
I'm sorry.
Well done.
Thank you.
Jose Ramirez.
You got anything?
Hold on, let me refresh.
Every time we go to talk about him.
If you were to hire Todd Monken and not Jim Schwartz, I wouldn't get it. Uh-oh, Dan does have something. There's a timpani roll.
Nothing.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Nothing.
Sorry. I thought this was going to turn into the Yukon Cornelius. Throw the thing up in the air, it hits the ground, and then you find gold.
Oh. I want to be a dentist.
Dave's in Stowe, home of the Bulldogs, home of Charing Cross Drive, where I used to live.
Home of too much information.
Hey, guys, I know Andrew Berry wants to get the, quote, the offensive mind in the young kids, but I think in some ways he's forgetting one of the major points of being a head coach is you have to have a control and respect of that clubhouse. And if you don't have that clubhouse and those guys respect you and, are dedicated to winning for you, I don't care how much of an offensive mind you are and how good you are, that's where it really starts. Vince Lombardi said, hey, you don't have to like me, but you have to respect me when you get on that football field. And, I just think he's forgetting about where it all starts is in the locker room.
Dave, you're right about that. And that's let me take that a step further. You're Myles Garrett, you're Denzel Ward, you're Grant Delpit. You come out and you say really nice things about Jim Schwartz and what a great leader he is and an honor to play for him and blah, 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 blah. and all of a sudden your guy gets passed over for Todd Monken.
Yeah, I know, Jeff.
If you got passed over for Nate Shieldhouse, I would get it because you're trying to find, the next big thing. Not that Todd couldn't do a good job as a head coach. Don't get me wrong on that. The idea of hiring Anthony Lynn or Todd Monken above Jim Schwartz makes no sense to me. No sense. Jim can go get an offensive coordinator. It's not that tough. When you have players, you can usually score some points.
Well, that's a good point, too.
Kevin Stefanski did.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I don't want to rush this thing because we're sitting here, we're like, got to get a coach, got to get a coach, got to get a coach. And then you get a coach, and you're like, did they really get the right coach? And you sit here for weeks trying to figure that out till the season starts. Then, you get into the season, and you're like, I wonder if they hired the right coach. And then all of a sudden they lose a couple games, and you're like, they didn't hire the right coach. Then you're saying, did they rush the process? I want to drive the car, not sit in the back seat on this thing. And I don't want to be in a hurry to find your next head coach. So they need to thoroughly think this thing through and try to figure it out. And please don't go into this thing going, well, we'll just hang into this guy for 2 years, and then we'll move on from there if it doesn't work. That's not what winners do.
I would understand Shieldhouse completely because you're taking a big swing.
Right.
Okay, I get it.
Big swing on a young guy, though.
And maybe you land a star, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would understand Schwartz. I would not understand Todd Monken or Anthony Lynn over Jim Schwartz. You'd have to do some explaining for this kid to figure that one out.
I don't know why. But I keep getting these vibes that it's Monken because I've been getting a bunch of texts today going, feels like Monken. Think this could be Monken. But then again, I had the same thing yesterday with Shieldhouse. And then Shieldhouse took the second interview. I also wonder how that plays into it. Jeff, do you think he might be going to Buffalo as their offensive coordinator? Could Shieldhouse end up going? Yeah.
I would find that hard to fathom, only because of what we've discussed in commercial breaks. Though Shieldhouse could go there and be the offensive coordinator, is that a really huge promotion over pass game coordinator if you're not calling the plays? Title-wise, yes, it is, because you'd also be coordinating the running game, and you'd probably have more responsibility. But you'd be going from one great offensive system to another good one, even though it doesn't have as much talent as the Rams. You have Josh Allen, though, and you have James Cook. But if I'm Shieldhouse, I don't think I would take that gig unless I were calling plays. And Joe Brady was the offensive coordinator, and he's calling plays. And I would assume he's going to call plays because that's what got him the job.
And also, Mike LaFleur is currently talking with I think
Cardinals?
He's had an interview with the Cards, and I think he's had an interview with the Raiders as well. So if he ends up moving on, then Shieldhouse would move up. So you would think.
And then he could become the offensive coordinator there.
Correct.
Where it would be the exact same thing as in Buffalo, so why bother?
Right. With a better, although, what's the quarterback situation going to look like? Isn't he a free agent?
I would assume Stafford is coming back, but that's merely an assumption. I mean, you get this close.
Maybe he brings Stafford to Cleveland with him next year.
Todd Monken has been a head coach for 3 years at the college level.
I remember calling Jeff from it's an airport. I forget where I was. Was I in Arizona when I called you on that one? When we were doing all the find us a quarterback, we did Matthew Stafford Day. I think it was in Arizona.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, I would have been in. That was 1-1 on my list. Except I knew it wasn't going to happen.
Todd Monken was the coach at Southern Miss 2013, 14, 15, and did a nice job. Took over an 0-12 team from 2012. In 2013, he went 1-11. In 2014, he went 3-9, and in 2015, he went 9-5. So they got it going. And his quarterback, Nick Mullins, baby.
Oh, good. Yeah, they were good.
Right. Nick Mullins. By the way, if you missed a moment of our show, You can use the rewind function on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
What if I miss 4 hours of the show?
You can go back and listen to all of it, Ian.
Oh, good. I was concerned.
Yep. In the morning show, afternoon, you can listen to all of it.
It's 8 hours.
All of it.
I'm good for the next 8 hours.
You can
Go
get
home
it all
listen.
taken care of.
Yeah.
Maybe Nick Mullins would come back and be the quarterback here. Dan laughed. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted right there, Dano. I wanted a chuckle out of you. Stay tuned. It appears for now, Nate Scheelhaus, Jim Schwartz, Todd Monken, Anthony Lynn. Not necessarily in that order. The final four for the Cleveland Browns head coaching job.
Today, at least.
Today. Moment of the show. Corrali, what do you have?
Moment of the show comes courtesy of Mr. Jake Chapman. He made a good point in your guys' conversation about how he thinks the Cavs are somehow still having their head above water even without Darius Garland.
I can't figure out if they're a better team without Darius Garland because the numbers would somewhat suggest that that's the case. I realize the defense takes a hit when he's out there, but then, my eye test says that Darius Garland's a good player.
I agree with Jake. Darius is a good player, but is it the right combination of guys on the floor? Time will tell on that. Why are we smarter? After 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Our social media mentions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Heads, like a couple of you did here, bringing up the point that if the Browns really wanted to have Jim Schwartz as their head coach, why wouldn't you have just moved on from Kevin Stefanski at the bye week and give him a bit of an audition? Decent point.
Very good point.
Good point.
Yep.
Unsaid. No one said that yet. Yeah.
Maybe they hadn't decided what they were going to do with front office coach combination at that point. Never know. Corrali.
Oh, I'm smarter today because of Mary Kay Cabot. She was awesome. Good interview there. You won't want to miss it. 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts, and the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app.
AB.
I am smarter today because I know that if we start a segment talking about Jose Ramirez, we will get some sort of news when it comes to the Browns coaching search.
We tried to mess with it and just bring up Jose's name just to see if it would work. Not planning a whole segment. It did not. So when we plan a whole segment to talk about Jose getting a contract extension from the
Bank
Guardians
on it, baby.
and
Bank
wanting
on
to
it.
be here.
So that means what? 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, we're leading with Jose Ramirez contract
I know.
extension?
We're going to talk about his
idea.
statue,
I love
the
that.
street renaming, all of those things.
I love it. Let's get it done.
It's going to be awesome.
Renaming the stadium for him.
I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening. We do appreciate you. We are back tomorrow at 10. Till then, be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10. Afternoon Drive starts next.
It's a great question. One, I've never considered it. I've never considered it. I don't know why this is funny to you. Because I'm giving it real thought, maybe? Is that why?
Because you said, oh, wow, great question. Which
Well,
you've never said about one of my sports takes ever.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and we are looking for a damn head coach, Cleveland. Let's get that. The Cavs continue to win. Are we all the way back? Are we still 1 foot out the door? We'll find out. But who in the hell is going to take this Browns coaching job? And will it happen today? A lot of people went on the record yesterday saying yesterday was the day. Definitively, today. Awfully quiet about that sort of thing. Listen, it could be today, it could be tomorrow, it could be the end of this week, it could be 3 years from now. Who the hell knows? However, that open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, we've got Jake Murrin, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and producing as well today. So make sure to hit the like button on our videos. We like to be liked around here, and subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel as well. We got Katie Pollock with championship cookies on the 2020s today. Hi, JP.
Hello, how are you?
I'm pretty well.
Good.
Yeah.
I feel bad with the championship cookies. I'm probably not going to eat any of them. And Katie was like, oh, was that your request? And it's like, I think I just complimented them once. They seem like they're delightful cookies, but I'm probably not going to partake.
As a champion, I have to partake.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Okay. What have you won recently?
Life.
Oh, so so it's at any point in life you get championship cookies?
Yeah.
Okay.
You think Bezos doesn't wake up every day and think to himself, another championship, another one?
I mean, I think Brady got to 7 on the idea that every championship he won, he had to put in the rearview mirror.
Well, and then he put Giselle in the rearview mirror, and he's not won a championship since. We all agree.
New season starts tomorrow, Nick. Not living on the past laurels. But if you want to do that, go right ahead. That's
Listen,
fine.
Champions get sprinkles and cookies.
That's what I always say. Yes, that's right.
But welcome to the frozen abyss once again. It's nice to live in Antarctica.
Yeah, not as scary as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was supposed to be -15, only -4 today.
I have a Ram truck. Nothing matters to me. It's just
I'm worried about my walk-in.
Is it 70 degrees outside? Is it 4 degrees? I don't even know.
I'm worried about my 7-minute walk-in.
We got to get you some kickers then. Look at these bad boys.
Honestly,
Tell
fine.
me you wouldn't do better than that.
I think I was fine. And if anything, I left with the idea of being like, geez, -4, not that bad. Could be definitely worse.
When I walk through these halls, it sounds like paratroopers, like a whole gaggle of paratroopers walking down the hall. But the weather stinks. Let's see here. Life is good. Championship cookies. Oh yeah, we still don't have a head coach.
Yeah, no, we don't. And it's funny, like you mentioned just a couple minutes ago, that idea of like people making predictions and everything like that. I find it so funny how in 24 hours we went from everyone's like, it's always going to be Udinski. It was always set up to be Udinski. You guys are idiots if you thought it was anything but Udinski. And then all of a sudden Udinski pulls out. It's like, it's Shieldhouse. You dodo birds.
I've been saying it since last Wednesday.
It was always going to be Shieldhouse. No one questioned whether it was going to be Shieldhouse. If you did, you're just a moron that doesn't understand how football works. And then today it's like Schwartz.
Clearly.
It was always going to be Jim Schwartz.
Since last Monday, I've been saying it.
Barry was never going to get what he wanted. It was always going to be Schwartz, like, you idiots. And then watch it end up being Monken.
I will say, the mixed emotions of Browns fans and Browns media now, and is it day 23 or day 24, the search?
A lot of days.
I do think that the Browns themselves could have avoided a lot of this back and forth backlash that seems to happen as fans get whiplash from going from one candidate to another. I think whether it's purposeful or not, I don't think they've clued in the beat in general to maybe the best of their extent.
I think so. I think you're right. Like at some point, you think Daryl would just stop tweeting.
And I think
at some point, you just got to stop.
And I'll be honest with you, there's a part of me that with kind of this weird arrogance the Browns can have. In fairness, it's not unique to the Browns. A fair amount of organizations have a weird, arrogant self-defense mechanism, but a lot of the misgivings and a lot of the frustration, a lot of the panic right now could have been avoided. It just could have. With a little bit better communication, with a little bit better understanding of what really mattered in this coaching search.
And again, I don't know. Did they do this out of bleep the Cleveland beat because we feel wronged by them, or did they just not think it was that important? I don't really know. But all of the agita that is clearly built up around everyone, anytime, if you thought at the beginning you're going to run a 3.5-week, 4-week search, you probably could have called this one coming from a mile away.
Or did they just think this job was much better than it is? Like we've thought about this for a while. The idea that in Berea they have a completely different perception about what this team is than what fans and people that have been watching this team now for the past couple of years know it to be. Which is a team. There's some good pieces on here, but this is not. It's not the world's greatest job, all things considered. And so, I do wonder if they thought that this was a much better team than what maybe the rest of the NFL is telling them it is.
So I don't think that the Browns have a good read on how attractive this job is. But I'll also say this. I also think people are going too hard in the paint at how bad this job is. There are real concerns, and there are things that you have to answer for in this coaching process. A fair amount of what's happening in this coaching process, meaning candidates pushing back on keeping Jim Schwartz, that is fair. Like, that does happen in other situations where there's some negotiation. Do I have to keep my defensive coordinator or not? I mean, in New York, John Harbaugh said, I'm your coach. And then they spent 4 days negotiating how they built the org chart with him and Joe Shane up to the Mara family. So that's a job that was settled, and it took time to officially agree on a contract and how you write it up. So it's funny, like, it's certainly been a tediously long search. I don't know how incredibly thorough it is if your second-round candidates were 6 candidates, and halfway through, like half those candidates kind of pieced out, right? For whatever reason. Yeah. At the same point, like, I'll be honest with you, if Jim Schwartz is a hire today, the process failed. Like, if Nate Scheelhaase takes this job and Jim Schwartz is your defensive coordinator, you can sell this in, this stuff just takes time to kind of negotiate, right? If Jim Schwartz, a guy who's been here for 3 years now, a guy who you could have elevated as the interim to really get a look at him back some point in November, if that's when you decided to move on from Kevin Stefanski, because you sure as hell didn't do it after the Bengals game, and you sure as hell didn't do it after those last 2 wins. You decided before Pittsburgh that you were going to get rid of him. If Jim Schwartz gets this job, it's because of some sort of internal disconnect on what happened, even if Jim ends up being the right guy for the job.
I mean, you just can't convince me that they enter this search thinking we're going to promote Jim Schwartz and he's going to be the guy. Yeah. Like, there's no reasoning, and that's why I fall back on the idea that even though I think this job is better than I think a lot of the NFL does think it is, I think the Browns thought this job was way better than obviously what a lot of the candidates thought it would be. And so maybe if you end up with Schwartz, maybe you do take that year where you just kind of, I don't know, you take as much salary cap as you can on as possible. You maybe make him just kind of like a 1-year deal, and if he proves to you that he's something better than that, then great. But in the meanwhile, you're just not beholden to him, and then you open it up next year again.
The Browns have to do better than that. You can't hire.
I'm with you, but here we are.
So I was actually thinking about this driving in. The Steelers and Browns hires once again continue to be the opposite hires. The Steelers had so much success under Tomlin, even though it was capped at one playoff win if you were lucky over the last decade. They had so much of built-in, baked-in ability to compete and understand what the premise was in Pittsburgh, that they could have made a long-term hire coming off of Tomlin, taken a calculated step back next year, resetting some of the bigger contracts for players who maybe weren't earning that money anymore, and then been hitting the road running in 2027. Because you can take a 1 or 2 year loss, still get back on track pretty quickly because a lot of those guys are still going to be there. With the Browns, a lot of the guys that have been here have won 8 games. A few of them won 11 games, 3 years ago. You cannot possibly afford to do a short-term hire now. Like, you need to be able to hit the ground running with a coach that is 2 things, and I don't know they have it. You need to be able to, a guy that's going to give you a chance to win this year, no matter what anybody else outside that organization thinks, but also a guy that isn't so young or so inexperienced in NFL parlance that maybe it takes him a year or 2 to get this.
I mean, you said can't afford, but like we've seen the Browns go through multiple year stretches where they stink beyond stink before. It's not like it's not as if they have the most pressure under the world to get this thing turned around as quick as possible. The fans are still going to be there. Everyone's still going to be there. It's just whether or not they're playing on the right timeline. And like, I think it's so unfortunate that that's the reality, that you can go through in the NFL a 3-year stretch where you just absolutely stink and come out of it surviving. But that has been what the Browns have been able to pull off.
I'm more speaking not from the fan perspective. I'm just talking about like the belief in who you are as an organization. There are guys in that locker room who have some semblance of what it means to win. The farther you get away from being in the playoffs and the farther you get away from getting a playoff win or whatever, just getting to the playoffs in general, getting to a 500 record in general, the harder it gets to get out of that quicksand of suck. The Steelers don't have that.
I mean, after 2 years of a quicksand of suck, though, I think we're basically been infiltrated, and we're going to have a lot of the guys that were even here for that playoff win. A lot of those guys are leaving this year. Wyatt Teller won't be back. David Njoku won't be back. Like, a lot of those guys are gone this offseason.
That's why this hire has to be able to win in 2026. And win, by the way, is relative. Like 7 or 8 wins from where you were last year, that is pushing in the right direction, considering, as of right now, who the hell knows really what the right situation is at quarterback for the Cleveland Browns? Considering you do have to rebuild, roughly 60% of that offense in one offseason. It can be done, but you can do that 100% right. If you get the wrong head coach, you're not winning next year. And it's so weird because Schwartz feels like the settled candidate, right? We settled for it. Shieldhouse feels like that we're going to swing for it, and we might hit real gold here, or we might just go ahead and be out of a head coach in 2 years.
Yeah, it's boom or bust.
But it's funny, the guy who's probably got zero chance of getting the job is the guy who has the best qualifications for the job, and that's Anthony Lynn. Anthony Lynn has a 500 career winning percentage as a head coach. Anthony Lynn has a playoff win to his record.
Last Chargers playoff win.
Jim Schwartz has a 363 career winning percentage, and there's been massive, I don't want to say massive studies, like this is
you go to the big
Cal
data?
Polytech.
You go to the big data?
Find me a coach that has had a sub 400 winning percentage in his first tenure and has turned around to be a successful head coach the next time. You can't.
Yeah, Stefanski's 440, and like the cutoff there is usually around that mark.
Yeah, which, by the way, is the perfect kind of, we'll find out with Stefanski, but with Jim Schwartz, it says 363 is woefully low with a guy that was the head coach in 5 years. And again, if he's the head coach, we'll see.
Well, we don't know.
If Shieldhouse is the head coach, we'll see. Yeah. But Anthony Lynn should, if I'm just looking at the candidates on the board, I don't want a 59-year-old first-time head coach in Todd Monken. Sorry, Todd. Just not for me. I don't want a second-time 59-year-old head coach with a 363 career winning percentage. So those kind of got to go away. So I'm going to go for the coach that, again, I don't think Anthony Lynn has a chance to get this job.
Anthony Lynn is 57.
Yeah, he is. It's not about the age. It's about the first time.
Okay, because you stamped out the age in the front of it. I thought that was very important to you.
About 59-year-old first-time head coach. Yeah, that's a lot of learning.
No, but you did it for Schwartz, too. You said 59-year-old, 59-year-old. I didn't know if it was an age thing.
350.
Didn't know if it was an age thing or what it is. Well, I think if you're 45 and you have a 353 win percentage, I'm probably not interested either.
Also fair, but I just wanted to throw that in there. So it comes down to the guy that I don't think, if Anthony Lynn was a serious candidate, he would have been interviewed before Saturday. So it comes down to, I guess we just kind of have to hope Nate Shieldhouse is just down to clown?
I mean, it feels like Shieldhouse versus Schwartz, and it feels like if you just read, and again, I hate this side of things because for how many days in a row have we just been jerked around and put into a belief that somebody else is winning this race and somebody else is the front runner, but it feels like it's Schwartz versus Shieldhouse, and right now it feels like Schwartz has the advantage, and I'm trying to figure out why it feels like everyone is so angry about this whole entire thing. Am I thrilled about Schwartz? No, I'm not. That would not be the most exciting thing in the world. I don't think you'll win games with Schwartz. I don't think it would work out. But people are losing their minds about this, and I'm fascinated by it.
Because you don't promise everyone the next Sean McVay.
What is that? That's what I wonder. Is it just because you're
the
not
next Romeo Crennel?
And I agree with that. And I think there's a big part of this that everyone got excited about the boom or bust side of this that we've laid out with Shieldhouse, and now it feels like they're not going to be able to have that opportunity. I also think they look at it and say Schwartz was in the building last year. What is Schwartz going to do to help out even guys like Shedeur or Deshaun or whoever's going to be the quarterback next season? How are they going to get fixed? How are they going to get help? With Shieldhouse, there's a plan there. There's a guy that knows quarterbacks that can figure this out. With Schwartz, you just feel like that side of the ball is going to get ignored again.
So here would be the other way. There's one other way of framing this, and I don't know it to be true, but I think I think it's fair to say that if Nate Scheelhaus had completely aced his interview yesterday, he'd probably already be the head coach.
I mean, yeah, it stayed in my brain, that idea that the producer from Pat McAfee's show said he was underwhelming. Then I tuned into Pony on the ride home for his show, and he had said that what his Pittsburgh sources were talking about with Scheelhaus, not only was it underwhelming, they questioned whether or not he'd ever be a head coach. And, I mean, like, they legitimately, they're like, well, he might be. Pony, the way Pony described it, it's like, they said he's like 3 or 4 years away from potentially being a head coach. And then Pony fouled up and was like 3 to 4. So he's going to be a head coach one day. And they're like, no, we don't believe that. It's like, I mean, they question whether he'd ever even get there.
Only thing I would say with the only thing I would say with that is I just don't trust Andrew Filipponi's reporting to save anybody's life. With
well, this is multiple people in different directions, though. This is McAfee's guy. And there might be the same guy for all we know.
And they all sound like Pony? Why does everybody on that station sound the same?
Might be the same source is what I'm saying.
Pony didn't grow up in Yinzertown, and yet he and the morning show guy, Crowley, and the guy that works with Pony, Chris Muller, they all sound the same. So did we go to like did everybody? Not everybody went to Syracuse. I don't know how it happened.
No, I think Mosley went to Penn State.
Listen,
I like calling him Mosley as if we're best buddies, by the way.
The Donnie Chedrick.
We've DM'd like 3 times.
That guy, he sounds identical.
No, what Donnie? Donnie sounds like a Pittsburgh guy. Like,
you wanted to say Yinzer, but you didn't want to say Yinzer.
No, I was trying to think of a better way to say
Yinzer?
redneck, but from Pittsburgh. And that's Yinzer. Is that all that is?
Yeah,
okay. Well,
now
I mean, I don't want to take shots at him. He seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, coward. That being said,
you don't want to hurt. You want to hear what was really going on in my brain in that moment.
That being said, I think it's entirely possible to deduce that maybe Scheelhaus, maybe if he was looking for a home run, maybe hit a double, right? And that is complicated things. I also don't think we can put it past this. And this is where the Browns get very upset with this because they don't like the word dysfunction being applied to them. I don't think you would be entirely wrong if you deduced that Jim Schwartz is Jimmy Haslam's guy and that Nate Scheelhaus is Andrew Berry's guy.
Okay, yeah, and that would make sense, but is he making this push after sitting down with Scheelhaus all day yesterday? Like, was there something that happened in that interview where you left thinking to yourself, oh no, we can't hire him. He's not nearly as close as you guys think he is. I have to put my foot down here. Or was he waiting for it to always be the conclusion? You let Andrew Berry think like he's running a real search, and then at the end of it, you say, that's nice, son, and you pat him on the shoulder, and you treat him like he's a toddler, and say, Schwartz is going to be our guy.
Neither of them are good. I don't know which one's more disastrous, which one you're pitching here, but neither of them are good.
I guess the better one would be Scheelhaus just vomiting all over his shoes during these interviews and sucking, and them realizing that they want to avoid the landmine.
I think you got to come out and say
because that's a Scheelhaus problem.
Leak that report. Leak that report,
we're
Browns.
Going to get it. If they hire Schwartz, we're going the same way that Pony got to and Pat McAfee's producer got to. We're going to get somebody's going to do the digging and is going to get us that report. And then I would imagine Scheelhaus' agent's going to have a say in this. That's what I keep waiting on. Where's Scheelhaus' agent to be like, all you guys in Pittsburgh talking crap about how these interviews have gone? You're just mouthpieces for the organization, and you don't know what you're talking about.
You know, the Rams CEO, Kevin Demoff, came out and said basically the Shula thing was categorically false. And
what did he say? Did he say anything about the Scheelhaus thing? I did see the quote on the Shula thing.
I think it's 1-1. I think he was talking about both of it. I don't know that the Scheelhaus thing was as big of a takeaway because I think Shula was supposed to be the front runner.
I saw it only on Shula, yeah, but I didn't see it on Scheelhaus. And Scheelhaus has definitely been they don't care about it as much because they wanted Shula way more than they wanted Scheelhaus.
And I think they also know Scheelhaus is probably going to be the OC there if nothing works out.
Where's his agent? Let's get on this.
Probably in L.A. somewhere.
Speak up for your guy, or maybe I'm led to believe that he really does suck at these interviews.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media, if Jim Schwartz gets the head coaching job, will you be upset? We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got Joe DeLeon, A to Z, NFL draft analyst, the Ruffino and Joe Show. We'll talk some Senior Bowl prospects here coming up at 3:20. John Fanta, NBC Sports. I want to see where John Fanta is with his coaching search at 4:20, and then Albert Breer of the MMQB. We'll ask him straight up, is it Schwartz versus Scheelhaus? Guys, it is not hyperbole to say that for the second straight day, this hire could happen at literally any point. I don't know definitively it'll happen today. I don't know definitively it'll happen on today's show. You are going to stick here all show long because the longer this goes on, the more we're going to be hungry for answers, including with Albert at 5:20. But 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Will you be upset if Jim Schwartz is the hire and the Jimmy Haslam part of this that we can't deny and really just won't go away? In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount+.
The home of Westwood One's coverage of the Super Bowl.
Please welcome the Vince Lombardi Trophy.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Because he's not an offensive guy, because he's not one of these young guys that were kind of dangled in front of them. What people who are really in the business or in the building are scoffing at, I don't know. But I always thought Jim was an important part of this process because you could ask him 2 questions you couldn't ask anyone else. 1, what would you do differently your second time around? And 2, like, what really went wrong here? Like, what is your view? I mean, Schwartz is the best hire this organization's made in a long time, right? So once it was clear, once the season was over, and you could think about it, like, what did you think? And maybe you wouldn't like his answers, and maybe they would disqualify him from being the head coach, which again would lead you to maybe the thought that he doesn't really want to stick around as defensive coordinator. I don't think anybody knows that. He's kept that close to the vest, right? But there should be advantage in that. And like, it's not the worst hire in the world. It's just this. If you wanted Jim Schwartz to be your coach, you should have fired the head coach that you knew you were going to fire for months, and you should have fired the special teams coach that needed fired for months and given Jim a tryout at the end of last year. Then you would have a whole lot better feel, and I think people would feel a lot better about it.
Zach Jackson of The Athletic earlier today with the Morning Boys and Owen. Breaking down why Jim Schwartz, a hiring of him would take a lack of buzz from fans. I will tell you, there are at least 3 guys that I look at, and there's 2 guys that I don't think it'll be an out-and-out disaster if they get hired. I think it's Anthony Lynn, and I think it's Jim Schwartz. I think Shieldhouse is the ultimate boomer bust candidate, and I think Todd Monken is an I don't know what the hell you're thinking about candidate. That being said, there is one charge that I in a weird way take offense to.
What's that?
People comparing Jim Schwartz to the Freddie hire. And I know why it is. It is Baker anointed Freddie, right? That whole thing. And I get it. Miles and Denzel would have anointed Jim Schwartz. Jim Schwartz has way more credibility as an NFL coach, even if it's just as a defensive coordinator, than Freddie Kitchens ever had. There's a reason why the guy was the tight ends coach for North Carolina last year and is now at Clemson. Like, he's
that one feels insulting.
Yeah.
and that's okay. That one feels insulting. Like, I don't know that you can find anybody in the NFL that will say glowing things about Freddie Kitchens in any sort of way. In fact,
not a bad guy, just an absolute goof.
No, just a goofball. Well, you don't put that guy in charge of anything. I wouldn't trust him to run a 7-Eleven, nonetheless a football team. You know what I mean? Like, it's an insane thing that the Browns did. It's not really his. I mean, it's his fault in that he didn't handle it anywhere close to like an attempt of trying when he got the job. But I was thinking about that earlier. How are you Freddie Kitchens and get this just once in a lifetime opportunity and you just do nothing with it?
Because he's Tommy Boy.
I mean, I guess.
He's Chris Farley from 1995.
Like, at least Jim Tom Sula, when he got the 49ers gig that one year and everyone knew what it was.
He really tried.
He tried. He was a meatball. He's just not, the sharpest tool in the shed. Freddie might also fall under that umbrella too. Like, even if he tried, it didn't go any better. But all the things we heard was like, you didn't even give this one a chance.
I think the most interesting thing about this search is now that we're on day 24, 25, or I don't even know how long it's been. And real quick, I don't think because it's been a long search, it hasn't been a good search. And now
no, we don't think it's been a good search because it hasn't been a good search.
Well, yeah, because you just
that's why.
I think where it led with the 6 candidates, when the 2 best candidates, and now you can maybe argue the 3rd best candidate, and Grant Udinski said thanks, no thanks. I think that is telling, but like the duration of the search, I think it's what's driving people most crazy, and I think it's one of the more fraudulent reasons to think it's a bad search. I think it's potentially a bad search because the owner and head coach can't agree on who should be the head coach.
Yeah, and if they end up going with Shieldhouse and they end up getting this thing done, like I think a lot of people are going to end up being satisfied. I'm surprised at the amount of people that are looking at this and saying if it's Schwartz, because it's not a young offensive coordinator, they're just out and they're done and they're pissed about the whole thing. I wouldn't be happy either, but I didn't think people were going to turn on Jim Schwartz this way.
Yeah, well, Again, this is one of the things that if this search was a bit more guided, could have helped Browns fans accept whatever the final reaction was.
There was like real support for Jim Schwartz when they first opened up this thing.
Yes.
That's what I find interesting.
If Jim Schwartz had been named the head coach at the end of that first week, I don't think any of
we wouldn't
this
have even thought about
frustration
it.
is here.
We wouldn't have even thought about it. People would have just been, all right, on to the next.
But again, like I look at this and go, if this is turning into Barry versus Stefanski, they don't like the word dysfunction, but that's what it looks like, smells like, and walks like, and talks like, is if Andrew Barry and him can't agree on a coach, and then Jimmy Haslam just goes ahead and asserts authority here.
Which might end up happening, because we've seen Haslam, he does like to do this. And the only problem with having 23, 24, 25 days or whatever in between is it's let Jimmy talk to a lot of people. And the more people that Jimmy talks to, and he likes to always outsource this and talk to a bunch of different people, the more problems you end up arising with.
Yeah, but at some point, Jimmy's got to have accountability here. And listen, I would have fired Andrew Barry before I would have fired Kevin Stefanski. I also would have fired Kevin Stefanski, which is something that I've said. But like, if you're going to let Andrew Barry run the search, and then you get to the end and go, yeah, I don't think so, then you should have fired him 3 weeks ago. And it's like, I try my hardest not to be the fatalist, not to be the person that goes, as long as Haslam owns this thing, it's just not going to be any good. It's going to constantly be filled with drama, because there are countless owners that people have said that about that have found it. I mean, this has been said about the Glazers for long stretches of time in Tampa Bay. They've won a Super Bowl in the last 5 years. They won 2 Super Bowls since 1999. So, yes, bad owners can figure it out. There are plenty more. By the way, there's scarcity, a scarcity of actual good owners in the NFL. There are. Arthur Blank's thought to be this wizard of an owner. Look at his track record. It's not good. He's got Dan Quinn and what? Mike Smith? Like, that's about as good as his coaching has been. So I try not to be fatalistic about this. But at some point, Jimmy has to decide whether he truly wants to win or not. And if he's undermining Andrew Barry in this search, if somebody around him is not manipulating, but in his ear and influencing him, at some point Jimmy has to stand up and decide he wants to win. And he's not helping them win with all this garbage that goes on. I know,
but you think after 14 years he would have got the memo.
No,
like
because
you think after this amount of time he would have got the understanding that, like, listen, I don't know what I'm doing here. He hasn't gotten that memo.
This is where Jimmy coming out and getting defensive after firing Kevin Stefanski, when people use the word dysfunction to describe, or nobody actually asked him a question about dysfunction. He just got a question, and it was in his head that he was mad that people thought it was dysfunction. Well, Jimmy, stop this right now. This is what people look at as dysfunction. And you can't, like, I want them to win so badly, because I do think if you just get a little run here of 5 years, maybe it satiates whatever impulsivity that Jimmy has as an owner.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll be honest with you. This will be the repeat of 2014. If you hire a head coach, because I think the firing of Andrew Barry might actually not be that too far in the future if you're not going to let this guy hire a head coach. This just feels very much like Joe Banner hires a head coach in 2014. A month later, he's fired. Ray Farmer's bumped up inexplicably. He had no business being a GM. And then Mike Pettin really never had a chance from that moment. That's what this feels like. Coincidentally, they had 2 first-rounders, by the way, that season. One early, and then I think it was like 4 and 26 or something like that. Yeah, 6 and 24. The numbers. Look to the numbers.
I don't know. This just has really hurt. I don't want to turn into Florio on this, where everything just falls back to Haslam stinks, Haslam sucks, you're never going to win with Haslam in charge. But the last 24, 48 hours has not been good for Jimmy Haslam, and not been good for Browns fans having any sort of belief that he isn't going to just step in there and make whatever decision he wants to make. Yeah. I mean, this was about as lengthy of a process as you can get. It seemed like Andrew Barry was going to be able to pick his guy, finally have his say in some of this. And really, I think where a lot of people are dropping out, it's not really the essays. It's not really all the quizzes and other things. It's the idea that when they try to tell you who your defensive coordinator is, And it's not the idea that they hate Jim Schwartz or anything like that, the potential new head coach, but it's them telling you, we're going to dictate everything about your life in this job, in this role. We're going to be the ones that are hovering over you. It's our game. You're just a pawn in it. And I feel like a lot of head coaches got turned off by that.
What a dubious position I am in to have to sit here and tell you that I need Andrew Berry to make this decision, and I need Andrew Berry to be emboldened to move forward as the general manager of the Cleveland Browns. I don't like the words as they exit my mouth, but that is the lesser of two evils in this situation. Because if you are undermining this GM, you should have fired him 3.5 weeks ago. And Jimmy, I am begging you as a Browns fan, as somebody who has to talk about this every single day of my life, just do the right thing. You cannot hire head coaches. I've seen it. You can't. You have no idea what you're doing. You've got a better track record hiring CEOs in other walks of life than you do as Browns head coach. I cannot believe I'm having to say this. Let Andrew Berry do his freaking job. And if it happens that he gets it wrong, you can fire him in a year. You have my word. But for the love of God, Jimmy, learn your lesson. Stop this crap with flying in and making decisions for other people. Stop it. With everything. Stop being like, you know what, we should trade for Deshaun Watson, even though it wasn't your idea. Stop. I'm begging you, please. This team is not that far away. This is not that hard. Leadership, in of itself, is not that hard. You can do it, Jimmy.
Yeah, go focus on the Bucs or something like that.
Yes, I heard Doc Rivers.
Use your distractions over there.
I heard Giannis hates Doc Rivers. And by the way, your best player, your third best player, he's maybe from Spain or something, with the Columbus Crew. He thinks his head coach is a jerk. Go fire that guy.
Where'd you get that soccer news from?
I made it up. Before you have to put me on the spot.
I didn't know.
Sabatini. Sabatini thinks your head coach is an absolute
joke. It sounded right. I didn't know. I was like, whoa, wow. How about you with some MLS news?
Just please. I cannot believe I'm caping, or I can't believe that I'm saying this for Andrew Berry. But this game about who's going to win. When y'all fight who should be the head coach, nobody wins.
But ultimately, the owner gets what they want. This is how this works.
Okay.
This is the
Jimmy,
NFL.
You've got what you want.
I know.
You own multiple sports teams. You're a billionaire, for God's sake. You got it all.
I know, but for some reason, he cares about this one the most. And for some reason, he can't get his attention away from this one.
It's
less. Like, I know. That's funny. We're asking him to care less. We want him to be less involved.
Spend as much, but care less.
But that's part of the problem, is that I think he cares too much, and he's never going to let this thing go because he cares about it so much. And he's got so much invested into this. But the problem is that he inserts himself in times and situations where he doesn't need to, and it ends up making guys like Andrew Berry look like absolute idiots often.
Or hire Anthony Lynn. I also like that one. Haslam or Berry, who do you trust to make this hire more? It is a dubious question, but it is one that needs to be answered. Quick hits coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder, now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Joe DeLeon, NFL draft analyst, the Ruffino and Joe Show coming up in about 40 minutes. But if you guys missed a moment on our show, use the Rewind feature on the free Odyssey app powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. We are talking about the Browns head coaching search. So I've said it's a dubious decision, but if you chose to have Andrew Berry here 3.5 weeks ago, Andrew Berry should still be here. He should make the decision as head coach. Real quick, are you in agreement with that, or are you like?
Well, I'm rooting for Andrew Berry to make the decision, but I don't think it's going to go that way. I want it to be Andrew Berry's decision because then I think we'll go Shieldhouse, and ultimately that's where I'm leaning at this point of what I want to see happen because I need us to get back to an offensive-minded team more than anything. And the problem with this is that once Jimmy takes control, I don't envision Jimmy letting go of this. And this seems like a classic Haslam turn of events.
Is either Anthony Lynn or Todd Monken, are either one of those the détente, like the one that we go, okay, we'll compromise. Neither of us gets our way. We'll go with option C?
Doubtful.
Doubtful?
Yeah. Jimmy tends to get what he wants. And if he wants Schwartz, he's going to go with Schwartz, and he won't settle for Anthony Lynn. If it ends up being Monken with Schwartz as the DC, that'll be fascinating. Like one of the things that Mary Kay had been talking about earlier today. I'll be fascinated how that came to be. But either way, that's not what Andrew Berry wants. Andrew Berry clearly made what he wants out there as a young offensive-minded coach.
Todd Monken. Todd Monken with Jim Schwartz. I'll rally at some point. Todd Monken without Jim Schwartz.
It'll rally right to 6 wins.
Long couple of years here. Ethan, in a car. Welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, guys. I want to answer the question you posed as you went off for commercial break and then say something else. I personally would prefer Andrew Berry picking the next head coach, which I think we all agree is a sad state of affairs. But I want to make the comment that as long as Haslam owns the team, and that's going to be at least for another decade, the Browns are going to be successful. We saw with Doc Rivers, the Haslams purchased a minority share in the Milwaukee Bucks. Then Adrian Griffin gets fired, and the Doc Rivers hire was in part because Jimmy Haslam wanted an experienced head coach, and that's been a disaster for his team. We talk about how Jimmy Haslam, he wants to have his fingerprint on all these sports teams he owns. When he bought the Columbus Crew, that was a debacle because they wanted to rebrand, and the fans were in a revolt. And also, I guess finally, when it comes to Jimmy Haslam, he said in his post-Kevin Stefanski firing press conference, he said the reason he kept Andrew Berry was because he had a good rookie draft, which he drafted Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round, which is absurd. And our free agency was good, which he cited one player, Malik Collins, who was very good, but probably won't be here next year. Or if he is, he's going to be out for a couple weeks because of injury.
Ethan, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much there. 216-474-0092. Who are you trusting this hire with more, Haslam or Berry? Let's get into Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
Kevin Stefanski was introduced to the Atlanta media today, naming former Browns OC Tommy Rees as the play caller day one. Is this a sign of growth from Kevin Stefanski?
I'm surprised by it. I am. I also then, if I'm Atlanta, I'm like, what do we really hire you for? Like, if you're not calling the plays, which is what you were touting yourself as being good at, what is it you do at a really high level?
Oh, I think Kevin's tried to rebrand himself coming out of this to Atlanta as I'm the voice of reason within the mess.
Well, but he continued on to talk about how he's like, it's a players-driven locker room and all the stuff that he did here. So it's like, you're not in charge of the players as they do their whole locker room fiasco and everything like that. Well, are you just a good behind-the-scenes guy? Is that the reality of what you do?
Pretty face?
I mean, sure.
I think Kevin's set up decently to have success in Atlanta. Inevitably, I heard a guy, he talked a lot about, I've learned and I've grown every year. And it's funny, we've asked him, like, because I'm very interested when coaches say I'm into self-scouting. I always love to hear when a coach says, I learned and I've grown, and I always love to ask why. Kevin could never, every coach I've ever asked that question to has been able to put something
Well, usually it's because they're actually growing, whereas Kevin kind of stalled out.
And I think that was interesting. Like, one of the things I would have loved to hear today, and nobody in Atlanta is going to do this, because one, it's a softer media, and two, they're not sure to look for this. I would have loved to hear, like, where did you grow in the 3.5 weeks since you've been fired? What was that like, right? Like, since you got fired in Cleveland, that 2-week stretch between getting fired in Cleveland and getting the Atlanta job, what would you say is like the biggest amount of growth?
Unless you're talking about the growth in the 2 years where he absolutely stunk.
Yeah, no.
It's very confusing.
Yeah, he did. He grew in how bad he was.
All right, so Deion Sanders has come out with an NFL-style system of fines for Colorado players. Like if you're late to practice, $500 fine. No show to practice, $2,500 fine. And he's got a whole list of all these different fines. And he showed it on a video screen in his first team meeting of the season here. I don't know how to feel about this, but I think it's really interesting. The idea that you could punish college players the same way you punish NFL players, but because of the NIL, they're making money now, so it feels like it's above board, but also it's not as if everyone's making absolute bank in the college world.
Yeah, I don't know how you're going to do this and it not ping back on you. It's interesting. Deion's at a really interesting spot at Colorado where they've just the step back they took last year. I think people are, again, if you're 8-4 at Colorado, you can do the bull junk any which way you want.
Well, then he cleaned house essentially, not within his staff, within people. He overturned like 40 different guys on that roster now,
and some on the staff as well.
Oh, for sure. But the amount of players that he turned over again is just insane.
He's in such it's the word of the hour. He's in such a dubious spot here. I think in a year we're talking about Deion not being there. This kind of feels like I've got to get my house in order. And I think you start messing with college kids' money. They're not, because it's not collectively bargained. How are you even going to collect?
That's why I don't know. I don't understand. Is it going to be on like the honor system? Like, all right, you owe me $1,000 now because you were late to treatment, which is one of these things?
I just would never pay him.
That's what I would do too. I'd be like, all right, well, come and get my money, Deion. Go ahead.
Yeah,
you
treat it like medical bills.
You take this out of my paycheck the way the NFL does? Oh, wait, I already signed it. I got an NIL deal. That we're all good here.
Eventually, they'll write it off.
They'll throw like pizza parties with it or something? I'm confused. What's going to happen?
If this was Miami, it'd be a boat party.
It's secretly funding all of Deion's new houses or something. In high school.
Bionic foot.
In high school, I was with a buddy of mine. He was smoking. I wasn't smoking. I've never been a smoker. I've never smoked a cigarette in my life, right?
Sure.
I have no reason. I have no reason to lie about that. No reason to lie about that. It's not a thing for me. I chewed tobacco like a real man, but I didn't smoke. And so I was out there with my buddy Brandon Parker, and he was smoking. And we got caught by the baseball coach because he was smoking, and I was in the car with him. Whatever. I paid this fine. It was a $25 fine, and I protested it. I of course wrote appeals on it because this is me, right? And I'm naturally going to do that if I think there's some sort of like wrong thing happening. And then I found out later, like a year later, the fines just went for pizza parties for everyone in the office. Like that's
so
all
not
they
even
did.
The kids got it?
No, just the office threw pizza parties for themselves with the fines. And so because I never figured out why they cared so much about my $25 when I was clearly innocent, wasn't smoking, wasn't doing anything, but they were so adamant, like, no, it's a $25 fine. We're not suspending you. It's not a detention or anything like that. Just a $25 fine. And they did that whole thing of like, just pay it. Stop being difficult. Just pay it. And ultimately, I ended up just giving in, but it was just all to fund their stupid pizza party. I was livid.
Did you realize it once they were having a pizza party every Friday?
No, but I got told later, and I would have hopped in. I would have hopped in on the pizza parties if I'd known that.
I just would have walked in.
I paid for some of these slices. Let me get some of this pizza.
I just would have walked in, and I just would have flipped the boxes over.
Just unserious people.
Yeah. We had not mentioned this yet, but the Bills have promoted Joe Brady to their head coach position, replacing Sean McDermott. Grade this higher.
D+.
Yeah, no, 100%.
And I'm being generous with the plus.
I'd just like to point out that the Bills made a hire that feels very Brownsian. Can we just say that?
Yeah, that's a good read.
Here's the thing. Obviously, my opinion on Joe Brady is pretty tainted by my time in Carolina watching him.
Yeah, naturally.
But I'll also say, like he got the OC job in Buffalo because Ken Dorsey really fumbled the bag. And he's been okay as the OC.
People complained about him midway through the season, and then he ended up being up for assistant coach of the year. Like, there's a lot of weird things around Joe Brady. I just don't know that he's that. I don't know he's going to do anything to change the team to get to any higher point.
I think he's got potentially the best break ever by being the passing game coordinator, not even the OC, the passing game coordinator on the 2019 LSU team.
Mm-hmm.
And he's kind of just been riding the wave off that title since then.
Yeah.
I can't say it's going to be a disaster, but you fired the guy that stabilized Buffalo, that helped build Sean McDermott, that helped build Josh Allen into a MVP-level quarterback, for a guy that was kind of there on the ride the last couple of years. It's not great.
It really is kind of proof, though, that life sometimes is about relationships. It's not what you know, it's who you know. Clearly, Josh Allen likes Joe Brady, and clearly he was going to go to bat for Joe Brady, and that's why Joe Brady has the job. And listen, it's not as if anyone's taking the Bills outside of winning. I would bet more people than not still going to have them winning double-digit games next year.
Maybe this is the better way to put it. The Bills couldn't do better than this.
You would have thought, like, if we had talked about the Bills' job being opening, we have in the past, you would have thought you'd basically have whoever you wanted. Do you think it was an effect of the Bean Pagula press conference where they seemed like crazy people? Or do you think ultimately they themselves zeroed in on what they believe to be a safe hire?
I think it might be a little bit closer to they chose 1 year too late to fire Sean McDermott. A year ago, you had Vrabel out there. This is before
Ben Johnson.
Belichick got tainted. Ben Johnson, any one of those three guys. Belichick, we'll see, because he's just in a weird space of life right now. But
Belichick would have worked, though.
Either Johnson or Vrabel would have been. Honestly, the Bills would be in the Super Bowl right now if Johnson or Vrabel had taken that job.
Yeah, and now they're going to have to rely on Brandon Beane actually being better at his job, which is not something we've seen in recent years.
Good luck with that. Well, the NFL head coaching. Oh, we still have a. You know what? Sorry about that. I jumped the gun, buddy.
What it's 2:55. Oh, we're on at 56. All right. Grizzlies majority owner Robert Pera reportedly got furious and threatened to buy out the minority owners after a woman he met didn't believe he owned the team and thought Justin Timberlake did. This from Pablo Torre on the Le Batard Show. Other things within this, he challenged one of his best players to a one-on-one. He tried to fire the head coach when the game fell apart. There's weird things with Robert Pera happening right now. But the idea that you have such little game in life as a billionaire that you got who is this girl, by the way, that's like, oh, I thought Justin Timberlake owned the team, and then he had to try to convince her that he owned the team? It's
great.
Weird, but you can tell he just got mad that somebody didn't want to sleep with him because they didn't perceive him to be the owner of the Grizzlies, and now he's mad about it.
Also, I'm fascinated by how insecure billionaires seem to be. Wouldn't you kind of be like, okay, you have a chance to sleep with a billionaire. You can trap me if you want. You could get the,
Well, I think he was working on his play, right? He's working on his play, and then all of a sudden he's like, yeah, I own the Grizzlies, and she's like, BS, you own the Grizzlies. Timberlake owns the Grizzlies. Everybody knows that.
Can't you Google it?
He took that as oh no, everyone really thinks Justin Timberlake owns the Grizzlies. No one recognizes me as the owner. I'm losing out here.
You just Google it and show her on your phone. And then show her. Let's see, Robert Pera. Here's the old license. Here's this.
Be at the club and pull up articles and pull up your phone and be like,
he could have hit her with a Google me.
Here's this. Well, I mean, in this instance, you could pay people in theory to be the guy that before the woman's even ever approached your area, they got the whole backstory. They got the whole rub.
I do like.
It's like athletes always here in clubs. They just kind of point at the women, and the women just kind of makes their way over. In that make the way over territory, someone then weighs out everything.
I do like that this is the viral part of the story and not the part of the story
it's ridiculous.
Where Robert Pera's company is supplying technology that is being used to commit war crimes. That's the funniest part of this, where it's like, all right, war crimes in a second.
No, I fell for the shiny object. I fell for the shiny object.
No, you're not. It's everybody. Everyone's like, can you believe this tool? It's like, war crimes. Can we look at the war crimes over here? But, okay, we will. But Timberlake. All right, let's get to Timberlake here.
Are you saying the story is just a distraction?
I'm saying that people got caught up with the shining object when Robert Pera seems like a potentially, okay, not a great guy in the first place, but maybe more than immoral.
This is a genius level move if you're trying to thwart people from not looking at your war crimes or whatever you're accusing him of. And
I'm not accusing him of.
I didn't see the war crimes. All I saw was the story about this. That's all I saw.
A crime against the games. The game is what I meant to say. Words are hard. All right. We have not gotten to the Shield House part of the Browns head coaching search. Hold on for that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I don't give a damn. Marcus Freeman ain't walking through that door. Kurt Signetti is not walking through that door. Ryan Day ain't walking through that door. We ain't talked about any of them. If there ain't any other wonderkins or great big names, then fine. Might as well go with the guy who has the highest upside, have we not?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
And the Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code METAL, METAL, at 923thefan.com before 4 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of 3-day passes to the Incarceration Music and Tattoo Festival, July 17th through the 19th at the Ohio State Reformatory. Get tickets at incarceration.com. It's all from Incarceration Music and Tattoo Festival 2026 and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Joe DeLeon coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you. We are on Browns coaching search watch. Buffalo's job has been filled. Pittsburgh's job has been filled. Mike McCarthy was introduced to the Pittsburgh media today. Kevin Stefanski introduced to the Atlanta media. Will the Browns make their decision today? Many smart people thinking that it is. And I think we've talked about what the Jim Schwartz hire would mean here. I think it would be fair to say that maybe Jimmy Haslam got his way. I think maybe it would feel like a little bit of a setback for Browns fans who I think have been locked into this next Sean McVay kind of thing. I think what's interesting is what happens if Nate Scheelhaus ends up getting the job and how that's going to be interpreted.
Oh, then I think people will interpret it as, okay, Jimmy let Andrew Berry do his job. And I think that's going to be an interesting little detour from where we've kind of been spending today with.
I think that's fair. I think in the end, all of everything around this job is going to become a funny anecdote down the road if Scheelhaus is the guy. If it's Jim Schwartz, I think it's going to be an anecdote that we use a lot more, and it's not going to be in a good way.
Well, then we're going to start tracking Scheelhaus as if he's like Kevin Stefanski, where it's like we're just constantly looking at him from afar, being like, all right, so what's going on here now? Oh, wow, that really was impressive. We liked that. Oh, no. And then, geez, God forbid if 3 years from now he actually gets a coaching job, or 2 years from now, and then is awesome at it. That'll be another looked at missed opportunity.
Yeah, it'll be like what happened with McDermott, where McDermott we brought out periodically to smack the Browns around and been like, if you had just done this, things would be totally different. It's interesting too because it looks like Mike LaFleur is going to get the head coaching job in Arizona, because I don't know who the other serious candidates are there. Admittedly, I have not followed that. Of all the jobs out there, it has been the least interesting one to me, right up there with Tennessee.
No one's been talking about it.
Yeah, and people were wondering, are they actually running a thorough search, or do they have a pulse? So the LaFleur thing's interesting because it could, between the Buffalo interview that Scheelhaus had after the Browns interview last night and the Arizona opening going to LaFleur, there is some leverage here with Nate Scheelhaus that that maybe other candidates wouldn't have, because Scheelhaus can just stay, get like a double promotion in L.A., become the offensive coordinator, and be set up for success the next 3 years. That's a real threat to counteract whatever the Browns' mess is that they're trying to sell Nate Scheelhaus.
Well, and now it does make you wonder if Scheelhaus, because he's got a little bit more leverage to play with, it does make you wonder if he thinks to himself, wait, I will have an opportunity down the road. I don't have to take the first job that's offered to me.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting. When we were talking about Mike McDaniel, any generic OC job versus the Browns head coaching job, because Mike had been a head coach already, I didn't think going back and having some modicum of success as an OC was going to help him get some better job in the future. I think the jobs that are going to hire him this offseason are probably going to be the jobs that will hire you next offseason, because you still have a bulk of information on what happened in Miami, what went right, what went wrong.
I don't know about that, though. The NFL world's weird and they change. And so, if I've told you before, I think his time in Miami is going to age very well. And so I think that will help him, because I think Tua is going to be exposed as more of a backup quarterback than a starter. So he's going to get a lot of benefit of that. But also, if he takes Herbert to another level, and Herbert still has levels to go to. He's got to win playoff games. He's got to actually look competent in big moments. And so, there are levels you can take Herbert, and I do think he'd get some credit for that.
Yeah, but I think in the end, I would be surprised if he was up for a primo job, like maybe Mike Vrabel was for the Patriots job, or like how people view the Giants job, even though I don't view it in the same way. Whereas with Nate Scheelhaus, this could be your only chance. Like with McDaniel, it's like, you're going to have to be a little bit realistic about where you go in the future, even if there's some wiggle room there. With Scheelhaus, it's like you might only have one chance. You can put yourself in a better chance than this.
I mean, but the cool thing about Scheelhaus, like if I was Scheelhaus's inner circle, and like the part that I would be hanging on to is that it's very rare to have people be in Sean McVay's orbit for X amount of years and just people lose interest. As long as McVay still has that endorsement on him, there'll be a team every single season that will come a call, and that just seems how like that works these days.
So it's interesting.
It's different than Udinski, for instance.
I think because he's getting a promotion in this. Oh, wait, sell that for me real quick.
Like Udinski, if Jacksonville goes down the toilet next year and all of a sudden comes back down to earth, Udinski, there's a real chance he just never gets heard of again. Or is trying to bury himself out of whatever garbage Liam Cohen gets into over the next couple years.
Yeah, I mean, be somebody's quarterback's coach to be a OC again.
Exactly right. And that's been now a 5-6 year climb for Joe Brady to be able to try to reverse course on that. Whereas the McVay stuff is just a little bit different. There's something about getting McVay coffee, being around McVay, that the NFL world just always intrigued by.
But it's interesting. Like, again, I think McDaniel should have taken a head coaching job out there if it was available. I don't know it was, which makes me really question this search on why McDaniel wasn't the guy, because of all the things, it still is the smartest hire they could have made. Because they get their brainiac, but they also get a guy with you understand what you're going to get here. I digress. That's not the point. The point is, with Scheelhaus, kind of like Udinski, because you can just stay in L.A., get a raise, and a promotion, that does kind of feel more like a real threat to the Browns than like the Bucs job should have been for Mike McDaniel.
I mean, who needs who more right now? If I can make an argument, the Browns need Scheelhaus way more than Scheelhaus needs the Browns at this current moment.
Yeah, because we talk a lot about the perception machine in the NFL and what a wonky, weird-ass thing it is.
And how the rules aren't always fair either, and they always bend for different places and different people, and yes.
And so, as much as I think that's a bit of a joke, honestly, the perceptional machine and the groupthink that goes into it, Nate Scheelhaus would bring you more acclaim and get you a little bit more of an immediate kiss right now than Schwartz would, even if by the time the season starts, that kiss means nothing.
Yeah.
But it could help you in free agency. Like, I do think, hey, this guy runs the McVay system. Here's what we're trying to do. Do I think that helps you more in free agency than, hey, Jim Schwartz just hired Todd Monken's brother, Jerry, to be the OC. And he last coached at Trinity College in Dallas 10 years ago. Yes.
Strong program, Trinity College.
Hey, they win. They teach a lot there. A lot of teaching. But no, I mean, I think the McVay rub wears off before the season, but at least in the intermediate, there is some, hey, maybe the Browns know what the hell they're doing.
Well, I think that's why, I mean, there's such a repulsive nature attached to Jim Schwartz right now. I just find, I'm so fascinated by how we got to a spot where Scheelhaus is all of a sudden the big-time guy that everybody wants, but then Jim Schwartz is just not. And I ask myself these same questions. I'm trying to figure out within my brain, why is my brain interested in Scheelhaus more than I am Jim Schwartz as of right now? And I think I'm just scared of what the offense will become under Jim Schwartz. I think I'm scared it'll just get ignored and pushed off to the side when I know it's the most important part of the game. And with Scheelhaus, I have no idea if this thing is going to work. It might fail in a massive way, but I know what he does, and I know what he attempts to do at least, and he's going to put a lot of focus where this team hasn't in recent years.
I also think you just generally favor offense over defense.
I do, in a big way. Yeah.
And so for me, I tend to I'd like them both sides to be really good at football. But
well, if you give me that option, I'll take that one too.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm just
to speak for yourself on that both sides of the offense.
I'm the only
guy
out here saying I want the offense and the defense to be good. You heard it here first, folks. But it's interesting. Like I look at everybody involved, including Monken, including Lynn, including Scheelhaus, including Jim Schwartz, and anybody I make a case for, you can make a substantial case against. And vice versa. I can build you a pretty case about everybody but Monken. But even Monken, I'm sure if I really thought about it, if I talked to the perceptional machine, I'm sure they could come away with some sort of a sell on Todd Monken. And yet this process, whenever they decide, whoever's going to be the head coach, it's going to feel like a failure for a lot of people. And it's like, I think Anthony Lynn is the safest play from here. I don't think he has a chance of getting the job. But I think Anthony Lynn's the safest play from here. And even that is going to be greeted by, you mean a guy that you interviewed on Saturday to comply with the Rooney Rule?
Well, that one just feels like it'd be out of left field in many ways. It feels like Anthony Lynn would be interviewed to be maybe part of the job, maybe part of the the next head coach's staff, but that seems about it. Can we talk about something that I did not know about Shieldhouse until yesterday that I find interesting?
Yes.
Do you know he was a pastor?
Really?
So he left Illinois. He was at Illinois football and everything. He did his 4 years and all that, and then he went back home to teach high school football or something like that, and try to figure out what he wanted to do in life and everything, all this other stuff. And in Louisville, he became a pastor. Mm-hmm. So he spent time as a pastor before then going into the full-time coaching football world and everything like that. So your plea to John Harbaugh and you becoming a Christian man, it will play just as well for Shieldhouse.
Well, in fairness, I'm already a Christian. And the plea with Harbaugh was a Catholic. Do we know what branch of Christianity that Nate Shieldhouse ascribes to?
I gotta get a deeper dive.
And you know what? I gotta watch some film
because
on this.
You've been baptized, but you haven't been confirmed, right?
That's true.
Oh, how about we have a confirmation with Shieldhouse in his opening press conference? Can he confirm you as a Christian?
I don't know. Can he? Can he?
Welcome to Cleveland. We have a big confirmation. You can do like I did in second grade when I had my confirmation. You get to choose your middle name. You can even maybe choose it as Nate.
You get
really play up to it. You get part of the deal. I went with Mark as Mark Grace.
No, my best friend's name is Nate. I will not have any of that. His ego's already through the roof. Don't I get presents for that though? I distinctly remember when all my cousins...
I got no presents for a confirmation. I didn't even have a confirmation party.
When my cousins got confirmed...
Mac, did you get presents? I didn't get presents.
I got a couple here and there.
I'm telling you.
You know who my sponsor was at the church because you have a sponsor.
Well, it was Mama Pat.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
She's like,
yes,
I'm going to guide this man.
Yes, it was.
I'm going to guide this young man into all the right ways.
Never forget, as I swore my life to Christ, her hand on my left shoulder, and I put my right shoulder there, my left shoulder.
And she was just whispering things into your ear.
She said, very proud of you today. I said, thank you, Mama Pat.
Great job.
I said, thank you very much.
I'm going to reward you later.
And at some point, she thought I was going to become a pastor.
Yeah.
But,
and then she died, and it didn't happen.
Life took a different turn.
We're going to have to watch the film on his... because now I got to know.
Well, I want to know what I got to figure out what type of pastor he was.
216-474-0092.
Maybe he'll do a Christ has died, Christ has risen, Christ will come again.
Is Shieldhouse losing interest, or the Browns losing interest in Shieldhouse? Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson.
joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Keep us locked in all day, every day for the latest on the Browns' search for a new head coach. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. Timeout! Timeout! 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
We continue to await white smoke billowing from the plumes out in Berea. Who will be the Browns' next head coach? And who's making that decision? We've talked a lot about this. Nate Shieldhouse, all the many, many names here. But we do have the Senior Bowl coming up this week. That is one of the many kickoffs to the NFL draft coming up in April. Be nice if we had a head coach by then. Maybe sometime mid-May. We'll see. You don't want to push these things too quickly. But to talk about the Senior Bowl, names, intriguing names, the quarterback class, so much more, he's a gentleman. He's a scholar. Joe DeLeon of the A to Z Sports, where he's I don't know why I said the in front of there, but A to Z Sports, NFL draft analyst, the Ruffino and Joe Show on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Joe, welcome to the show, buddy.
A little bit of an Ohio State bleed in there for A to Z, the A to Z. I might need to pitch that to my bosses.
That's why I also call myself the Nick Wilson, but that's purely out of ego. So I guess we'll start here. Senior Bowl coming up this weekend. What are the most intriguing names at the Senior Bowl this year?
Yeah, this year's class, it doesn't have the same level of allure that it usually does, where it's got like the prized quarterback, or maybe it's got the big name pass rusher that could be a top 5 pick. But there's a lot of players that have a lot to prove. One guy that I'm really intrigued by is Caleb Banks, the Florida defensive tackle. He was somebody who in the preseason, I watched his tape and I was blown away. This guy looked like the next coming of Chris Jones. He's gigantic. 335 pounds, he's 6'6", and he moves like he's a 290-pound defensive lineman. And Florida, they were even using him in wide alignments, which is unheard of for a 330-plus pound guy who would typically be playing nose. But he got hurt this year, and there were 2 games of tape, and it was like 95 snaps. It was barely enough to really evaluate. So getting to see him in these one-on-one situations and to be able to go out there and practice, I'm really intrigued. The defensive back group is really stellar. Chris Johnson, the other Chris Johnson from San Diego State, is a guy who could find his way in the back end of the first round, along with Colton Hood from Tennessee. And there's a little bit of jockeying that's going to happen for this fight for being a first-round cornerback. And then last 2 more guys that I think have a lot to prove and can do a lot for their stocks. Kamari Ramsey, the defensive back from USC, another player whose tape I liked in the preseason, who's really fluid. He can cover a lot of ground. And Emmanuel McNeil-Warren from Toledo, who's just an unbelievable athlete. He's got a little bit of Nick Emanwari in him, who we've seen have a ridiculous impact for the Seahawks this year and help them get to a Super Bowl. So a lot of defensive players, and I think a lot of the guys that we'll be talking about this week will be on the defensive side of the ball.
All right, how much attention is Nussmeier going to end up getting?
He's another guy that, if I were to name one quarterback, will draw probably the most positive or negative buzz. It probably will be Nussmeier. The past couple of years with these guys like Nussmeier that have been these fringe day 2 guys that needed to have a strong week, that had name recognition, they haven't really performed well. So he has a chance with a pretty bad year this year. It was a really brutal season. He was banged up. Joe Sloan, the offensive coordinator at LSU, didn't do him very many favors with the play calling. So he could go out there, he could catch a nice rhythm and look pretty confident and play well in the game and really make a case for himself being a second-round pick with so few quarterback options. but I'm holding my breath because he's going to be throwing to receivers that he's not used to, running an offense that he's not used to running this week, and that often creates challenges for guys like Nussmeier that struggle during the Senior Bowl.
All right. I can't recall where you land on Ty Simpson. So I'll ask you, if the Browns or if any team in the NFL drafts Ty Simpson in the first round, how do you give it the best chance for it to work out for Ty Simpson in the NFL?
I think the biggest thing for making it work out is him sitting for a year. I think if any prospect needs to sit, it has to be Ty Simpson. He's played one full season as a starter, under 20 starts under his belt, and this is the big thing that I keep bringing up with him. There's just no sample size of quarterbacks who've played well in their careers with so few starts. He needs time to develop, and there needs to be patience with him, and I don't want to see him rushed out there by a team that might be desperate to just get him on the field and think that reps are going to be what helps him. Sam Darnold's a really good example of, I think, what Ty Simpson can be, where Darnold didn't have a lot of reps under his belt. He got rushed on the field with the Jets, didn't play well with the Jets, traded to the Panthers, and obviously now the rest is history of him going to a Super Bowl. But we look and see now the time that helped with his development was critical, and now that he is entering the peak of his career, it's so easy to pinpoint the reasoning being he had the tools, he just needed the reps, and he needed the patience. So I think patience is probably the biggest key here. If you draft him early, don't start him, make sure there's a good foundation around him, and then let him go out there when you feel confident that the infrastructure built within the offense is going to set him up to play well.
Let's say a massive haul presented itself. Would the Raiders regret trading away Fernando Mendoza?
I think so, because the Raiders have been in this position where they have taken – it's just been such a rough process of trying to find this next quarterback. I know Derek Carr was a solid quarterback for them, but he was slightly above average for the most part with his time at the Raiders. So even before Derek Carr, they haven't really been able to find a guy that has been the solidified franchise face that is going to carry the team for the next 10 years. I think when you have someone as solid, I know Mendoza is not really in that upper elite category in terms of traits, but when you have somebody as solid as Mendoza, you got to take that chance. He's getting comparisons in terms of his quality of what he is as a prospect to Jared Goff. And I think that if you ask the Rams, when they took Jared Goff, they would not say that they regretted it. It was smart for them to go up and trade up and go and get him, because eventually, they traded him for Matthew Stafford, but him being a part of the franchise led to a lot of their growth. With the right head coaching hire and drafting Mendoza, you can have a lot of growth and progression for this team. And if theoretically you feel like you hit a ceiling with Mendoza, I think it'd be more valuable in a few years to have him on the roster than to have traded for a bunch of picks for a team that really wants to go get him.
Joe, I saw a tweet maybe pointing to the fact you didn't like the Mike McCarthy hire by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Why not?
I just feel like it's so uncreative, and I feel like a lot of these hires this year have been extremely, extremely uncreative. Why are we just retreading again twice now? Mike McCarthy twice. I feel like we've already seen this happen I feel like we've already seen this happen. He didn't really work with the Cowboys. I know there's a lot of meddling with Jerry Jones and cut that situation short before it had time to really, really grow to what it could be. But there were a lot of shortcomings with the development of that team, which we saw this year. A lot of those same shortcomings held them back this season under Schottenheimer. And I think that McCarthy, outside of the great season that he had where he won a Super Bowl, a lot of his success came from Aaron Rodgers. We don't really have a large sample size to show that he's a coach that produces a well-rounded playoff-winning team without Aaron Rodgers. So I just don't think that he's the right guy to lead this team in this weird space of uncertainty where they don't even know who their quarterback's going to be. I would have thought that it would have made more sense to go with somebody younger, to be a part of a roster development and growth, to go and get a young quarterback, to maybe trade up this year and go and get Ty Simpson and try to progress this thing over the next couple of years. there were more enticing options to me than, retreading because you wanted to go with the safest option. I don't know why, but this feels like this could end up being like with Pete Carroll this year, where he was fired after one season. It wouldn't shock me if the Steelers team isn't incredibly underwhelming.
So it sounds like reading that you'd be enticed by Nate Scheelhaase for the Browns, maybe not so much with Jim Schwartz.
Yeah, I don't get the Jim Schwartz thing. I really don't understand it. I think that it's so silly that he's even an option. He wasn't a good coach. He wasn't a good head coach. There's a reason why he hasn't gotten head coaching opportunities since then. He had one winning season when he coached the Lions. He was not a good head coach. So he doesn't make any sense. I think Scheelhaase is at least intriguing where, yeah, it's the cliche of let's just go grab from the McVay tree, but that tree has been quite fruitful for teams that have gone in that direction. Being able to pull from somebody who's creative and is an up-and-comer, I think is what you need to do. And I would argue it worked with Stefanski, who at one point was a really good coach and things didn't work out towards the end. But having somebody who shows promise is a lot better than somebody who we already have a sample size of their failures. I think Schwartz is a great DC. I do not think that he is going to be a very good head coach, and I think that would be a complete gigantic mistake for the Browns to go in that direction.
Obviously, you're not just an NFL draft analyst, Joe. You also have the Ruffino and Joe show. You watch more college football than I believe anyone that I know. What did you make of the Ohio State hire of former Pittsburgh OC Arthur Smith?
Yeah, I think this is a great move, and I think that what it comes down to is that we have a proven sample of it working with Matt Patricia. Last year when he hired Matt Patricia from the NFL, being a former Super Bowl defensive coordinator with the Patriots and a failed head coach with the Lions, people criticized that. People said that, he's not a good coach. He was carried by Belichick. So many excuses were made. Lo and behold, he wreaked havoc this year in every single game for Ohio State, even in the Big Ten championship game and in the game against Miami in the college football playoff where they fell short. It wasn't the defense's fault. Their defense still played really, really well. I think that now Arthur Smith, you're following a similar path, a guy that could have probably gotten an NFL offensive coordinator job this cycle, who has produced a lot of really good offenses, has a pro-style approach of running the ball and building things off of running the ball, a lot of play action. I think it's going to work really well with the personnel for this team. I think Jeremiah Smith's going to have a ton of production, knowing some of the big-bodied receivers that he worked with in the past and got a ton of production out of. I think that Bo Jackson's going to have a great season for Ohio State because they're going to run the ball more and they're going to be more deliberate about it. At the end of the day, Brian Hartline was not meant to be an offensive coordinator. He was one of those guys that should have just made the jump from position coach to head coach because he's a great recruiter, he's a great motivator, but he's not a play caller. So now you have an actual guy who is just a ridiculously high-quality play caller who's going up against college coaches that are not going to know how to defend him.
All right, staying on this then, because I'm just curious, because I don't know where to put Julian Sayin, but 2027 is expected to be loaded, obviously. Where does he fall within just the mess of really good quarterbacks?
I know this is going to sound extremely negative, but I think he's probably going to be at the bottom of the list of all the guys that are going to get hyped up, and that list includes Brendan Sorsby, the new Texas Tech quarterback, Josh Hoover from TCU, Dante Moore from Oregon, Arch Manning from Texas. If Lenore Sellers plays better this upcoming season with the new OC, he's going to be back in the first-round discussion. Even I think if he just plays average, he'll still be in the first-round discussion because he's so physically rare. I think Sayin is going to need to be a guy who plays his full college career because he's very Bryce Youngish, where he's not very big and he doesn't have a really explosive arm. Where he wins is with his football IQ, just being a really great decision maker. He's very, very accurate. He gets the ball out quick. He's very decisive. But as we saw in their two worst games this season, he's not very dynamic expanding the pocket. He's not like a super crazy explosive athlete where he's going to be able to get away from pressure like we saw against Indiana and against Miami. And I also just don't think he's got like a big commanding frame that I'd feel very confident with him hanging in the pocket in the NFL. We've seen the struggles with Bryce Young. I think the teams might be a little bit shied away from him unless he bulks up a little bit, which he definitely needs to do. I feel like he's probably going to be more of a 2028 kid.
All right, Joe, before we let you go, you in your most recent efforts as part of a 3-round mock draft, you have the Browns going Ty Simpson at 6, Vega Ione, the guard out of Penn State at 24, Omar Cooper Jr., a wide receiver out of Indiana at 39, and then at 70 you have Isaiah World, who's built like a world, the tackle out of Oregon. How many of those guys do you think could step in and play year one, and be an impact player for the Browns?
Well, as we talked about here, Simpson probably doesn't get onto the field, but I think that a lot of those other pieces work towards what we were talking about earlier, starting to build that infrastructure for him in year 2. I think Ione's one of these guys in this class that's going to be a super reliable guard that whoever takes him is just going to be able to plug him in, and he's going to be a foundation builder, a floor elevator on offense. I think that Omar Cooper has got some potential as well, being pretty shifty and explosive with the ball in his hands. I think he's got potential to contribute early on wherever he goes as well, and then to become a year 2 player who could be a really solid number 2 option if he were in the Browns offense. World, to me, I think is like the perfect 3rd-round tackle to take, but to hold on to him, he's got a lot of tremendous tools. Big, strong kid who can move really well, but his technique was all over the place this year, and he got beat often when he faced off against really good pass rushers. So he needs some development. He needs some growth. He needs to get stronger. Those 2 guys would probably be the ones that would contribute, but as you're trying to build a foundation towards the future, Simpson and World would be those forward-looking pieces that could eventually develop into key pieces on the roster.
Joe, great stuff as always, buddy. Really appreciate you. We'll catch up with you a week from now as we're coming off the Senior Bowl.
Of course. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Good man, Joe DeLeon there on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. A to Z NFL draft analyst, the Ruffino and Joe show. We'll react to what he had to say, and we got the Peterland Pass coming up in 5 minutes as well on 92.3 The Fan.
list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
All day long. All day. All the time. At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
As always, you can listen to this show with all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I don't get the Jim Schwartz thing. I think that it's so silly that he's even an option. He wasn't a good coach. He wasn't a good head coach. There's a reason why he hasn't gotten head coaching opportunities since then. He had one winning season when he coached the Lions. He was not a good head coach. So he doesn't make any sense. I think Scheelhaus is at least intriguing where, yeah, it's the cliche of let's just go grab from the McVay tree, but that tree has been quite fruitful for teams that have gone in that direction. Being able to pull from somebody who's creative and is an up-and-comer, I think is what you need to do. And having somebody who shows promise is a lot better than somebody who we already have a sample size of their failures. I think Schwartz is a great DC. I do not think that he is going to be a very good head coach, and I think that would be a complete, gigantic mistake for the Browns to go in that direction.
Joe DeLeon, our draft analyst here, A to Z Sports and the Ruffino and Joe show. In the previous segment there, we do have John Fanta coming up at 4:20 today. Albert Breer is actually moving to 6 p.m. tonight. So we will have Albert then. We still sit on Browns coaching watch. Will we get the head coach today, or will this continue to linger into the rest of the week? And I do think, like, how Joe received that is how, if the Browns today, tomorrow, or some point in the near future name Jim Schwartz their head coach, that will be the reaction in mass from NFL people.
Yeah, so the sad part about this is it's going to hit like a thud for a lot of NFL people and a lot of people around the league. And then you would think, though, that at least there'd be enough people here in the city that'd be like, well, all right, I like Jim Schwartz. I'm going to stay by this one. But it feels like that whole group of people they've left the party as well. And so, like, you're not going to get the local support because every fan seems like they're against Schwartz right now, and you're not going to get the national support because you were never going to get the national support if it was Jim Schwartz. And so it's an interesting spot the Browns have found themselves in.
Yeah, and again, like, I'm not doom and gloom with this. Just because there isn't a coach that I will pound the table for now, and the one that I am most likely to is Anthony Lynn, and I don't think Anthony Lynn's going to be the head coach. I think maybe that might be something I find a little perturbing, is that Todd Monken has a better chance to get this job than Anthony Lynn, but I digress. Just because there isn't a home run hire doesn't mean it can't be a good hire, right? Like, the point will be you're going to need to win this year no matter who you hire as a head coach, because you desperately need to get, and when I say winning, I'm talking 7 to 10 wins. If you fall in that branch, take a step forward from where you were last year. Maybe you stumble on a quarterback. Maybe you don't. We'll figure that out. But if you at least just get back to your floor is 7 wins, I think that buys you some time. If you're in the playoffs next year, it just is going to allow you to breathe as an organization where everyone isn't going to be on your ass about this.
Yeah, no question. But, I mean, we'll be saying the same things, whether it's Scheelhaus, whether it's Schwartz, we'll be talking about the same storyline about what the Browns need to get done and what they need to accomplish. Because if not, you fast forward a year. Like, here's the trouble if you hire Schwartz. And you could maybe make the same argument with Scheelhaus. Again, we've seen a lot of coaches go 1 year and done anyway. But if you hire Schwartz and you win 5 games or 6 games again next year, the whole operation is gone.
Yeah, I don't want to say fate that they're not. I don't want to say that it's absolute that it will be. But you can't tell me if you win 5 games again next year with Jim Schwartz, and even though he's a guy I think is safest, Anthony Lynn, you cannot tell me that Jimmy Haslam won't be getting a little itchy.
I mean, he'd have to be. I mean, he's an oddly loyal guy to people that he cares about the most. We see that with Deep Podesta, obviously. So maybe Andrew Berry just has him under his spell, and he's going to be a 8, 9, 10, 11-year guy no matter what. But, like, if we use regular NFL parlance, first off, he would have been fired already. But if we're going beyond that, Andrew Berry, like, if this is going to be perceived as your hire, and maybe that's another side of this too. If it's Schwartz, then there's no blood on Andrew Berry if Andrew Berry isn't the one that made the call, though, I guess. Like, if it ends up being Schwartz because it's the ownership that wants it, then there's not really blood on Andrew Berry's hands, because at the end of the day, just like with the Deshaun Watson stuff, everyone in the room still knows who made that call.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because 2 years later, Mike Patton was kind of caught in the crosshair. He still got fired.
Right?
Well,
and again, Stefanski still got fired too. Like you can still lose your job off of all this. But I wonder if maybe that tips the scales in a certain direction.
Let's go ahead and get to the Peterlin Pass.
There's only one man with the knowledge to criticize and the power to let it slide. It's time for this week's Peterlin Pass.
All right, so Netflix over the weekend had a big event. Alex Honnold is his name. He climbed to the top of a 101-story, 1,660-foot skyscraper, the 11th tallest skyscraper in the world. Like it was a pretty big deal for people that were watching and paying attention to the event, right? Here's where the pass comes in play. People that were watching to see if he was going to fall. Free soloing 1,600 feet is obviously a great feat. No one can deny that. But way too many people, I felt, were trying to shame the people that were just watching to see whether or not he'd fall. It doesn't mean you're rooting for him to fall. That's not what's happening. But if your brain goes to, why am I watching this event? I'm not really watching it to see a bunch of athletic achievement from Alex. I'm watching to see whether or not he falls, whether or not he doesn't make it for 1,600 feet. That's why I'm watching it. I don't think that's a bad thing. In fact, I think this makes you very, very human. So the people that were shamed, being told they were sick for watching this event and sick for watching whether or not he'd fall, I give you the Peterlin Pass.
I think I'm going to have to second you on this because there wasn't a single person. You can lie to yourself all you want. You can tell yourself, oh, he's just so athletic, and I wanted to see the athleticism. Okay, every single person who watched this watched it to see if he'd fall.
Yeah, it doesn't make you feel good saying it, by the way.
But here's the thing.
But that's the reality.
At least some people were honest about it. And I think the people who then weaponized their own guilt because they couldn't just say to themselves, I got to see if this bastard falls or not. Those people, to me, it's telling that those people then had to go to the people that were being honest about it and be like, this is really wrong to watch to see if he's going to fall.
I mean, think about it. Why is that event not a replayable event? Like, no one's going back a day later to watch the Netflix event. Why? Because you know that he made it. Like, it instantly becomes that, like, it's a one and done. You either watched in the moment, and then you were watching to see whether he'd make it or whether he'd fall, and that was it. Hell, Nick, I went so far as, I don't know if you were, and I don't know how much of this you consumed or not, but, like, they kept showing his wife. Pretty attractive lady, I thought. I was like, okay, she's pretty good looking. I was like, this wife has friends lined up, I would imagine, that are like, if he falls, I guess I'm going to be the guy that comes and steps in here. Yeah. I guess I'm going to be the guy that's going to, you can be the shoulder to cry on right here, and then we'll pick up the pieces, we'll start a new family. Like, you're watching with the idea that he's going to fall, and then obviously if he makes it, that's great, that's fantastic, but we don't need to shame people for why you were really watching the event.
So the reason why I don't watch free solo events is I can't take the idea that I could watch somebody fall to their death. I can't. So I morally am better than everyone that watches it.
Is that what that is?
Because I honestly
I'm morally in the toilet because
I could not handle the devastation of watching someone fall to their death.
It would have been real tough to just watch him plummet and watch him not make it. Wouldn't have enjoyed that, but that's why you are watching for the idea that like I don't know, is he going to make it? Is he not going to make it? I also know with the free solo people, because I've watched a couple documentaries on it. We've all seen the most famous one just called Free Solo. Like, this was a walk in the park for him, though. I know it's 1,600 feet. It's a massive skyscraper, but this was the equivalent of telling Usain Bolt to basically run around the track. Run around the track and don't skin your knees.
So here's the thing.
He was always going to make it.
How far do you follow him as he falls?
What does the camera? Does the camera pan?
Yeah.
The cameraman can't avoid what's happening.
Oh, no, he can. He can, yeah. You can be like, we're going to go quick to replay.
Well, so the other part of this was that there was so many. This was the part I thought was unfair to him. And there's no way he could have practiced for this. All the distracting people in the windows that were basically just eyeing every move that he had as he was going up each floor.
I'd wave at him.
And that's what they were doing.
Hi.
They were all waving as if like, oh, this is our big chance. And here, I'm like, you're distracting the hell out of him. Yeah. Like, let him zero in. Let him focus for a second. Stop distracting him. But all these people, they all would have had cameras on it. We would have had.
I would have flashed him.
We would have had the. You wouldn't have, because morally you're above everyone, right?
Yeah.
So morally,
well, no, if I'm in that building, I've already portrayed my morals.
You flash him, and then he falls because he saw your junk is the last thing that he saw in life.
I could have shown him the cheeks. I wasn't automatically going to show him the twig and berries.
And all of a sudden,
I could have given the old front shelf.
Alex's wife knows who's going to console her when this whole thing's done.
She's like,
now she doesn't have to worry about that.
She's like, it looks like he freed more than Solo.
I imagine getting a life insurance policy as a free soloist probably isn't an option for him, but I'm sure Netflix Although that was another controversy within this too. Netflix only paid him like $500,000 to do this event.
Not worth my life.
And well, no, but it's like that's not the point. Like the guy probably would have done it for $1. Like let's be honest, he didn't do it. He wasn't doing it for the money.
He's
Yeah, like he was doing it for the clearance to be able to climb this thing. He wasn't doing it for the money.
So I would like to go back to, do you do the cartoon thing? That when Wile E. Coyote falls off the cliff, you follow him all the way to the puff of smoke?
I think you have to.
Or do you hit about 100 feet out, do you go, that's enough of that?
I mean, you're not doing your job as a cameraman if you're not following the action.
I think to do
Job
this
takes
sort of
precedent.
thing.
Imagine being the cameraman that cuts away.
You
in that
have to
moment.
be the wrong mix
You got
of psychopath
one job.
and look at me, Louie.
Your job is to capture what's going on.
It's true. Journalist. You're a
Capture it.
journalist.
At that point, you
You
might
are
as well
a
be.
photojournalist.
You might as well be. Capture what's going on.
Mac?
The cameraman. It's the cameraman's job to follow it along. It's the director's job to cut away.
That's a good point
Ooh,
by you.
I like that.
That is, it falls solely on the director. They
Mac
had to
made
have
a
had
good point.
meetings. They had to have had a bunch of meetings about what do we do if he falls.
Yeah.
And the director already knew in his head he's either cutting away or he's following that thing through. And I would imagine, based off of Netflix's past, he's going to follow through.
You know that this woman is like the 5th time he's free soloed. You know there was a part of her that was like, "Can we just this? I'm so sick of this tension. Just let him fall.
Just let him fall."
Can you imagine being the other person in this?
The
like
wife,
that guy at least gets
she
to
signed
die.
up for it, and I mean,
She signed up for
I think
it.
she knew. I think she knows deep down that he's not.
Yeah, Vanessa
he's
knew I
not
was
gonna
a
make it to be
football
80.
fan. Vanessa knew as a football fan we started dating. She didn't know the level of my sickness.
You're not putting on a helmet and going out on the field.
Well, but the point is that when it comes to free soloing, I like to climb buildings without the assistance of like a safety net. You can say that. Guys speak in hyperbole all the time. Guys speak in inexact language all the time.
Oh, you think she didn't take him serious?
No, she didn't realize he was a psychopath when she married him.
I imagine that's date one, like within the first 10 minutes of like I gotta lay the cards out for you.
You gotta scale the building free
No.
solo.
Either you're on board with this or you're not. But I have to show you these videos and you have to know what you're getting into. Not those videos. Those come later. Maybe with the consoling, they come even later.
That's not the only place I like to not have safety harnesses in place. That is the Peterland Pass.
The Peterland Pass.
The big to-do about Jim Schwartz and the Browns' insistence on him staying in Cleveland in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Net.
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Tide is the official sponsor of Odyssey's big game coverage. Tune in for nonstop previews and analysis leading up to kickoff on February 8th. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide.
It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Peterlin won't let me get it in. John Fanta coming up in about 20 minutes. Nick and JP back with you. Our buddy Adam and Rocky River arguing about my 7-10 wins thing.
Yeah.
Because I had said, he asked me to defend myself in our text thread. And I had said they were a 5-win team last year with the worst offense in the NFL. They top 20 offense, and they're an 8-win team, which I feel like is I would say, even with some regression from the defense, would make sense, no?
Yeah, I mean, if they had a top 20 offense, you're probably winning a few more games. Now, I do wonder, because they sniped off the last 2 at the end, if calling them a 5-win team is even, I mean, it's statistically true, but
I don't understand the point. They won 5 games.
Yeah, they won 5 games, but they acted as a 3-win team. I don't know. I don't know that it's as easy to be like, let's get 3 more wins from somewhere.
You can't act like a 3-win team. You're only a 5-win team or a 3-win team. I don't think.
No, I mean they get it. This is not a big point I want to like really drive home. Obviously, I just want to point out the fact that they won the final 2 games of the season, and neither one were that impressive to me.
But our buddy Adam and Rocky River saying they're unlikely to have a top 20 offense. It's not that hard. It really isn't. If you have you can have a bad quarterback and have a top 20 offense.
Yeah, you definitely can.
You need a number 1 wide receiver, which again, that's the rub. You got to go find one, and an offensive line.
Well, and we'll see. And they'll probably take a step forward offensively. I do wonder if they're going to take a step forward or a step backwards defensively, though, and then how that washes out.
I think that's fair. I think it depends on Jim Schwartz being here.
Well, for sure. But I think the biggest part of this, and this is why I think I'm leaning towards Shieldhouse, is that I'm looking at that offense the way you're looking at it, and like, if only they could be a top 20 offense, and if like they hire somebody that has an offensive mind, and like if you hire Jim Schwartz, I don't know how Jim Schwartz is going to take this to being what was one of the worst offenses in the NFL, and then getting them to even the top 20 spot.
I mean, defensive coaches do have good offenses.
I know, and typically it would depend on who your offensive coordinator is, though, and like there'd be a lot attached to that hire, who that person is, and what that hire is in general, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not as concerned about that with Schwartz. I just don't think Schwartz is a good NFL head coach, and I'll actually go one step further. I think I've finally gone cross-eyed with this talk about how dastardly the Browns wanting Jim Schwartz to be the defensive coordinator is for this head coaching job. One, guys, they're not keeping Shlomo the neighborhood barber. Jim Schwartz has had top 10 defenses 2 of the 3 years he's been here, and 2 of the 3 years he's been here, and there's been top 10. They've been top 5 in certain aspects, like literally the best defense in football. So if any coach is like, I mean, sure, Jim Schwartz is good, but I'd rather my guy. Quite frankly, that coach is an idiot.
Like, it should be an easy sell is the point, right? Like, even like in Atlanta, for instance, with Stefanski, he got the job. What was the idea? Jeff Ulbrich was right there. Like, that's who your DC is. That's part of the deal. And Stefanski, because I don't even know that Stefanski had a better defensive coordinator option, was going to be like, all right, fine, great, let's do this. Like, if you're Shieldhouse, you don't have a better DC option more likely than not. But here's the hang up, and this is why I think got under Udinsky's skin, and this is why I think it matters in the big picture of things.
You mean Udinsky?
No, I say it right. Thank God we don't have to deal with that anymore.
We'll get Shieldhouse wrong. You know.
Who's going to get it wrong now at this point? I mean, people will, but in like what way?
Scaly Hossy?
I saw someone call him Steelhouse, as if like they like didn't do the sh part of it and they made it like steel. Okay. And that was different. That was new.
Yeah.
This was a national guy, by the way. Big national guy.
Name him.
I'm not doing that.
Please?
It was Nick Wright. But anyway.
Oh, Nick, wrong.
Oh, yeah, come on now. But so the point is, I think Udinsky got mad at the idea that if you're going to try to decide who my defensive coordinator is, where does it stop? Like, if you're going to have me play your game from Jump Street, where does the conversation stop? If I want something of my own, do I have to run it up the flagpole? Do I have to make sure a bunch of other people cross-check it and then get it approved? And in the time that Stefanski was here, it's not like we thought he got autonomy off of just about anything. And so I think that is starting to at least appear as a problem for some of these people in this search.
Yeah, I think the fact that the Browns didn't go out of their way to dispel that in these interviews, these 7-hour long interviews, I think is also concerning. That I do think is. If a candidate says, hey, I got no problem with Jim Schwartz, it's about, you hiring my defensive coordinator for me, this is like a one-off thing. Like if Jim Schwartz 2 years from now retires or gets a head coaching job, I get to pick my own defensive coordinator, right? That would be a pretty simple, yes, of course, right?
I know, but it just feels like a control thing. It doesn't even feel like it's like there's such belief in Jim Schwartz and such a I need to go to bat for Jim Schwartz from Jimmy Haslam. It just feels like a control thing. And it's shocking. A billionaire wants to have control over everything in life. I get it. But it just feels like he is, in this instance, it feels like whoever it ends up being, they want to make sure that they're going to have another puppet of sorts, another person that just does their bidding and doesn't complain and does exactly what they say and is a good soldier about it the whole entire way.
But they're right.
Well, I mean,
they're right to want to retain Jim Schwartz.
But you're not going to get the best candidates then if you go about it being.
These aren't the best candidates.
No. Well, I mean, even guys like Grant Udinski aren't giving you the time of day at this point. It's I understand both sides of it. I think you're right for wanting Jim Schwartz. I think Jim Schwartz has done a great job here as a defensive coordinator. Most people should want him. For guys like Udinski, though, I would imagine, and maybe McDaniel falls in this bucket as well, maybe Jesse Minter falls in this bucket as well, I guess we won't know, but I would imagine if they laid out, this is your defensive coordinator, they looked at it and said, well, okay, when do I get to make my own decisions? When do I actually get a say in all this? And then they realize, oh no, I don't get to have much of a say here. That's not in the plan.
Or, and I'm trying to build off where you're at with this. Or is it they came in thinking that Kevin Stefanski, who spent 6 years telling everyone, hey, all those bad decisions you didn't like, I went along with them because this was a thought partnership. Mind you, I've never heard Kevin made a bad decision here. All the bad decisions turned out to be the thought partners. I feel like the Browns are paying for Kevin Stefanski doing a really good job of telling everybody in the NFL, if only they had let me make my decision here.
Well, you do get wiped clean of it all when you're done. That's part of the Stefanski glow up with Atlanta is the idea he got wiped clean of all of it. Nobody blames Stefanski for just about anything, it appears at this point, which is a remarkable thing. But as far as head coaches are concerned, I mean, you just have one of the lowest amounts of power you can have in being a head coach. It was one of the remarkable things about Stefanski in general is that we kept looking around 6 years in and being like, where does he get a say?
Yeah,
what exactly? I think that was, where is his imprint here?
I'm not saying some of that wasn't true, or to some degree that it wasn't true. I really think Kevin played the fiddle. Sorry, not Kevin, but Kevin's agents played the fiddle in a way that helped him turn around after 8 wins across 2 years to get a job immediately after getting fired. I do think that the Browns view their head coaching job as, here are your responsibilities. Anything 2 inches to the right or 2 inches to the left, those aren't your responsibilities. And I think that might be a little different than other situations where the head coach is able to go ahead and reach wherever he wants at any given point. But I think this Jim Schwartz thing, it's being painted like the Browns are somehow an inept organization. And it's like the Ravens did this with Rex Ryan and John Harbaugh, and Rex Ryan was a finalist for one of the two other finalists for that job. It worked out well for Rex Ryan. It worked out well for John Harbaugh. Dick LeBeau in Pittsburgh. Jeff Ulbrich in Atlanta.
Yeah, all sorts of instances of this happening across the NFL. But
the Browns are being punished while having arguably that level of defensive coordinator, Dick LeBeau or Rex Ryan.
Yeah, listen, I don't think it's a crazy ask by the Browns. I really don't. Under most circumstances, I think most people would be very receptive to the idea of Jim Schwartz. I wonder if the candidates were reading way more into it and they're taking it the way that I took it, where it's like, all right, if they ask for this, they're just going to continue to ask and ask and ask and ask. And the Browns have not earned the benefit of the doubt when it comes to that conversation.
Well, and I would say to what you're saying, not only have they not earned the benefit of the doubt, but it's apparent that if this is what's holding it back, which we kind of have to get into like what I think is really holding it, but if this is what's holding it back for some coaches, then they didn't do a good enough job in the interview of dispelling that notion. That's where I think we can build the bridge to trust.
I don't know that they want to dispel that notion. I think they like the setup that they have that isn't working. I think they like the idea that they call the shots. You have to listen to what they have to say, and if not, well, all right, hit the road.
I think it's so much. I do believe that this thing has been a thought partnership, and there's a part of me that thinks the Machiavellian stuff, while it's not entirely not true, has also been a little overplayed. I think there's a kernel of truth to every criticism of every organization that's out there. Does Jimmy Haslam overreach habitually? Is Andrew Berry? Did he get a drop on Kevin Stefanski in a way to outmaneuver him to not be the one that is fired? 150%. That's also how almost every organization works in the NFL. Arthur Blank comes down and makes decisions for people. Stephen Ross comes down and makes decisions for people. Jimmy Haslam is not the first nor is he the last overreaching owner, and Andrew Berry's not the first nor is he the last careerist GM in the NFL.
No, but it is different in some spots. I mean, we talked about Harbaugh at length about the amount of power that he was going for. What really, that was one of the hang-ups is how much say he gets. Is Joe Shane basically reporting to him, or who's reporting where? And it's like, no, Harbaugh's reporting directly to the ownership, and Joe Shane's got to report to Harbaugh. It's different in a lot of different spots, and there's no one answer across the board. That's what always makes it so interesting. But if the Browns are presenting this as you have to take Jim Schwartz, I could see why a head coach would say, or a promising prospective head coach would say, you know what, you're just going to tell me what to do all the time. I don't really want to sign up for that. It's not really going to work that way.
216-474-0092. Have the Browns made keeping Jim Schwartz too much of a factor? So much of this next head coach hitting the ground running, and maybe this is why I'm so passionate about keeping Jim Schwartz, even though I think he has no business being the head coach of the Cleveland Browns. So much of the passion on this is you have so many scheme versatile people here, specific to the wide nine, not even four-man fronts, but specific to the wide nine and how Jim Schwartz likes to play, that I think if you change this to a different front where you're asking the defensive lineman to do something different, I think the defense will take a significant step back next year. And that's exactly how you go from being a 5-win team to being a 5-win team.
Right, but again, that's why I think someone like Shieldhouse, if they were to get to a spot where they could all agree, hey, he's the head coach, I would imagine it would be Shieldhouse and Jim Schwartz. That would be part of the convo they've already had, and there's a reason why Shieldhouse would be taking the job, is he would be accepting of that.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, I have no interest in Nate Shieldhouse as the Browns head coach if Jim Schwartz isn't the DC. And honestly, I have no interest in Todd Monken as a head coach, but me personally, hey, Nate, yes or no? Jim Schwartz is your DC, yes or no? No. All right, thank you. Enjoy being the OC there. Anthony Lynn, you're the new head coach.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know if you see it the same way I do, but I would imagine a lot of Browns fans do, where it's I can't find a world where Jim Schwartz is not on the roster as in the coaching staff in some capacity next year. I don't think he's going to get so burned if he doesn't get the coaching job that he's I'm out of here, I can't do it, I'm so upset. I don't think that's happening. And I think if they hire somebody that isn't Jim Schwartz, I think he'll be made the DC. And that's really where I stand. I'd be shocked if he isn't.
All right, we do have a little bit of breaking news to pass along here, but not with your Cleveland Browns. Evan Mobley, as the Cavs have announced, he injured his left calf during Monday night's game versus Orlando. And a MRI today, the Cleveland Clinic Sports Health revealed a strain. Mobley will begin treatment and is expected to miss approximately 1 to 3 weeks. So, whew. Yay.
Team just can't stay healthy.
But Evan Mobley out 1 to 3 weeks. When we come back, John Fanta will be joining us. We'll get John's take on the Cleveland Browns head coach opening. Where is he? What does he want? Does he want Nate Shieldhouse? So much more in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I drive a
expected to miss 1 to 3 weeks. Off day for the Cavs today. Tomorrow, the Lakers come to Rocket Arena. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, NBC Sports' John Fanta joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Albert Breer coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. Nick and JP back with you. We are on Browns coaching search watch. We did just get the Evan Mobley news. He's out 1 to 3 weeks with a left calf strain, so well, that's great. But we'll see if the Browns can go ahead and land in a head coach. Will it be Jim Schwartz? Will it be Madman Todd Monken? Will it be Nate Scheelhaase, who we do not have a nickname for yet? But with all this going on, we turn to one of Cleveland's own. You know him, NBC Sports. He's a gentleman. He's a scholar. He's on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He is John Fanta. John, welcome to the show, buddy.
We keep waiting for the smoke to emerge out of Berea.
Which way do you want that smoke to go?
Well, I want it to go the way that we talked about before, and I want it to go with somebody fresh and somebody that can bring a new offensive mindset to Cleveland and something different. And I hope that guy is Nate Scheelhaase. That's where my vote is with, for the reasons that we've discussed. I think if you were going to hire Jim Schwartz as your head coach, you would have done it after 3 or 4 days. I do think that Jimmy Haslam doesn't ignore critics and doesn't ignore what's being said out there. I think that the Browns need to start anew with somebody that's different from the outside, and I would hire Nate Scheelhaase.
So what do you think the holdup is? They obviously talked all day yesterday with Scheelhaase. If they wanted to hire Jim Schwartz, they could have done it weeks ago. What do you think the holdup is?
I think that there's a power dynamic with because they badly wanted to keep Schwartz. We don't know if they promised Jim anything of any sort. I don't know how you could do that, but it sure seemed. I mean, they did as close to that, JP, in how they messaged everything. From the start, the messaging with this was an issue. You know, no matter how much you love Jim Schwartz, to put it out there publicly in the first press conference when you fired Kevin Stefanski that you badly wanted to keep him, I know how much you love him. I get that, but sometimes messaging is better just to be kept quiet. And I do think that the dynamic of, okay, I have to come in and be the coach, but I'm not allowed to have really any control over who the defensive coordinator is, was a red flag for these candidates. So I think the holdup has probably just been element of control, and I think they also are trying to be as patient and thorough as they can because they've screwed up other things. Let's face it, the Browns have screwed things up over the years. This regime has more flaws recently than correct things. So, you know, I'm with you. I would have hired Nate Scheelhaase if that was my guy, which I still in my heart of hearts think that it should be. I don't know what Jimmy Haslam and Andrew Berry think, but if it were, wouldn't you have done it before you even hopped on a Zoom with the Buffalo Bills? So I don't know what the only rationale behind the holdup is that there's some last issues, some last bullet points, you know, a la John Harbaugh with the Giants. You know, we can't act like this doesn't happen elsewhere, that there aren't other things that are processed with other searches where a coach needs to hear and see certain things. And I'm sure that if the Browns are going with a Scheelhaase or I guess with a Todd Monken, that there's very real things that are being discussed of, okay, whose decision is this going to be? Do I have a choice over this? I think that's the reality of the situation.
All right. If this is read correctly, one could infer that Jim Schwartz would be the Haslam hire and that Nate Scheelhaase would be the Andrew Berry hire. Setting that aside, if this came down to one of those men gets to make the hire, who do you want making that hire?
Well, Andrew Berry at that point. If I have
it's dubious, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. What a great question from you.
Heck.
I don't know what you get for it, but you get that compliment from me, which these conversations can vary from complimentary to attacking. And thus far, it's been a very pleasant conversation considering how stressful the current times are. And don't worry, I won't go off on a college sports tangent like last week. Andrew Berry, I think, would be the vote because I've seen Jimmy do even more things that would concern me than even Andrew. And frankly, there's a little bit of lesser of two evils here. But, I would go with the guy that's in these rooms every day from 9 to 9, that's working around the clock. At that point, I got to go with Andrew Berry on that answer, just because if Haslam's choice is Schwartz, here's my question to Jimmy. Number one, what did Jim do as a head coach that convinces you that he should be the head coach? Number two, why didn't you make Jim Schwartz the interim within the season to try to give him what you would call a tryout to potentially then be the head coach? Why didn't you just make the move when it was obvious that you were going to fire Kevin Stefanski for weeks on end? And number three, if Jim Schwartz was your candidate and so good, why did you wait 3 weeks to, one, hire him, and two, why didn't he get many other looks from other organizations other than what I would say a courtesy interview in Baltimore? Those are my three questions that I would ask. Number four being, what makes you convinced that you're now going to get this right when you've gotten a whole hell of a lot wrong?
All right, so if they go with Schwartz, it does feel like the prevailing thought, whether that's callers or whether that's online, it just seems like people would be very upset with that. Would you be very upset with that, or would you look at it like, all right, it's not Shieldhouse, but I can manage?
Yeah. I would not be – I'm not going to sit here and say I would be yelling and screaming and very upset because Jim – you know what that is, JP? That's a liking that I have for Jim Schwartz. Jim Schwartz would outweigh Todd Monken in this. If they hire Todd Monken, I just don't understand the rationale behind that. It's clear that the Ravens have had issues and that there's been problems in Baltimore. That roster was way too talented to miss the playoffs, health or not. But look, I would not be raging mad. I would be upset because it's the latest example that the Browns, they ended up back at the start of a circle in which is really critical for their future. And I have more doubts than I have certainties of this working out because, I know the players probably want Jim Schwartz. The very first conversation we had about this, Jonathan, that you asked me was, should the players have say? Players can have say. They shouldn't make the sole determination because they're players. And, if every player's vote was of confidence, I think the Steelers just sold their souls for Mike McCarthy. And Mike McCarthy, who tried to take the high road with the Aaron Rodgers situation, and by taking said high road, I think Aaron got him hired. And Aaron's going to somehow keep him a job in this league. With the Browns, I'm sure that Myles Garrett said, I want Jim Schwartz. I'm sure that Jimmy Haslam's weighing that and is saying, I want to keep my best players happy. But how many wins has it gotten you, ultimately? And what makes you think that the offense is going to be renovated? What is Jim going to do that wasn't being done before? Those are the questions that I have. Your offense needs a complete gutting. To me, hiring Jim Schwartz is delaying another inevitable search. So would I be raging upset? I like Jim Schwartz. I like him as a guy. I like him as a DC. I know there's some people on X who got mad at me last week. There are some Jim Schwartz supporters out there who are upset, who say, I was wrong to say he doesn't get your organization further along. But, if that was the prevailing thought all along, again, why wasn't he the interim? Why wasn't he hired 3 weeks ago? So would I be mad beyond mad? No. But I'm upset at the Browns' process because not a whole lot makes sense with their process if they ended up with Jim Schwartz after this 3-week extravaganza. To me, the 3-week extravaganza would equal a lot of people didn't want this job, and this job wasn't desirable. And I know you guys said this job I don't know if you said it should be desirable, but remember last week we argued about this. We said, where do you rank the job? And I said, I don't rank it high. And this would indicate that the job wasn't as highly thought of as maybe some people thought.
All right, John, let's flip it to the Cavs. They're winning basketball games again more than they're losing them Are you back on the Cavs, or do you think it's still too early to take a victory lap? That maybe the same old Cavs we've got the last 3 years are finally back.
Well, in the regular season, yes. And look, they couldn't have been playing much worse than they had been. Off the Thunder game, I'll give them credit for responding off the Thunder game. This is a period in the NBA season where certain teams can sometimes just have a no-show. Even the Spurs lost to the Pelicans the other night. In no world should that happen. The Thunder lost at home to the Raptors. The Thunder are a superior team to Toronto, who I like, and they've had a really nice year. And Emmanuel Quickley, Scotty Barnes, Brandon Ingram involved in good. But the fact is that shouldn't happen. I'll give the Cavs credit for you got embarrassed on MLK Day, embarrassed by 32. They no-showed. They didn't defend a lick. And they've answered that, and they've defended better as of late. The Kings game wasn't necessarily pretty. They found a way. To me, the sweep over Orlando, it's a big inflection point this season. Orlando's been trying to right the ship. The fact is they have not. And Donovan Mitchell's been superb. I mean, D-Mitch gets this rap that he can't make the conference finals, that he can't be on that type of a team. This is not Donovan Mitchell's fault. This is on the Cavs. I think what one indicator is, Jalen Tyson's been as good a member of this supporting cast as anybody, and as of late. But that to me is more of an indictment on some of the other supporting cast members. I think they nailed it with Tyson. In year 2, he's taken a nice leap. I don't think anybody had him averaging 14, 6, and close to 3 assists per game. But the problems that I still think exist with the Cavs, big picture, are still very much there. So you give them credit for the way that they've played these last 4 games. I think that they're in a position where there's no reason why they can't be a top 3 finisher in the Eastern Conference. Right now, the Raptors are 3rd. The Knicks are in 4th. And, guys, the Mike Brown thing is not working in New York. Color me very shocked. I'm really not that shocked. The egos are not clashing well with Mike Brown. Mike Brown's a really nice guy, but he has had trouble with big egos in the NBA before. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. And now the Knicks are having issues in their locker room. Their defense is so far from connected. So my point is, the Cavaliers better finish in the top 3 of the East. I'm convinced that they can, but they have to do it.
You mentioned Tyson. What do you make of the idea that some of the numbers between Darius and then Tyson suggest that Tyson's actually doing a better job than Darius is this year?
Well, Darius has not been healthy. When he has been on the floor, he's been fine. I think you've got some sort of a developing point there. I'm not ready to say that Jalen Tyson, I'm not saying that you're saying it either. I'm not ready to say that Jalen Tyson is a better player than Darius Garland when he's at his best. But I think this underscores the reality of the situation for the Cavs. Darius Garland is a good player, okay? I would not label him as this, big-time star in the NBA. I just wouldn't. And in the NBA right now, if you don't have 2 of those guys on your team, it's very difficult to get to the promised land. That's the problem with the Cavs. Tyson, okay, you want to say that his productivity's been, as of late, has been that of a Darius. That's great. That's awesome. And I'd like to see the 3 of them all combine and be a force together, Donovan, Darius, and Jalen Tyson. But Darius, fair or not, his durability has been an issue in his career. When he takes on physical guards who defend him and get up in him, there's been some issues with that. And he is not, whether he's been healthy or not, you can say he has not been able to prove himself in the playoffs. We won't know until the springtime. And the Cavaliers, being a second apron team, don't have much flexibility to do something alternative. But this is kind of where, I don't want to say right now doesn't matter because they dug themselves a hole, so right now does matter. But until we get to April and until we see something different out of the Cavaliers on both ends of the floor in the playoffs, when things get leveled up, ratcheted up physically, and teams are going to defend the heck out of you like the Pacers did, will we see this team be able to punch back? And my thing is, it takes 2 superstars to win in the NBA. I think the Pistons right now are evaluating the trade market because they want more help for Cade Cunningham. And the Eastern Conference is wide open. So I would say that if you're a Cavs fan, monitor the trade deadline here because the Cavs don't have much flexibility to make some big-time splash. You got to hope that the East doesn't have some sort of spiral of some sort from one of these teams or two of these teams. I don't think there will be. There's not a lot of noise right now, but it is something to watch.
All right, John, we got 90 seconds. Jose Ramirez signing a second contract extension, likely to end his career here in Cleveland as a Cleveland Guardian. Will you care if the second contract ages poorly for Jose Ramirez?
I don't care. Build the statue. He should have a statue up now. The commitment, the loyalty, the stardom, he is the reason why you go to games. He is the reason why you go to that ballpark every day and every night. And he deserves all the credit in the world. Like, if you're a Cleveland sports fan, how can you not love everything about Jose Ramirez and his commitment to our city? Our city. That is absolutely incredible. You know, in the midst of the chaos of a coaching search, in the midst of the Cavs digging a hole, the Cavs got a face who stayed committed to their organization. And the Guardians, despite being criticized, and rightfully so, for not spending money, this legendary player who will have a spot in Cooperstown, he's already locked that up, he is going to be a Guardian for life. That is nothing short of incredible. Nick and JP, other baseball contracts have aged worse with far less deserving players. This guy deserves it. I'm just glad to see that they worked something out. I'm a little bit perturbed at the Guardians not going and getting another bat for their lineup because I just don't know. I think it's a lot to rely on the kids. But, man, that was such great news, such a welcome sight, and I can't wait to be at the corner of Carnegie and Ontario this summer watching and cheering for Jose Ramirez. He is the face of our city.
God bless America. God bless John Fanta. John, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
Thank you, John.
God bless you, Nick and JP. Maybe we'll take the new coach out for a burger.
Yeah, that's exactly, unless it's Jim Schwartz. No, then he'll buy us one. That's what I meant.
I was like, what's wrong with Jim Schwartz?
Nate Shieldhouse is still so new here. No, we'll take any coach that wants a burger from John Fanta.
Sandwich.
I'm putting you on hold. That's it. You had a great line, and then you...
I think I was going to ask him if we can get Mac into his broadcasting camp for 9 to 19-year-olds.
Well, listen. I was not expecting that. That was very well done. It's very well done there. Yeah. Well, because, Mac, you could learn a thing or two from John Fanta.
That's the inference.
I don't know if you picked that up in what he was saying.
No, I had no idea.
You could become a better broadcaster by listening to John Fanta talk while surrounded by 9 to 19-year-olds.
You got like your pencil out and you're like taking notes. It's going to be the breakthrough.
Are looking like Happy Gilmore?
Yeah, you'd look like Kenneth, that football one. Yes, sir. I'll tell you about the wide 9. We'll react to what Fanta had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Get it right the first time, and if you can't do that, get it right the next time. Nick Wilson here for Bookman and Son. I did not.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I want us to go with somebody fresh and somebody that can bring a new offensive mindset to Cleveland and something different. And I hope that guy is Nate Scheelhaase. That's where my vote is with, for the reasons that we've discussed. I think if you were going to hire Jim Schwartz as your head coach, you would have done it after 3 or 4 days. I do think that Jimmy Haslam doesn't ignore critics and doesn't ignore what's being said out there. I think that the Browns need to start anew with somebody that's different from the outside, and I would hire Nate Scheelhaase.
That was John Fanta, Cleveland's own, giving us his take on the Browns head coaching situation. There's enough anxiety right here about the head coaching search. I think the Browns have somehow wheeled their way back into, if Scheelhaase is, as some people are expecting, the head coach, now all of a sudden people are just going to be really excited it wasn't one of the other three guys.
It'll almost be like kiss the ground happiness for a lot of people. I really feel like a lot of people have, we've seen the light. We got to the worst of this. I don't want the worst of this. Now just do what I want.
For a guy who, again, the fact that...
No, we don't even know. We know nothing about him.
Well,
in reality.
So 2 years as an NFL
we know
coach,
we know the stats
about.
in the bio. By the way, I did look it up. He was not only it was not only just a Christian church, it was a Catholic church as well.
Oh, no.
High school, by the way.
I'm not going Catholic for Nate
He was a
Scheelhaase.
high school pastor.
No, I mean I won't. I'll try and cut down on the defaming of and saying bad things.
It was the Southeast Christian Church in Louisville. And when asked about his job, he says, it's a pretty good gig. I get paid to love Jesus and tell high school kids about him. It's a pretty good deal.
Now, listen, you win a Super Bowl, Nate? Maybe I'll go Catholic. I mean, listen, the Browns win a Super Bowl.
If he wins a Super Bowl, I'll be like Drewski in that bit where I'm turning this into a mega church if that's what he wants.
I like the idea of you wearing the papal hat. I forget what those are called
right
now.
All. That sounded good when you said it.
Every show, you've just got the Pope's hat on. You know enough people from Chicago.
The Pope Mobile. We can do it all.
You text the Chicago Pope because I know.
Yeah, Pope Leo. I would imagine he would have an inside track. As a former pastor, you have an inside track to the Pope, I would imagine.
I mean, if you were really a good pastor, you would. By the way, why isn't he a priest? Why would we call him a pastor if he isn't it a priest?
I'm sure there's some sort of step there. He referred to himself as a high school pastor. I'm sure there's got to be, I don't know if there's more tests or more amount of years or something that he's missing there. There's got to be a delineation between pastor and priest.
Is it like where I was baptized but not confirmed?
I think it's got to be something like that. I mean, now it's a good question though.
Pretty sure there's a whole entire schooling process of that even too, that you have to go through in order to actually become a priest.
Yeah, pastor's like it's like the step below.
Oh, I was wondering how you were going to word that. You landed the plane.
Thank you very much.
You did.
Thank you.
It's the lowest level of man of God. I thought that's how we were going to go.
It's an entry level.
It's like the internship for the Catholic world.
So, all right, Pope is the executive level. All right.
Yeah, well, we got bishops and everything too. You know, that's a whole deal.
Is a bishop
archbishops too?
Is a bishop one level above pastor?
Priest is a sacramental office where pastor is a function, a shepherd of the church.
But how's that different from the priest?
Listen,
does he do no shepherding?
Do I know how the Catholic world works in its entirety? No, I don't know the ins and outs, Nick. I'm sorry.
You were Johnny the Pope in Chicago, thanks to Mama Pat.
Well, no, she wanted to make me a priest, but now maybe
she wanted to make you more than a priest.
Maybe she just said pastor. She wanted to make me like the intern to the priest.
That's
I don't know.
God, by the way, talk about sleeping in the middle.
A priest is ordained to perform sacraments. A pastor generally called to lead, teach, and shepherd the local congregation. So you got better duties. You can do all the sacraments.
But they both shepherd.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you're all servicing God is the idea.
All right. I do want to know the org chart. That's all I want to know.
Yeah, and then you get, as Max said, then you get bishops, then you get archbishops, you get the whole. So there's a whole higher up process to this thing.
Archbishops are above a priest?
Oh yeah, big time. Yeah, big time.
Oof, okay.
Yeah.
I would have thought priest was higher up in the hierarchy or whatnot.
No, not at all. Not even close, actually. Yeah, no, it's like a big deal if you have an archbishop.
You could have been an archbishop. I feel like you could have been.
If I had your support when I was a child, maybe I would have been.
You had Mama Bats. That was enough.
Wasn't good enough for me, I guess. Well, I'll never forget that, being like 8th grade. Yeah, I told your parents I think you're going to be a priest one day. And I'm like, in what world did you think that was reality? Like, where did you get that impression?
Maybe she just looked at you and said, "This guy's never having sex."
I was because I was the altar boy, I think is what it was.
Well,
7th, 8th grade altar boy, and I think maybe she just took that one a little bit too
much
far.
there.
I think she took that one a little bit too far. Little did she know, I liked getting out of class in that early morning. You got to skip. That was the idea behind it. Is that like on Tuesdays, whatever day it was, you got to miss class if you were the altar boy, and so I just kept being the altar boy.
And here you are.
I mean, I was the crossing guard in like 6th and 7th grade too, where you show up like a half hour early just because I liked the hot chocolate they'd give you and the idea you could miss the first class by like 10 minutes because you're helping kids cross the street. I did so much to just not have to do the 10 minutes of class required.
I think we're noticing.
And hot chocolate.
A moral...
But it sounds like I was a much better person as a kid than I am right now.
No, it sounds like
there's a sense of community there that I don't really have right now.
Except your reasoning for doing the right things weren't good reasoning. Ergo, that cancels out the good things you were doing.
No, I think if you're doing good things, it doesn't matter if I'm there for the hot chocolate or not. You're still doing good things.
I don't know.
You're still doing good things.
I'm pretty sure there's a section of the Bible that says if your religious pursuits or your good deed pursuits are done in vain or done, maybe not for the best intentions, it's frowned upon.
I like where you started this with. I'm pretty sure there's a section of the Bible that says this.
Yeah, I was being a little facetious.
I'm pretty sure.
I don't know which part it is.
I'm pretty sure. I froze my butt off, man. And it's like, why are you out there? What are you doing this for? I get hot chocolate and miss 10 minutes of class. Great.
All right, Jimmy in Avon Lake's going to help us with the priest info. Tread lightly, Jimmy.
What's up, guys? Love the show.
Thank you.
Just wanted to help you out. So there's different levels. The priest is a regular priest at a church. The entire church and the entire congregation, and basically is like the head.
Yeah, we were cutting out there, buddy. I'm so sorry.
There's a lot of good priest knowledge.
I feel like we were really getting the straight smack.
Oh, we didn't even bring the cardinal in the mix either.
Oh, now where does a cardinal rank in all of this?
That's right below the Pope.
But there are a lot of cardinals, right?
No, because the cardinal you're appointed by the Pope, and then you have to elect new popes when it happens. It's like a big deal.
But don't the cardinal?
I mean, I'm sure there are
cardinals become the Pope.
You have to represent.
There's one Pope. There's a lot of cardinals.
I look at cardinal like the offensive coordinator. Okay, if the Pope is the head coach, the cardinal's like an offensive coordinator. Yeah, that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, but that's like I'm not saying it's not a big deal, but we got like a 600
Archbishop
to 1.
is like the special teams coach. It's a pretty impressive thing, but there's levels to go here.
What is a priest? A priest then?
Like the get back guy.
Is he like the quality control coach?
You got a lot of work to do. You're doing good work, but you got a lot of work to do. All right. And we don't think you're ever going to sniff being a pope, but maybe one day.
All right, Matt in North Olmsted, tread lightly. Give us the Catholic knowledge here.
No, I got you guys on this. So I don't know if Shield House is Catholic or not. The name of the church that JP gave does not sound like a Catholic church. Usually you're going to have a saint's name or one of like the feast days, like the Annunciation as a Catholic church. But if you were a pastor, it's probably he was more like a youth minister. So he'd kind of just be like, running the youth group. But a priest is a completely separate category where it's literally a difference in your vocation is what the Catholic Church calls it. And so he would have had to go into seminary for 7 years. He would have to have a master's in theology. There would be, just a whole lot going on else that he would need if he were a priest. And I'm pretty sure he's married. And you can be a married priest in the Catholic Church, but it's really uncommon in the Roman Catholic Church. Like Kevin Stefanski was Catholic. He was on the cover of the Bishop's Magazine, actually, in the Diocese of Cleveland.
How did we not know this?
And then also just a quick note on the cardinal difference. All a cardinal is a bishop, and the bishop just happens to have that designation if he can help elect the Pope. Like Bishop Maleznik in Cleveland, he's not a cardinal. Could be one day, but not one right now. But, yeah, kind of they are like the offensive coordinator, if you will. They don't really do anything else besides elect the Pope other than like the job of overseeing like a city, a diocese of churches like Cleveland.
Big church guy right here, Matt. Big church guy.
And that's what we were looking for, Matt.
Oh, you cut him off.
I know.
That's a man of the cloth right there.
Yeah, because I had enough. I got the information I needed. I didn't need any more information would be superfluous.
Nailed that one.
Superfluous. All I did get a mouth fart out of you, though.
Yeah, we had to do something. Like that car crash of that word. I don't know what that was.
Mark Wahlberg saying superfluous. It's superfluous. There's so many Transformers. It's
Here's what's happened, though. We've both gotten in each other's head way too much about words, and it's just killed us.
No,
I've never stumbled
like
over words more in the previous 2 weeks than I have, because we're both just so gun shy to use any word that seems like it's bigger than, I don't know, 2 syllables.
And then I just freely march into superfluous.
Out of left field.
With such bravado.
We've even
and
been giving each other
confidence.
grace the past couple of days, too. There's been a couple mess ups here and there, and we both just completely ignored it because we had to like get back to what we were, where everything you could just make a mistake. It was fine. And here we are.
All right, the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Next on 92.3 The Fan, from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Do we only care about the Cavs when they are struggling? And it's your job to win football games, not save college football. It's the Emerging Podcast Team, presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We've got Albert Breer coming up in 1 hour's time.
But first, win a pair of tickets to the 26th Greater Cleveland Sports Awards at Rocket Arena on Thursday, February 5th. Get tickets at clevelandsportsawards.com. Here's what you need to do. Enter the word FAN. It's as simple as that. F-A-N. By the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win.
Real quick here, Eric saying, I was absolutely right. The Bible talks about how if you're doing good things just for attention or reward, then your motives are off, and it goes against what Scripture teaches. I want to be in the room, like, you know how, like at the combine, you get in the room and, all right, we're going to ask you tough questions. And the after, when they're sitting down and being like, here's what you did well, here's what you did maybe, which could have done better. Because I don't think it's a negative process. I do want to know what they disqualified.
Yeah, I just think there's...
You gave that homeless guy $5 once, but you did it because you were feeling bad about yourself that day and needed a boost.
I just feel like being a crossing guard to help kids out and then using it for like free hot chocolate. I feel like there's a sense of the amount of time put in versus what the hot chocolate is worth.
Yeah.
Where God would be like, you know what? Nobody needs hot chocolate that bad. Like, I think you might have done something all right there.
5th grade.
Even if hot chocolate was the main motive and missing 10 minutes of class, you still did something.
5th grade, Isham Elementary School, Wadsworth. Got no hot chocolate, and I got those kids across the road. So I was just a team player. I was in it for the right reason. My heart was in the right place. Not some hot chocolate harlot.
What?
You're a harlot for hot chocolate, that's all. As many people are saying it now.
I don't even know that I had hot chocolate every day. I just remember it being a big.
Walking it back.
I just remember it being a big part of it.
He's
being like,
walking it back.
And you walk in, it's almost like a hero's welcome. Like you put your sash down for the day, and you're like, I mean, that hot chocolate. Let me be 10 minutes late showing up to this class.
Hey, John!
Let me be now.
I need warm hot chocolate in my hand.
Now, being the altar boy, you just missed the whole first period. You got to miss all, and there's no hiding that. I wasn't doing that to help out the good Lord or anything like that. I just didn't want to go to school.
Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com was on with Baskin and Phelps today. She broke down where things stand in the Browns coaching search.
They're in decision-making mode right now. They went out there to L.A., they did their interview with Nate Scheelhaase, they're back here in Cleveland now, and they're working through their options. And at this point, pretty much everyone is still in it. No one has been ruled out of it as of yet. And that includes Todd Monken. He's flown under the radar, but he's still in the mix. So I do think that there is a world in which Todd Monken and Jim Schwartz could come as a package deal and be paired together. That is a possible option. But I'm also hearing, that Nate is still in it. So, I just don't think we can rule anything out right at the moment.
What's funny about this is that we've gone through such stretches here. Udinski was the guy, then Scheelhaase was the guy, then Schwartz was the guy. And then this morning, it kind of felt like, with the help of Mary Kay and some of her reporting, that they were trying to make it, or at least somebody was trying to make it, the Todd Monken moment. And nobody bit. We all just kind of collectively looked at it and said, you know what? I don't even want to do that. I don't want to have that discussion. It doesn't seem fun. Let's go back to debating Scheelhaase versus Schwartz and all the ramifications of that.
I just want to know how long you have to deliberate before you reach on the new pope. That's all I'd like to know. Little news to pass along here. Ian Rappaport reporting within the last 5 minutes, despite 14 wins this year and a team that had Jarrett Stidham on the steps of being in the Super Bowl, didn't quite get there. Maybe not the steps. Outside the Super Bowl. The Broncos have fired OC Joe Lombardi. So Davis Webb gets the promotion there. I knew that's why.
You had to keep Davis Webb.
With Davis Webb as the OC, Jarrett Stidham would have played 2% better. And the Broncos would be in kind of a chicken bleep move by Sean Payton. You don't really need Sean Payton.
You really dislike Sean Payton.
He is a Jag. I think that's first and foremost.
Let's not miss the point. He is.
Sean Payton had Pete Carmichael, I think it was Pete Carmichael Jr., as his offensive coordinator for like a decade. He's never like, I really got to keep this up-and-coming quarterbacks coach.
Maybe he blamed him for calling 4th and 1.
That's it. You know what? Even Sean Payton has to have a fall guy.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, joined us last hour. We asked him who he trusts more to make this hire, Andrew Berry or Jimmy Haslam.
Andrew Berry, I think, would be the vote because I've seen Jimmy do even more things that would concern me than even Andrew. And frankly, there's a little bit of lesser of two evils here. But I would go with the guy that's in these rooms every day from 9 to 9, that's working around the clock. At that point, I got to go with Andrew Berry. If Haslam's choice is Schwartz, here's my question to Jimmy. Number one, what did Jim do as a head coach that convinces you that he should be the head coach? Number two, why didn't you make Jim Schwartz the interim within the season to try to give him what you would call a tryout to potentially then be the head coach? Why didn't you just make the move when it was obvious that you were going to fire Kevin Stefanski for weeks on end? And number three, if Jim Schwartz was your candidate and so good, why did you wait 3 weeks to, one, hire him, and two, why didn't he get many other looks from other organizations other than what I would say a courtesy interview in Baltimore?
There are a lot of numbers in there. The reality is, it is absolutely a dubious question who you want hiring this head coach more, Andrew Berry or Jimmy Haslam. But if Jimmy Haslam's the guy that makes the call, there's no doubt Andrew Berry's getting fired within the next year, and this next head coach probably will be as well. And we're back to where they were before Haslam found Berry, Stefanski, and DePodesta. And you just cannot, there's no need to go back there. You've set a course, trust the process, and I can't believe I'm saying that, and give whomever this next head coach is, along with Berry, unless it is just unsalvageable, you have to give them 4 to 5 years. You've gone so far from where you were, and I know that for a lot of people it feels like they haven't. They are. This is not where they were 6 years ago. Things have calmed. It was so dysfunctional, so damaging, so awful 6 years ago. It's not there now. Don't rush back there, Jimmy. Don't rush back to a dysfunctional situation.
It's going to be interesting to see who wins out with this battle because the owners typically win these battles. So I'm pulling for Andrew Berry because I think Andrew Berry likes Shieldhouse. I think if he got his druthers, he would have a young offensive mind. And I think Jimmy Haslam is trying to go back to Jim Schwartz. So it'll be very telling in who ends up being the next head coach who got the final say here.
Zach Jackson of The Athletic joined the Morning Boys today, and he talked about Nate Shieldhouse as a finalist for the Browns job.
I'm intrigued by Nate Shieldhouse, right? I know the background. He makes sense, but I didn't put him on my list because I couldn't imagine that a 35-year-old with 2 years of NFL experience, only one behind a coordinator who doesn't even call plays. That's not an NFL head coaching resume. It's not. It would be bold. I'm fine with it. And I've said all along that I'm fine with go find your own McVay, your own Shanahan. And all of these guys, Kevin O'Connell, Liam Cohen, right? They have non-traditional roots, and they're all tied to McVay.
So that is one part of this, and maybe it's like, Andrew Berry wants his guy, Jimmy Haslam wants his guy. I believe that's a factor, but the other side of this is, what if Shieldhouse does just stink at these interviews, the way that everyone in Pittsburgh, or at least Pat McAfee's producer and then Andrew Filipponi are reporting about how Shieldhouse did, or rather didn't impress with the Pittsburgh interview.
A little bit more breaking news coming out of the NFL here as... this is from Seth Wickersham. Seth Wickersham saying Bill Belichick is not a first ballot Hall of Famer. He did not get elected this year. So that's a story that they're putting out. That's insane.
That is insane.
Belichick being punished because he's got a 24-year-old girlfriend who might be toxic and possibly awful, and being bad at North Carolina this year. If that's what cost him being a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Just being an all-around weirdo shouldn't cost you being a first ballot Hall of Famer. There's plenty of weirdos that get in the Hall of Fame.
This is 100% why I want to separate the Pro Football Hall of Fame because it's just down the road. But also because I don't think they're as pious as baseball is. I'm never going to Cooperstown. I will never go again.
Have you gone before?
Until Alex Rodriguez, until Manny Ramirez, until... the rightful players of the 90s and 2000s get in the Hall of Fame. It's not the Hall of Fame. It's the Hall of sort of fame.
The Hall of whatever we deem necessary.
Yes.
But you're right in that. And baseball has a character clause that they try to enforce, where football just doesn't. They don't play by the same set of rules.
But this is clearly some sort of a judgment.
But also,
by
what
writers.
What is the character flaw here? Dating a 25-year-old?
Being an a-hole, probably.
I mean, is that it? Is that really what
Bill
that is?
Bill was a notorious jerk to the media, and that's the media will not allow that.
Yeah, but that's dumb. That's like the same, like Kenny Lofton should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
And I'm sorry that he was a jerk to a lot of people that are in the media and cover baseball, but it gets highlighted every year. He's got the numbers of half the guys that are in the Hall of Fame. You shouldn't look at your relationship with the media as a factor. And when people are that great at their job the way Belichick is, for my money, he's either the best, and by the time I think Andy Reid is done in Kansas City, I think Andy Reid will be the very best head coach to ever do it. But if he's not one, he's number 2 all time in my book, and it's a shame. I feel bad for him.
Yeah, I mean, he won 8 Super Bowls between 6 as a head coach, 2 as a defensive coordinator. He's one of the most influential head coaches of the. And guys, I think without Brady, he's not a Hall of Famer. That doesn't matter. He had Brady for 20 years.
Yeah, and Brady won that battle. No one's denying that, but I don't know how they make sense of this. You have to have 40 out of 50 votes, and obviously he fell short of that. I mean, that's anybody that voted on this and voted no for Belichick should have their voting just taken away. That's how dumb this is.
All right, finally here, the Cavs announced that Evan Mobley is expected to miss 1 to 3 weeks after injuring his left calf in last night's win over the Magic. How much of a blow is this injury to the Cavs, who've won 4 games in a row?
I mean, it's not great as far as we're still in a positioning standpoint with this team. You still have to win games. It's been nice they've been winning games as of late. That's gotten us in a better spot, but you still have to win games ultimately. And without Mobley, it makes the next 3 weeks very hard to try to maneuver with not only winning, but also taking away from the focus and the idea that right now it's just Donovan taking 30 shots a game and scoring as much as he can.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely at a point where, one, these 1 to 3 weeks likely carry you past the trade deadline. So that's interesting. And 2, and not that Evan was going anywhere, but, you want to try and get your first look if you make a deal right after the deadline. This delays this. It's the timing of this that's probably more of an issue than when this same injury cost him time earlier this season. Because the timing of this is, you're right in that window where in the next week or 2, you're going to want to start turning the corner towards the playoffs and getting your, together. This delays that just a little bit. And it's been a season of stops and starts and fits and starts and all that other stuff. So, again, in the end, we shouldn't be talking about this in April. But in the here and now, it's like, man, we just got this thing going.
Yeah, they were starting to hum a little bit. By the way, we should make a clarification on this because we did not bring up Deflategate or Spygate in the Belichick story. And apparently some people are suggesting that's like the main reason why.
I don't care.
Like the twin cheating scandals during their championship run was enough for some of the voters.
Those weren't real things. It's Tom Brady, how much air he liked in a football, which was stupid. And honestly, guys, I'm here to tell you, if you think the Patriots were the only team trying to spy on other organizations, you are just maybe the most naive media members out there.
Well, will they punish Tom Brady the same way? And I doubt it.
Absolutely not. Although again, Tom's real great with the media. Such a weird knob. Just is. I don't hold it against him, other than personally. But but honestly,
I don't hold your weirdness against you.
Brady and Belichick are just 2 of the most intolerable people. Like if you were at a wedding and you got seated, Tom's on one side, Belichick's on the other. I'm talking just personality types.
I'm going to Brady conversations all day.
Oh no, I would leave that wedding after 30 minutes. I'm not staying because of those 2 knobs.
I don't believe you for a second.
At a table,
Belichick and Brady are next to you.
Who's at your table?
You're getting up and leaving after 30 minutes?
I'm talking about the personality types, not the literal guys.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the literal
no, because they have
guys.
awful personalities. Fine, make it the literal people. At some point, it'd be like, Bill, you can actually say more than 2 words. Tom, shut up. Seriously. That's how you win. You God.
Okay.
Who you get seated at?
No, it matters at a wedding. It's a big factor. A big factor at a wedding.
It is I had to sit with my kids this weekend. What an no. I left that wedding after 15 minutes. See you at home, losers. I did not see this one coming from the Browns. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I drive a Ram. I own a Ram. And if you're thinking about a new truck this
Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Catch the Fan Offseason special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, Albert Breer going to be joining us in just about 36 minutes. Still, no head coach. It's so funny. Where we're at in the search is everybody's got sources. I've heard the Kalshi thing where Kalshi is now above 80% for Nate Shieldhouse that he's going to be. Our sources from Brecksville have checked in over there. I've got a couple tweets from texts from people that are like, it's going to be this guy. And I don't have the heart to tell anyone that everybody that I know has told me 3 different names.
Yeah, basically. It's
which
odd.
has been the whole search.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of the fact that it's 5:30 and we haven't figured it out yet. Like, if Mary Kay had reported earlier today and discussed the idea that they were all reconvening this morning, right? They did the plane ride last night. They reconvened this morning. Have they just been locked in a meeting room yelling at each other for 12 hours? Like, how long do you do that for?
Well, I imagine with Jimmy Haslam, as long as you have to.
Like, or are they just like very laissez-faire about it? Like, does Jimmy stop at it's like 11:30? We promptly stop. I get sandwiches for everybody, and they do like a whole 3-course meal for lunch, and then they pick it back up. But when they pick it back up, it's like a slow start to the meeting, and then they just kind of leave. Like, do they move at a snail's pace? What's the holdup here?
I can't imagine that at this point in the process, with a pool of candidates that is 4 guys, but it really feels like 2 guys. I can't imagine, like you and I, we talk for 5 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
When we get to a 2-party issue where it's you take one, I take the other, at some point in those 5 hours, we need something else to talk about. Because at some point, you've said as much as you can say, and I've said as much as I can say. This coaching
search has really pushed that thought process to the limits, though, hasn't it?
Well, yeah, because every day there's a new report that is very similar to the last report.
Well, but
it could be anyone. It could be no one.
Yeah, at some point you think like you've run out of new things to say is what you're getting at, right? Like,
yes.
You've run out of new presentations to your argument and why you think this is right and why you think this should happen. Like, I watched that Beast Game show on Amazon, and one of the final competitions they have is it's 3 people all get locked into this room together, and then 2 of them advance and 1 of them doesn't, but you have to come up with a reason or a way to then eliminate 1 person. And these things never take longer than 10, 12 hours. It's a matter of a couple hours here and there, and you figure out how to you have people self-volunteering to take themselves out of potentially winning $10 million, and it takes them 2 or 3 hours. Like, I don't understand how you can't accomplish this.
I do think that the longer this goes on, the more it sells the picture of a house divided. And the problem is, like when it was Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry, I think we could say, maybe Paul DePodesta is the guy that breaks the tie, right? Maybe Jimmy was the guy that broke the tie. You've got guys that can be the tiebreaker.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's such thing as a tiebreaker between an owner and a GM. At some point, it's just whether the owner gives in and says, have it your way, or whether the owner says, screw you, I want it my way.
Well, then what's Tom Telesco doing in all of this? Not that he should be the tiebreaker, but where does he come into? I'm trying to think of who's in that room. JW's in that room, so he's got to have a say. Are we landlocked between JW and Haslam wanting one thing, and then Andrew Berry and Telesco wanting a different thing?
With all due respect to JW, no way in hell he's going against Pops.
No chance he is.
That man's got to be at Easter with his father-in-law.
I mean, I almost feel bad for JW in a sense because he doesn't really get a vote. He just gets Jimmy Haslam getting 2 votes.
Listen, I have upset my in-laws before. It didn't just hit me when I went over to their house. It hit me every time I walked into my own house. No, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What is that, ma'am? What is that, sir? You may have your way. Yes.
Oh yeah, no, you'd be an idiot to go against it. But
yes.
like that's the point. Like who's fighting in Andrew Berry's corner? Is that where Telesco comes in play? Like I'm trying to map out the whole
Ken
room.
Kovash, Analytics guys want Shieldhouse too.
Also, but if you're Telesco, don't you really have to think like, all right, I'll just side with Jimmy on this one, and then
maybe I'll be the new GM.
Yeah, and then Andrew Berry's going to be out the door. He keeps competing for this the way he's been going. He'll be gone in a matter of minutes.
I think for somebody who was so affronted, so completely offended when there was any whisper of dysfunction in the Browns organization, for Jimmy Haslam to push this to a point where it feels like we need a tiebreaker between the head coach and GM, for somebody who doesn't like it being said that there's dysfunction in the room, he certainly is acting like the dysfunction in the room.
It seems to be a lot of dysfunction here, but the resounding point is that if they had come to a conclusion in a couple hours, we could be like, all right, they're all on board. They've been meeting since the morning. It's clearly they're not on the same page.
One more thing.
How does Berry win this?
No, he doesn't. Because if it gets Shieldhouse and Shieldhouse has a bad year,
then it's all on him. Yeah.
If he acquiesces and says Jim Schwartz is the right guy, eventually at some point the owner undermined you. There's just like there's not a lot of ways to come back with if you don't have the power to hire your own head coach in what will be the only time you got to hire the head coach. He was hired after Kevin Stefanski. It's not like he was the guy running the search. When there was Paul DePodesta, Haslam, and they found they found Kevin Stefanski. So, I mean, you're effectively, if you do not give him the ability to hire his head coach, you're firing him.
Meanwhile,
but you might be firing him if he does get his way.
Well, the only real win is if he wins this out, gets Shieldhouse, and then Shieldhouse is awesome, and then all of a sudden has him trust him moving forward. But that's a lot of years down the line, and it's a Hail Mary attempt to begin with anyway. Like it stinks because Berry's got to leave this whole entire thing thinking that if he hadn't already thought before, but thinking that I basically am a puppet in many ways. I don't have a real say in this.
Well, and the reason why this matters...
And you have to go to all the interviews and pretend like you have this thought partnership and everything's great.
I think a question that the Browns had to answer, and you can answer it verbally one way, but your actions tell the ultimate tale. They had to answer to every candidate, hey, Andrew Berry's a guy running this search, and Andrew Berry's going to be the guy you report to for the next 10 years. And... now that everyone's getting the sense that this might not be how this search is going, I think all of a sudden, in any legitimate candidate's eyes, if this is true, and again, let's give some room open here too. It's a long process. Maybe this part of it's negotiating with Shieldhouse or negotiating with Schwartz. Maybe they're just trying to have it all clean, tidied up so they can roll it out at once. I do want to open that door for that to be the possibility. I don't want to paint dysfunction when there's a lot going on here. However, this job, this hire should be the thing that makes everyone go, they got their coach, they got their GM. Jimmy can relax and sit back and allow these guys to do their job for the next 5 to 10 years. Mm-hmm. As of right now, the fact that that's in question, going on day 2 being removed from the end of this search, or rather, the end of potentially interviewing candidates, I don't love that there's a big wide berth of room for people to say, well, okay, all of a sudden, how safe is Andrew Berry? Well, that's a disaster scenario out of this, no matter whether it's true or not.
Don't you think candidates like Mike McDaniel and Jesse Minter picked up on that?
Oh, 100%.
They had to have. It's funny, a lot of people nationally right now are talking about how no one will take this Eagles offensive coordinator job. We can't get anybody to come and do this Eagles offensive coordinator job. And it's like, well, why don't they want the job? It's very clear. Because they don't think Nick Sirianni is going to be here beyond a year. It's really hard to take an OC job if you don't think the head coach is going to be there after a season. Same thing applies here. It's really hard to take a head coaching job if you think the GM might not be here a year from now. The GM that you would imagine would have stumped for you and would have had your back. I mean, that works in all walks of life. The guy that hires you is going to be the one that believes in you the most.
Yeah, and it's going to keep coming back to this. The Browns have enough on this roster that with a good offseason this year, and by good offseason, I'm saying you fix the O-line at the very least, and then give yourself a chance at finding receivers that fit the new coach's scheme. If you do this, the Browns will be much more competitive this next year. It's not that hard to get closer to the middle of the NFL from where they were in a 5-win season. But the process matters to everything. And it just, if we come away from this feeling like, oh, Jimmy interfered again, and Jimbo's back, the same old Jimmy.
Classic Jimbo.
That has been surprisingly away from the Browns for multiple years is now back. I don't know how Jimmy doesn't understand the weight of that. And I guess the only thing I could point it to is an extreme lack of self-awareness. And again, these are all things that on some level are speculation. But at some point you have to look at the actions of the guy that owns the team, and you have to, well, how do we get here? You have to reverse engineer it. And it doesn't paint a pretty picture.
But I also wonder, how does... And if this is like a 10-hour meeting or whatever it's turned out to be, where they were going to reconvene and figure everything out, like how does Haslam not just tell Barry, I'm the owner, I'm going to make the decision, and just like, we're not doing this debate all day long, like it's going to be my call. There's a part of me that wants to at least be, I don't want to call it impressed, but at least understand that there's an openness by Haslam to at least want to see maybe Andrew Barry's side of it.
No.
Like what am I missing here? There's something to the idea that he didn't just say within an hour, I'm sorry you lost the vote here. I'm the owner, I'm going to make this call. Because I do feel like that would have happened previously. At least it does happen in other spots in the NFL.
No, I think they're going, I don't know that I feel this way, but I think there are going to be plenty of people that feel Andrew Barry comes out of this compromised one way or another. That he's between a rock and a hard place until they win consistently, that he's not going to be truly safe. And that's the opposite of what should have happened in this process. And granted, Andrew can't, like, there's an element of this of if Andrew's trying to beat allegations of your owner's too involved and you're too involved, and then the owner's out here telling people you're going to love Jim Schwartz as your DC, which, again, I think they should be happy to have, but then also the optics now become, well, who really chose this and how hard did Andrew Barry have to fight to get his head coach? That's a lot. It's a lot in the interim to kind of get past for an organization that already has all of that in its recent history here as well.
Yeah, there's a lot to this, and you can see just in us talking about it how draining it can get for not only them but also the people that are involved. It's no easy wonder why so many people dropped out.
216-474-0092. We do not have a new head coach for the Browns yet. What is your concern level here on this and the thing I didn't think I'd hear going into the offseason about the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The home of Westwood One's coverage of the Super Bowl.
Please welcome the Vince Lombardi Trophy.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Albert Breer coming up in just about 20 seconds. If Albert moved to 6
20
today,
minutes.
Did I say 20 seconds?
Yes, you did.
I meant 20 minutes, and I hope everybody knew that. However, Albert moved to 6 today because he has scheduling stuff. If this turns into another, wasn't Jesse Minter, John Harbaugh getting fired?
Yeah.
And by him moving 20 minutes, we all of a sudden don't have Albert? Nothing will happen because I don't really have any power in this situation.
No, we're fine.
But
Albert,
will
come
I
on.
be vexed?
Come on whenever you want, buddy. It'll be all right.
Bet your sweet Bippy. Now, obviously, as we here in Cleveland continue to find out and wonder who's going to be the new head coach here in Cleveland, Boomer and Gio today was talking about the Jets quarterback options for 2026, and Boomer very earnestly pitching a name on the Browns as part of the solution with the Jets.
You have to get somebody in here that can be somewhat competent to be able to try to win games because you want to save your jobs if you're the coaches and you're the GM. If you told me it was Deshaun Watson,
come on,
and he was trying to resurrect his career.
I mean, is this a guy that's taken anything seriously?
But that's again, if that were the guy, much like reputation that Kyler Murray has, I'm trying to think like how GMs would process this. If in fact he does become somebody that is available, they're going to process it as that he is past all of his crap and that he is in the middle of now wanting to and incentivized to go out and play as good as he possibly can to try to get another contract.
All right. So the two reactions in here are going to be the two reactions that I think are going to be funny to watch or interesting to watch. There is the sports talk perspective, which is Gio, where you and I would be represented here.
Okay, good.
Which is, are you kidding me? And then there is, Boomer's very clued in to the NFL. And I think if you listen to that show, if you've ever listened to that show, Boomer tends to be in line with how NFL front offices and NFL organizations think about things. That's kind of how he presents a lot of his stuff.
Yeah.
So the fact that he's presenting this as a logical idea proves somebody trying to call about Deshaun Watson and seeing if he can be their bridge quarterback might not be as crazy as you or I would have thought it was. I don't know before we played that audio.
So I think this conversation's not crazy in maybe 2027. 2026, from financial reasons, makes it incredibly hard for a lot of different reasons. Unless the Browns just swallowed all the $80+ million and decided they're going to do this all in one big transaction this year and just take care of everything. But they'd be doing so with the idea that the Browns are going to absolutely stink next year. So I don't think that's what's going to happen. But what's interesting to me about it is that this is what Albert's been telling us for as many months as we'll pay attention to him, that the NFL world doesn't think as poorly of Deshaun Watson as we do. They just don't. And I think that where I would open their eyes is that even if you thought he had talent left, and he may still have some talent left, he's too injured of a quarterback for me at this point. He gets injured. He's made of glass. He can't stay healthy. And so that's where I would throw up the stop signs. But I'm sure if you got Deshaun to a spot where it's a clean slate, not costing you any money at all, in theory, he just wants an opportunity to play, essentially, then I'm sure there'd be a bunch of teams that would go ahead and at least humor that.
I am not going to shoot this down. I think other NFL teams should look at this as an opportunity
You're just trying to bait them into it.
No, I'm not. No, I think, you know what? There's a lot of good sense and facts and data that think. Listen,
I mean, it's definitely not happening this following year. The Jets thing this year it's not happening.
If somebody came along and said, we'll go halvesies with, because
that's definitely not happening.
I don't know. I'm playing with a hypothetical.
And that's what we'll do.
The point is, if somebody comes along and says, all right, you're going to have half of that, $89 million, and we'll give you a 4th-round pick for Deshaun, I would skip to the commissioner's office shouting obscene things like Anthony Alland.
Oh, no, we'd have to give them the pick is the idea.
No, you don't. No. You want your bridge quarterback.
If they're going to take on half the money?
Yeah, you want your bridge quarterback. That's what this is. You want your quarterback for the next 2 to 3 years. I will give him to you. Because I'm not just going to eat all. I'm not going to have somebody eat. I'm not in a position to give up a pick, be that a fourth, a third, a second, whatever. I'll just ride it out. Like the Browns are in kind of a spot where,
but no team's going to pay $45 million for Deshaun and give you a pick. No, I don't think any team's going to pay $45 million for Deshaun in general.
Then you don't get him.
I don't think they will. I think that's why I think this upcoming season, I think the idea of a trade with Deshaun Watson this year doesn't seem realistic for this offseason. But that's why I said March of 2027 or even just in 2027 in general, it's not a crazy thought that a team takes on a chance with Deshaun when there's, again, no financial implications to it at all and there's no draft pick compensation or anything in between.
I think this is a reminder that Deshaun not playing last year might be the best thing for his brand. The NFL really does. It's this weird perceptional machine that if they haven't seen you be bad at something for a year, they kind of forget. It's like, I know he had some problems with maybe an injury or two, but he's still only going to be 31 this year.
It's a very forgetful world. That's why Mike McDaniel is going to age very well, in my opinion. It's a very forgetful world the NFL is.
And it's just in a weird way, too. You know what I mean?
Because they have access to everything.
So I was talking to a friend in L.A., and I was like, you were close to the Anthony Lynn situation. Can you remember what happened there? And he was just, the response was really funny. He was like, well, I remember I'm not winning enough games. And I was like, you covered this. You were right there. He
was with him for, 4 years in L.A.?
You're like one of two people that found out first that Anthony Lynn got fired.
But it happened in 2020, which might as well have been 1985.
It's just so funny to me that's 5 years ago. I'm like, I remember the details of every firing of every Browns head coach. Maybe it's because we lived it a little bit more, talking about it literally every single day.
I think that does help, by the way. I think talking about it all the time helps.
But it was just funny to me. It was like, you're like one of the big dogs out there, and you have inside knowledge, and
Yeah, other franchises, though, don't hold on to this type of stuff the way that we do here. We dissect, and we not only dissect, but then we go through. We live in the past a lot in this city when it comes to the Browns, and rightfully so. There's a very good reason for that. But, other cities don't really do that as much. In Chicago, for instance, they don't go over Mark Trestman being brought up all the time. They don't talk about that. They just don't do it. They
should.
They just don't. It's not a thing for other cities. They don't constantly bring up and this is where LaFleur went wrong and this and that. It's not really one of those things. They just don't do it the same way here. Maybe because the stories are so comical and we always have so many I can't believe it moments, but we constantly are going over and being like, yeah, remember when Hugh Jackson did this? Remember when Freddie Kitchens did this? And so you're constantly retelling these stories in a way that I think other cities just don't.
So Boomer and Gio in New York think this offseason somebody could look to make Deshaun Watson their bridge quarterback of the future. What do you want, a third rounder for him? What do you want for him? Let's go ahead and get to Jim in Strongsville. Welcome to the show.
Guys, I want to start this rant with that. I really like you two. Jonathan, I know I ride you hard, but I do really like you. I do want to
married
put
man
that
there, Jim.
You're going to really try to bury us here, aren't you?
Well, listen, okay. I believe, and I've said this before, all of this confusion around the Browns and this dysfunction, it's in your head. You've created this storyline and these plots and all of these things. Well, you didn't want the job because they tried to force Schwartz on him. You don't know. There's no proof of any of that. You're saying, why haven't the Browns come out? The Browns haven't come out and said anything. And Jimmy, as a matter of fact, in his press conference said, no, they weren't going to force. And insiders have said, no, they're not going to force. They're not going to force Schwartz on a coach if they like the coach. They've said that from the very beginning. But you're trying to make it out to be Jimmy and this and Nick. To your point too, you're like, well, if you're going to let the GM make that. Let me tell you this right now. There are 32 out of 32 teams in the NFL, and not a single one of them lets the owner or lets the GM go out and make his hire a coach. It doesn't work that way. When Albert comes out at 6 o'clock, you can ask him, oh, Albert, are there GMs out there that the owner says, yeah, you go out there and you get your guy and we're going to make him the coach of this team. It doesn't happen. They don't do it. The owner makes the hire in every single case.
No, they don't.
I don't think
no, they don't.
They do.
No, they don't.
Albert,
No. I don't need to ask him. Matt Ryan
Albert.
just hired Kevin Stefanski. So that is the head of football operations. Proven wrong. Let's get another good point here.
Ask Albert.
I don't need to ask him because I actually follow the NFL enough that I know. And anybody that no, you don't have to. Jim, just follow something other than Cleveland sports, bud.
I'm telling you to listen to anything. The guy from Home Depot made that hire, Nick. You could say all you want to. Oh no, he probably relied heavily on Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan did not make the hire. You ask him. Ask anybody.
I don't have to ask.
The hire in the NFL.
I know. No, it does not work this way every single place. God, do you think that Art Rooney II really is a big Mike McCarthy guy, or do you think Omar Khan and Andy Weidel being there, who knew him from New Orleans, do you think that was maybe a guided hire a little bit?
If you think the GM makes the hire in the NFL, I don't know what to do for you,
Jim,
Nick.
you're trying to make a generalization that isn't true. Thank you for the call. In Pittsburgh, by the way, Art Rooney II has to sign off on the head coach. Does Mike McCarthy get that job if Omar Khan and Andy Weidel aren't in the organization?
No, I mean, there's a sign-off that happens, right? Like, they present their plan, they come up with their big idea, and then either the owner says yes or the owner says no, but the plan is theirs. Again, same thing in Chicago. Ryan Poles came up with the idea to hire Ben Johnson, and then McCaskey got like a bunch of credit, but all McCaskey did was say, okay, you like him, go get him. Like, that's legitimately the quotes, go get him. Like, and that's all you need. It's just it's a sign-off. For a lot of places, that's all that it really comes down to.
Also, I'll go back to Matt Ryan hired Kevin Stefanski. And Arthur Blank said, this is who you want, Matt? Cool. Getting back to this idea that any of this is made up in anyone's head, Jim, you've got 26 years of definitive proof of the Cleveland Browns and the dysfunction that falls within. And we're not the only people suggesting that there might be a difference of opinion between Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski. We're not the only people suggesting that maybe this search has taken a few turns. And if you want to bury your head in the sand and feel like everything's copacetic with the Cleveland Browns, that is absolutely your prerogative. But that's not my job. That's not my job in the least. My job is to tell you how I see it and what I think is happening. And unlike a fair amount of people who just want you to like them, I'm going to be honest with you every chance I get.
Truth broker.
I really high-roaded him there.
Truth broker.
I really wanted to just high-road the hell out of Jim. Jim.
You should end it with, Jim, I like you, though. I like you.
You know what, Jim?
And I do. He's come a long way with his Photoshops.
Yeah. Jim, as a caller, you're one of them.
Oh.
I'm kidding.
Oh, come on.
Nah, Jim's good. Jim's good.
We like Jim.
Let's see. Albert Breer coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys. Nick Wilson here for Universal Windows Direct. And you've heard the statement, new year, new you. Well, how about new year, new home upgrade? Because Universal Windows Direct has a January offer that's all about starting strong and saving big. And right now, when you buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. That's one of the biggest offers they've ever done. And with 0% interest financing for 60 months, you can spread out your payments over 5 years, same as cash, without a penny of interest. But wait, it gets even better because you'll be able to get $1,000 off your entire project, plus a little something extra to look forward to, a vacation voucher through Destination Motivation with every purchase. That's right. You'll go from winter chills to a warm getaway on them. And with bonus perks, as great as those are,
Drive, Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We've got, in case you missed it, coming up in just about 40 minutes' time. Should be noted that I'm getting people sending me stuff about the Browns plane possibly having taken off recently. What could that be about?
Are we going back to L.A.?
Or maybe the decision's made. Maybe Jimmy's just going home for a spell. Who knows?
Is he just going home?
Could be anything.
He had a busy day.
He did. I mean, he was out in L.A. Now he's here. Yeah, it's a lot.
So it is funny. We always talk about this with owners, how just involved they are and how just over-empowering they are. And the more and more we see Jimmy and the more that Jimmy just stays involved in all this, I'm like, that just sounds exhausting. Like, if I was an owner, you know how many other things I'd be doing if I had $1 billion? Than trying to be in like 12-hour meetings to try to convince a guy that works for me that what we should be doing is this, not that.
Oh, no. Here's the thing. From what you just said, yes. I would be there as a asset. I would not be there as like leading and controlling the meeting. But the rest of ownership sounds just a lot of fun.
You see me in the suites on Sundays. That's when you'd see me.
Oh, you'd be power hungry, and you know it. You'd be Johnny Power Play. Come on.
I'd be trying to play all the golf courses across the country. I wouldn't even have time for this nonsense.
All right, with the Browns head coaching situation in holding, we head out to the Make It Right Call Kind of Right hotline and welcome on Albert Breer of the MMQB. Albert, I'm going to assume you're in Mobile, or is it too early for that?
I am. No, I'm in Mobile, and yeah, it's actually cold here, believe it or not. Not like Cleveland cold or Boston cold, but I mean, you stand outside for 4 hours and you feel it a little bit.
Just be thankful you don't have to deal with squalls right now. We got a squall going on in the Northeast
Albert,
Ohio.
It was -5 feels like temperature when I walked to work today, and that was a relief from -15 on Friday.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you know, my wife probably loves me now because I left Saturday morning and they've gotten like 30 inches of snow since in Boston. So.
Albert, I guess we'll start here. What's the latest you're hearing on the Browns head coaching search?
Yeah, I think that they're sort of regrouping and huddling now, and I don't know if there's any like big rush. I think the decision could come in 5 minutes. It might not come till tomorrow. We'll see. But I think that they feel like looking at who they're looking at. I mean, there's not competition for the guys that they're considering right now. So, like at this point, it's just let's do all of our homework and see where we're at and come out with a decision. And so, whether this winds up being Jim Schwartz, who, I think has been sort of the leader in the clubhouse all along, Nathan Scheelhaus with Schwartz as the DC, Todd Monken's still an outside possibility. There's a reason why he hasn't joined John Harbaugh's staff in New York yet. I think that they are trying to be as thorough as they possibly can with this. And, it's interesting digging into some of the stuff that, my buddy Tom Pelissero said last week on Rich's show. I kind of like, I will say, like, I have respect for the level of digging that they're trying to do on all of this. And they're at least making an attempt to, have an original thought with whoever the hire is and go through an original process and do things in a way that maybe gives them the best chance to get this one right.
How did people across the league, how did they take the idea that they're doing quizzes and essays and everything else?
Yeah, I mean, like some of the texts you get are what you'd expect, right? Like, but I think most of the teams that go through this, they have their own ways of being thorough. And it was in my Monday column for anybody who wants to read it, but they have a cognitive test, they have a personality test, which I guess is commonly referred to as the Hogan test, right? Like that's what they give out. And then there are 6 questions just on the role of the head coach, both specific to the Browns and then on the candidate in general. And so, the way that they look at it, guys, and, I think that this is sort of, it's interesting at least, is that they only have a limited amount of time with the candidates. So, if if the candidate can answer some of these questions and do some of these things ahead of time, it'll lead to a more meaningful 3-hour Zoom interview, right? And so I think they felt like going like putting the guys through that process was the right way to do it. It actually goes back to and this I thought was maybe the most interesting part of my reporting was that like in 2016 when they hired Hugh and then 2019 when they hired Freddie, they were really going off of who hit the home run in the interview, right? Like both those guys interviewed really well, and the result was what the result was, right? So, you know, a big part of this for them, and it was actually a lot of it was in place when they hired Kevin, was how can we do this better, and how can we kind of create something that's a little bit different that's going to help us see these guys in a different light. And, you know, like this is the way to do it. And I know that they feel like, again, like this, like having some of this stuff out of the way to begin with, like will help them create like a more meaningful 3-hour interview than if they're just going in cold.
Albert, how much of the Hogan test is based around WrestleMania 3?
I wish it was. That would be great. That's my wheelhouse right there. I think that was the Pontiac Silverdome, right?
Yes, it was.
Hulk Hogan versus Andre the Giant.
Yes, it was. Jim Wilson, my father, was one of the 90,000 strong that night. Thank you very much. I was 3. It did not happen for me.
I was, what year is that, 87? Is that right?
87, 88, somewhere in there.
All right, so I would have been 7 or 8 years old.
So you also did not go. Albert, real quick, is it fair?
Well, my dad's from Detroit. I might have had a family member there. I mean, my whole dad's side of the family is from Detroit, so it's possible there was a Breer or someone related to the Breers there.
I think everyone had someone related there. All right, so I do want to know, some fan perception is maybe Jimmy's guy is Jim Schwartz and maybe Andrew Barry's guy is Nate Scheelhaase, and that there's some disagreement there. Is that off the mark, or do you think that's pretty on line with what's going on right now?
No, I don't think these things are ever quite like that, to be honest with you. The owner's the owner. The owner can hire who the owner wants, you know, and so is there debate over it? Sure. And again, like I think a lot of this is kind of going over all the information and figuring out who the right guy is and like how that'll affect the organization going forward. And what I mean by that, and I know that sounds general, but like what I mean by that is, okay, if we hire this guy, what's his staff going to look like? What's the staff going to look like 2 years from now? What's this going to look like as far as drafting a young quarterback? All those things come into play, you know? And I think like maybe the most interesting piece of the whole thing is like how central a figure Jim Schwartz has been to everything here, you know? And I don't think he'd be a bad hire. You know, I think that there's a lot of merit to the idea of Schwartz getting a second chance based on how things went the first time around. Some of the things that, you know, I would think that by now he's learned from, and, you know, the opportunity to keep a good defense going. So, like I said, it'll be. I think it's going to come down to, in the end, like, you know, all that data they've collected and everything else. And I still think, like, in the end, it comes down to feel and like who do you feel like has the best chance to turn things around? And, you know, going through the interview process and all that testing and everything else, who's best equipped to handle what that job is now? And the job's challenging, as you guys know, for a lot of different reasons.
It was labeled as Grant Udinski was the one that pulled out. Do you feel like that was Udinski denying the Browns, or do you feel like the Browns had told him, hey, listen, if you're going to be the guy, we want Jim Schwartz as the DC, and that's mandatory, or something along those lines, that ultimately let Udinski decide to stay with Jacksonville?
Yeah, I personally think that's probably more Udinski having a good offer to stay in Jacksonville, knowing he's got some flexibility, and maybe understanding to some degree that he might not have been ready quite yet. You know, like I think if it's Buffalo, like you kind of have to take the job, right? Because it's Josh Allen and you can learn on the fly and everything else. I just think like for a guy who's that young, and he's younger than Sean McVay was when he got hired by the Rams, you at least figure like
there are going to be more opportunities. And if I don't feel like I'm truly ready and they're offering me a good deal to stay, I need to consider that. So I think that's more of what it was than anything else. And look, like, having staff forced upon you can always be a factor in these things. So maybe it was. I don't know. But I also think like somebody like Jim Schwartz could actually be helpful for somebody like Grant. So I think it was more just the situation that he has in Jacksonville, the opportunity to learn some more. Maybe you feel like you're not quite ready and you still have stuff to learn. And look, like, he not only wasn't the play calling coordinator in Jacksonville, like Liam really ran that offense, you know? So, I mean, the promise to go back and get a little bit more responsibility, which will get you more experience, which will have you more ready the next time around, I think certainly appealed to him.
Albert, I think one of the takes on whether it's the coaches who've pulled out of this job after being interviewed, or maybe some of the names that maybe even never got to the interview stage, is that the Browns' job is one of the less desirable jobs in the NFL. So I'll ask you, like, what's the biggest thing with Haslam there, with Barry maybe the perception being he's kind of a lame duck GM, or the quarterback position? Like, what's most holding back this Browns job around the NFL?
I mean, all of the above. You know, Kevin Stefanski's a really well-respected coach. Why'd you get rid of him? Two-time coach of the year. What's your history before Stefanski? Well, you pulled the plug on a coach after a year. How am I going to fit into things organizationally? Is the data part of it, is that mandatory? You know, the quarterback situation is certainly a part of it. So I'd say it's like kind of like everything rolled into one. You know, if you haven't won, I mean, look, like I always have these conversations with these guys this time of year. It's like generally jobs aren't open because they're great jobs. Now this year we have a couple of exceptions, right? Like this year, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, Buffalo, those are exceptions. But more often than not, jobs that are open wouldn't be considered on paper great jobs. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come open in the first place.
Yeah, that's fair. Albert, Pat McAfee's producer said that Nate Scheelhaase was underwhelming in his interviews with the Steelers. Andrew Filipponi followed that up on his radio show and said that from what his sources were telling him, the Steelers told him that not only did they not think Scheelhaase would ever be a coach, but if he was, it was 2 to 3 to 4 years away. But ultimately, they thought after his interviews, he'd never be a head coach. Have you heard anything about Scheelhaase's interviews with any of these teams? And you can include the Browns in there, obviously, but anything close to that?
No, I mean, I've heard he's got good presence. Like, now, I think it's definitely fair to question whether or not he's ready, right? Like, that's something to consider. But I also, like, I've seen young head coaches get hired before they were ready and it work out, you know? So do I think he could use the extra year or two working for Sean McVay, maybe as the offensive coordinator if Michael LaFleur winds up getting the Arizona job? I think he would absolutely positively benefit from that. I have not heard that his interviews were that rough. I haven't heard they were great either. Like, it's not like somebody told me that like Scheelhaase has like gone in and blown everybody away, but I haven't heard they've been objectively bad.
What do you think is the better job? The OC job then if he gets bumped up in Los Angeles and hanging out there for another year, or just taking the Browns job now?
You're going to get me in trouble here, huh? Yeah, I look, if I'm him, he has a lot going for him. I think it would take a really good situation for me to leave, especially if there's going to be a promotion involved. Because it's such a stable place because of who you're working with the quarterback, presuming Matthew Stafford is back next year. You know, I think it's one of these places where your stock is, the way I would term it, your stock is protected, right? Like, the team's probably not going to be bad. The quarterback's not suddenly going to start playing poorly. As much as your stock can be protected, it is protected coaching for the Rams, and you're going to learn a lot being there. And if you are the offensive coordinator there, then that's another step towards being a head coach. It gives you some more responsibility. You'll have a little bit more that you're doing. I think if I were him, I might stay if all things were equal, even though the money could be enticing, and the money is obviously a factor as well.
Albert, a lot of people fussing over the AFC title game being played in a snowstorm, suggesting dome sites for the AFC and NFC title games are the way to go. It's JP.
No.
So you're saying you would disagree with that?
I hated that fourth quarter, Albert.
You hated it?
Didn't like it at all. No.
I don't know. I thought it was great. It doesn't happen very often like that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like it's an outdoor sport, guys. And I know some people will say, like, well, you know, you want to have the teams at the best. And I understand that, but it just, I mean, to me, the setting was, it was unbelievable. And you know what I like about it, guys? It forces you to play a different way, and it forces you to adapt. And I just think coaching was such a huge part of that game. You know what I mean? Like with the fourth down decision by Peyton and the long drive that Vrabel took them on, and then I don't know if you guys saw the substitution stuff that the Patriots did to game them up. It was like I felt like every play in that game was important, you know. And is it like as visually pleasing as Seattle and the Rams were? No, but I just think there's something unique about those games that really forces teams. It just forces teams to adapt and make strategy such an important piece of it. And I don't know. I personally liked watching it for all of those reasons. You know, like that you had all of these different elements at play. You know, that force the teams to really think things through and approach every play in a different way. Would I want every game to be like that? No. But to have one of those a year, one of those every couple of years, I think is great. All
right, we're staying with the Patriots, or Patriots adjacent, I guess, at this point. Belichick not making the Hall of Fame. I get Spygate, I get Deflategate, I understand all of it, but that seems like a miss, Albert.
That blew me away. I don't know how you could vote against him. I think it's 80% of the vote that you need to get in.
That's right.
So that means at least 11 people voted against him. I think I'm right?
That's correct. Yeah.
I'm blown away that he didn't get in. I thought he would walk in. I thought it would be 50 for 50. And the fact that it wasn't, I was very, very, very surprised. Were you guys?
Yeah,
shocked.
I thought it was dumb.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to hear the argument. That you know, I'm with you. I think it's dumb. I'm not calling the people who did it dumb, but yeah. I mean, like I'm not calling those. Sorry, guys. I was at the valet there, so the guy was asking for the tag out of my pocket. So that's the noise you heard in the background. I'm not calling the people dumb like you are. But it seems like a pretty dumb decision. Like I don't know what the argument against him would be, unless you hold like the rule breaking against him, which I guess, you know, like that's fine. But I mean, his record is so overwhelmingly a yes vote. You know, I don't understand it.
Albert, great stuff, buddy. As always, next week we expect the full Senior Bowl tee from you. Be safe out there.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, there. Albert Breer there. MMQB on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at VaxAssist.com. That's VAXAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I don't know if there's any big rush. I think the decision could come in 5 minutes. It might not come till tomorrow. We'll see. I think that they feel like, looking at who they're looking at, I mean, there's not competition for the guys that they're considering right now. So, at this point, it's just let's do all of our homework and see where we're at and come out with a decision. And so, whether this winds up being Jim Schwartz, who, I think has been sort of the leader in the clubhouse all along, Nathan Scheelhaus was Schwartz as the DC, Todd Monken's still an outside possibility. There's a reason why he hasn't joined John Harbaugh's staff in New York yet. I think that they are trying to be as thorough as they possibly can with this.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. That was Albert Breer in the previous segment saying it's thoroughness. It is patience from the Browns, not panic from the Browns or disagreement from the Browns. And to everyone that is done the kumbaya with this, I think a lot of people heard Albert say that and said, oh, thank God, there's no this, there's no that.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I'll say. You kind of got to look for it in between the details here. The quality of front runners in this search is not the same as the quality of front runners in pretty much every search. Vegas is a horrible organization. They're about to hire Clint Kubiak, one of the 3 best offensive coordinators that were available out there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one part. And the other part is that I think it's really telling that there were coaches that withdrew in this job, both before their second-round interviews and after, that stayed in it for other jobs. Jesse Minter's different because Jesse Minter wasn't coming here without a job offer because he already had the Baltimore offer in hand.
Yeah.
But specific to Mike McDaniel was like, I'm cool, Cleveland. Buffalo, Vegas, you still want to talk. We can still do it, right? And same thing with Grant Udinski, who pulled out of the Cleveland job but stayed very much into the Buffalo job until it got filled.
Well, and so the way that Albert described Udinski within that was that basically he wanted more to do with Jacksonville and wanted more with Jacksonville's, power dynamic, essentially, where Liam Cohen does everything, but he was going to be offered more if he stays. And then, we hit him with the Scheelhaus question about which job is better. And the only reason why you go to that is because the obvious is that if Scheelhaus gets to be an offensive coordinator, which would be actually more, interesting to Scheelhaus, which is better for Scheelhaus. And the idea that Albert was like, he thinks the Rams job is better. Is this part of the hang-up that we're having right now? Is Scheelhaus just having second doubts about all of this? And is he thinking to himself, oh, maybe the Rams offensive coordinator job is a better job than the Browns head coaching job? And maybe that's where all the reservation is today. They're scrambling now because of that.
Yeah, I tend to think if this is from Scheelhaus's side of view, but point of view, where maybe he's just not entirely sold on the Browns job. And going on this premise, if that is true, I can understand if Nate Scheelhaus said, all right, well, Mike LaFleur is going to Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
He probably takes Dave Ragone with him as the offensive coordinator. I get to be the OC here, and in a year's time, if we're in the Super Bowl or if we're in the NFC title again, or if we're just in the playoffs, I might be able to have my pick of jobs versus right now.
If I could just be a little bit more patient. Meanwhile, you also then get to learn under the tutelage of Sean McVay for another year, making you that much more prepared. I do want the hang-up's been the idea that we haven't gotten an answer at any point today tells me that there's something beyond just this big, back and forth argument between Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam over Scheelhaus versus Schwartz. It just feels like maybe Albert's onto something there.
I'm also really fascinated when Albert says Schwartz has been the favorite all along.
Yeah, because I haven't gotten that perspective at all.
Yeah, and I don't feel like a lot of people have said that. I think, at least locally, there's been a lot of pitch from the reporters that I don't want to make it seem like Jim's the fallback, but like Jim's the fallback.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be, and the fact that because this process has gone on 25 days, I think it's fair if Jim Schwartz get this job to say, why did it take 25 days to get here?
Yeah, they wanted to see other options. They wanted to do all these interviews. They wanted to go about this, and I don't blame them. I wanted them to do it as well. But if they end up with Jim Schwartz, it doesn't feel like this was a wire-to-wire finish where in horse racing you start off in the front and you take it the whole entire way. It doesn't feel that way at all. We've done a lot of jockeying for position throughout this.
Yeah, and I think the problem is if it's been tough to kind of get your head coaching situation in order, you are now starting to see a lot of staffs come together. And if it was Schwartz, you could have done this 2 weeks ago and had a better chance at some really good assistants. Like the Ravens just hired Dwayne Ledford, who is like, I know we focus on guys like Bill Callahan and Stoutland of Philadelphia. Dwayne Ledford, from anybody that I kind of casually follow in the O-line game, they think Dwayne Ledford's like the most underrated offensive line coach in America. He got hired by the Baltimore Ravens today because they had like a 10-day coaching search, and they named Jesse Minter, who was always going to be the head coach then.
Yeah, they wrapped it up pretty quickly. I mean, think about how quickly the Bills just did their thing with Joe Brady.
Yeah.
That didn't take forever. They've known Joe Brady for years. They knew what they wanted to do. They went out and did it and got it done.
I also thought Albert was very careful about how he talked about the Belichick thing. That was really funny.
He was kind of like stammering, and it was like very interesting because he was.
That was my fault.
Why was
because
that your
he said,
fault?
I'm not calling anybody who voted this way stupid, and then I went, I was.
Yeah.
And that's when.
But he definitely was trying to call him.
That's when he got a
He definitely
little
was trying to call him stupid.
uncomfortable there.
Well, I mean, I think he sees the headline. Albert Breer calls voters stupid, and he's like, wait a second. I know all these guys. This isn't good for me. I don't like this. Which, by the way, more and more people have said that Bill Polian was one of the driving forces in all of this.
Has there been? Listen, Bill is one of the best scouts and best GMs in NFL history, but his reputation now, we've like if you've just picked up football in the last 7 years, and you don't know about the Colts, you don't know about the fact that he built the Panthers, that first team with guys like Lamar Latham, who ended up being a really good, strong NFC contender early in their thing. If you don't know about the Bills, all you know about Bill Polian is Lamar Jackson's a wide receiver, and this is a guy who feels like Bill Belichick's Hall of Fame candidacy should be put off 1 year because of Spygate. I'm not saying
It's
that
like
should be.
It's like a 1 year penance is the idea.
I'm not
That's
saying.
what Polian was jockeying for.
I'm not saying that should be his legacy, but if you are a Johnny-come-lately to the NFL, you only know Bill Polian for the silliest of reasons instead of being one of the best GMs in NFL history.
So I remember like a couple months back, I was trying to think of some way, because all these Patriots players were starting to line up in an interesting way. And I had to Google it really quickly to find out when Brady's there. Brady's not till the 2028 class. What was interesting, though, is the 2027 class is Gronk, Logan Mankins, and then so now Belichick will be pushed to the 2027 class. It's going to make it back-to-back years of just absolute Patriots domination. I'm trying to figure out a way if we can you want to do it like 2 more years and then Belichick and Brady go in together. We'll make it a 2-year penance and then it can just be one big. We'll put like 6
but
Patriots
they have to
guys.
do the speech together.
We can put 6 Patriots guys all in the mix, all right in a row.
You just have Brady and Belichick have to share 10 minutes at the podium, and each get 5, but they have to interject. You have to basically have to go together. Mostly because I just want to see those 2 weirdos squirm.
What would they do? What, you want a round table for the Hall of Fame induction?
Just for those 2.
Okay.
For their penance, for the cheating and
whatnot. Is that
whatnot.
what that is?
Because I'm morally upset by that.
Well, is Polian going to do the 1-year penance for Tom Brady?
Not a chance. Not a chance in hell.
I mean, if we're going down the road of the infractions and what people are apparently just very bothered by, shouldn't Tom be on that same list?
I think if we're being real honest, if Bill was being real honest, maybe he's still salty that his team won 1 Super Bowl.
Hey, that was a first ballot Hall of Famer in Bill Polian. He got in right away. In his mind,
that makes sense. He should.
In his mind, he's now better than Belichick.
He might have had more Super Bowls over me in that 10-year period. Do you think Bill Polian holds it against Brett? Not really because of the cheating, but just because of the fact that if not for the Patriots, Peyton Manning probably has 4 more rings?
I mean, I bet Peyton Manning does. I bet there's...
Oh, I don't think Peyton gives a rip. Peyton's got 2 rings.
He's got 2 rings. He went to 4 trips. Because he's
in Denver.
Yeah, he's the but he went to 4 total because he went with 4 different head coaches.
He didn't go with Jim Mora.
That was like a whole. You're gonna make me look up his Super Bowl trips now.
I am.
That's fine.
I remember the 2 in Denver. And I remember the one in Indy where they won, but I don't remember him getting to the Super Bowl before that. You might be right. But was it with Jim Caldwell?
He won Super Bowl XLI 2007 and Super Bowl 50, that's 2016. He lost Super Bowl XLIV, which is 2010, and Super Bowl 2014.
So I did get the preacher right. It was Jim Caldwell.
He was one.
That's what Matt Derry used to call Jim Caldwell because he kind of like always talked like he was at the pulpit.
Yeah, the fun fact was always that he had 4 different head coaches for 4 Super Bowl appearances, as I mentioned, right? Tony Dungy, Jim Caldwell, John Fox, Gary Kubiak.
216-474-0092. Bill Polian, what do we think of him blocking?
Well, hold on, what
do you want?
I don't know. I guess nothing else. I guess we covered it all.
Were you right? Is that what you want?
No, it wasn't that. I wanted to get through the box scores of each, but that's just my brain working overtime here. Okay, we didn't have to do that. Nobody needed that. Nobody wanted that. Nobody was asking for that. That's just my brain at 6:38 doing a little bit OT.
In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I dropped.
as Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount+.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland.
This penalty's declined.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, Daryl Routers. They recap all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead this offseason in free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on the Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on the Fan.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, final segment of the show. Want to say a big thanks to our guest today, Joe DeLeon, at 3:20 today, A to Z. NFL draft analyst, the Ruffino and Joe show. Great stuff on the quarterback class. He has the Browns taking Ty Simpson at 6. He gave us the way that cannot be a total disaster. And we also had John Fanta. Strong opinions of the Browns coaching search. Strong opinions on Jose Ramirez and the contract extension here for the Cleveland Guardians. And then Albert Breer at 6. Really good stuff with him about the Browns coaching search, the conference title thing. Albert being so dismissive of playing the conference title round in a neutral site really allowed me to breathe easier. Because I just don't.
You knew Albert was going to hate that.
Well, yeah, but the fact that he wasn't like, now there is some discussion about it.
I mean,
like,
he's openly talked about being anti-dome, all these type of things for years.
Yeah, but the fact that, because, Albert will always go, well, I hate it, but ... It is a
Yeah, but
discussion.
like the owners like it or this and that. Yeah, no.
We didn't get that.
No.
We just got to know that's dumb. Let's not do it. And I co-signed that.
He was shocked that I didn't like the fourth quarter.
Well, in fairness, he might like it a little bit more than anyone. Because the Patriots are going to the Super Bowl.
I was thinking that in my head. I was like, yeah, it's very, very advantageous for you, but that's fine. That's neither here nor there. As the Broncos didn't have 20 yards of offense in a single drive after the 4th and 1 call.
You know what you are? You're an offensive snob.
That's fine.
I'll say it.
I am perfectly fine with being
You're
that.
why the NBA has 93s a game attempted.
Well, now we're just crossing sports in an unnecessary way.
Yeah, but somebody had to say it. Let's go ahead and get to, in case you missed it. You go first here.
I was trying to debate if I wanted to debate you on the merits of whether or not I think the three-point offense has gone too extreme in the NBA. A point we've already
you're Mr.
debated.
Offense.
We've debated previously.
You're Mr. Offense. You
don't even want to know
much
what I
threes.
think about the defense in the NBA.
You can't even be too much threes.
Matters for it's like 15% of the game.
Yeah, you can't be too many threes.
85%
And then
of the
I
game
need
is
more offense in my AFC title game.
85% of the
You
game is
can't.
offense. All right, I want to talk about this photo that has been going around the NFL's account.
It's not me.
It's not. Back in September, they came out with this. It's 32 teams with February dreams. We're so back, and in the upper portion of it, it's got Drake May and Sam Darnold closest to the Super Bowl and closest to the Lombardi Trophy. Now, there's been like 7 other connections that have been made, and the internet's been going crazy about it, so much to the point where that an NFL spokesperson had to hop on Twitter to shut down the idea that the NFL is rigged and the NFL is coming up with all sorts of not only conspiracy plans,
Easter eggs,
but then are laying them out for you to go ahead and uncover as the season approaches and then the season gets underway.
Yeah, here's the thing. When you tell conspiracy theorists, hey, that's not real, they only believe it more.
I think it's so funny how many people just read into all this stuff with the NFL being rigged. Because it's so obviously not rigged, but I love the idea that there's a segment of people that are just convinced that it is.
And here's the thing. If it is, I'm going to call my local congressman because you could at least make the Browns decent.
Well, that would be
If this is
that'd be the
rigged-
ongoing joke with the script, right? Is the script has to perpetually make the Browns stink. Meanwhile, the Lions don't stink anymore. The Bills don't stink anymore. But the Browns would just perpetually
us and the
stink.
Jets.
Yeah. And like all of our people that we got along with for so many years, they've disbanded us. They've left us from the ride of suck that we're on.
I want off this ride of suck.
You're on it.
But I don't want to be. LeBron was on the Mind the Game podcast, and he tried to explain to fans how harder it is to play 82 games today than it was in the 80s or 90s. And he's basically saying it's a level of pace and speed we play at. It's a different game now. It's a lot of soft tissue injuries now because of it. When I first came into the league, the biggest concern for injuries was like high ankle sprain. Now you see high ankle sprain is the new that is the calf injury. And hopefully we can get a handle on that from a medical standpoint, but I just want fans to understand the difference in the game. The problem is you just can't tell me it's a more grueling game now because 90% of the defense in 1994 would be considered an assault in today's day NBA.
Yeah, no, that part's true. The calf injuries are a big problem in the NBA right now. What they need to do is, it's very simple what they need to do, but they won't do it. It's what Steve Kerr's
Bionic calves.
No, we need less games, and we need to get to like FIBA rules as far as the time allotment too. 10-minute quarters and like 60 games in a season is what we need to do, but they're not going to do that.
You know you could do one of those and accomplish the same goal? If you take 2 minutes out of every quarter, effectively you're cutting out
And that, I think, is the easiest way to get this done, by the way.
Yes,
Easiest,
absolutely.
simplest, and you don't worry about anything.
Also,
most fans wouldn't even recognize it or know it.
Also, advanced pace has not made the NBA a more watchable product.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, do we need a shot clock where you can't shoot the ball until 10 seconds, but then you have to shoot it within the next 14 seconds? Like, how do we get it where we just slow the game down just a touch?
So wait, did LeBron give a causal reason for the high calf injuries, or is he just saying it's a problem now?
It's because of the speed and pace of the game. Which I get it. I believe him. I don't think he's telling tales, but all right, then fix the pace of the game.
How do we slow the game down?
Make it be played by fatties. Just bringing a lot of people that look like me.
You must be Zion Williamson to play this game now.
Yeah, Zion's dropped some weight, having a career year, relatively healthy. Let's put another 30 on him.
I mean, the whole goal, we've all been searching for bigger, faster, stronger forever, right? Yep. And we just hit a spot where everyone's too good at that. How do we slow this thing down?
Bigger, fatter, slower.
Now, I have seen some people make suggestions that the type of shoes that everyone's wearing now is like a big disruptor in this. Everyone used to wear like the high top shoes. Now everyone's got the lower shoes. I don't even know what to call it, and that's a big problem within this. I would imagine we're doing studies that are disproving that by the day.
I have seen. I can't remember. It wasn't Adidas. Oh, it's not.
Was it Big Baller brand?
No, because
Lonzo Ball.
But there's one of the big shoe names that they've got the most Achilles blown out in the NBA. Now I cannot remember who it is. Is it Adidas? It can't be those Germans. They've made high-quality shoes for quite some time. Adidas, Reebok. Oh, damn. It's really going to upset me. I saw a tweet about it, and so it must be true.
Say online that this season compared to even last year, we have tripled the amount of cases for calf strain injuries. In just one season, by the way. And so, like, if it's just happening in one season, there's something bigger happening here than just the pace is at a higher rate.
Can we put calves and Achilles in bubble wrap? Can we do that?
I don't think that's a thing we can do. Well, I mean, we can do it, but you want to talk about really slowing down the game.
Think about it. Bionic legs. We just go Lieutenant Dan on them. You got magic legs.
You got new legs. Lieutenant Dan, you got new legs.
Giannis, you got magic legs.
I used to love that with Blake Griffin, and then he basically got new legs. He couldn't hop over a phone book, and then all of a sudden he could jump through over Kias, and it was like, Lieutenant Dan, you got new legs.
Can we do that for me? But like without replacing anything, can we just get in there? Can we supercharge this? Add a muscle? I don't know what we're doing.
Add a muscle?
Yeah, just give me something. Because
If you could make one part of your...
Don't even start there, fella.
I was going to finish it at the end with not that part.
No.
Make one
We're
part,
not taking parts off the table
one
here.
part of your body, elite level athlete, in an instant, what part of your body are you making
exactly the part.
Not that part. And all the way, there might be some elite. You're not giving me Chamberlains, okay?
I want to be G Slongus.
Some people aren't great at that. That are athletes. You get one part of your body, elite athlete trait.
Already named it.
Elite.
I know.
You're gonna be very disappointed. You're gonna be very disappointed.
I've made up my mind.
Enjoy the bulge.
I mean, God knows at 40, I don't really need one of those elite, but I'll take it. It's better to have it for the last 48 years of your life than not at all.
Well, I don't even know what Vanessa's response would be.
I just would love...
Where did this come from?
I just would love The doctor coming to you and say, Mr. Wilson, Mr.
Yep.
Peterlin, we can make any part of you elite, but only one part.
And I'm like, I want to dunk again.
And then the doors close and you're like, I'll have what he's having. I just want to know. All right. All right. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin. Not on the board. Yes.
No.
Big thanks to Katie Pollock. We'll be back tomorrow. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. Can't believe we didn't get the news.
Oh.
We're set up for a big Jake Volnick news night.
Or tomorrow. Or tomorrow. Or Friday.
Or maybe.
Or Saturday.
Could be Sunday.
Could be next Monday.
Don't sleep on Sunday.
You know, people are saying that you should sleep on Thursday. I'm saying you shouldn't.
I thought people told me it was going to happen yesterday.
Just one guy. All right, guys. See you guys tomorrow, too.